Hey, welcome back to Blender, guys. So today we're going to be doing sort of a potion bottle. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and delete the default cube, and we're going to go ahead and add a circle. So once we've got our circle, we're just going to make this a little bit bigger so it's easier to work with. And what we'll do as well, we'll go to edit mode, we'll press F for fill, E for extrude, and we're just going to make a nice little fancy base for this. So what I'm going to do is just going to press 1 for the side view. Just going to scale this out just ever so slightly, E for extrude, and then I'm going to go E for extrude again, just scale inwards, and then E for extrude, and we'll scale outwards just at the side right here, E for extrude, and scale inwards, E for extrude. And what we're going to start to do is make the edging for the glass bowl that we're going to put into here. So we'll start going just inwards, E for extrude, scale in, E for extrude, leave it where it is, and then we're just going to scale in so that it's got like this nice little curve just at the bottom, and then E for extrude, and we'll bring it down, and then we'll just curve in the bottom ever so slightly. So this will be our base. I'm just going to shade this smooth, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to add, and we'll get another circle again from the mesh. So circle in the middle, we'll go G, bring this up so that it sits just in the middle right here. We're going to go edit, F for fill, and what you want to do is go for 1 again, so side view, and then X-ray. So what we'll do, we will move this across just to here to follow the contour lines right there. E for extrude. Scale this in. You can follow the contrast lines if you'd like to, but if you'd like a smooth bottom, then you can do a smooth bottom. I'm just going to do mine like this, and then we're just going to go E for extrude just to bring it upwards in the middle. You know what? I might actually do smooth bottom because it actually looks a little better, I think. So I'm just going to go G. Going to bring this in. Let's scale this in. Scale it in right here. E for extrude, bring it up. Scale it outwards. E for extrude again, bring it up. We're going to just scale it outwards. So it's got that nice curve. E for extrude, bring it up, scale it outwards. Nice little curve going on. Let's just pull that back a little bit. Then E for extrude, and we'll kind of just curve this outwards so that we've got that nice little bevel. Oops, no, I don't want to save. Let's go with scale. Hey, it'd be nice to save, but we don't want to do that right now. Right, so bring this up just into the middle. And what we want to do is just essentially make a jar going around the sides. So I'm just going to start straightening it up right here. Make sure that you kind of got an equidistance between these sides as well, because we're going to do like a little pattern going on the inside. So if you just run it up like this, don't worry, there's method to my madness. I'll show you what I'm doing in a moment. Run it up down the side just here. E for extrude, bring it in, and then I'm going to do the neck of the bottle on this part right here. So we're just going to go ahead, just pull that in, just pull this up, make sure you've got this little lip around the outside. You got E for extrude. Scale it outwards ever so slightly, E for extrude in the middle right there, E for extrude, scale it in, E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale it inwards just so it's got that nice little lip on top right there, and then from here we're just going to go E for extrude, bring it straight down, and you want to follow the contours of the lines on the inside. Now it doesn't have to be perfect, so we could go ahead and we could do something like this, maybe warped glass. It's thicker in certain places than it is in others. Go ahead and just pull this down. and then you just want to round it off just ever so slightly at the bottom. Just as such. So, when we've got this, we want to right click, go back into object mode, right click, shade smooth. What we're going to do is we're going to go to render, let's go to cycles. Now this is going to be glass, so what we want to do is go new, and we're just going to type in glass on here. And what we want to do from here, principal BSDF, and we'll go to glass BSDF, and just turn down the roughness on this as well. So we should now have glass just in the background here. I'm just going to go ahead and add a plane, just so that we can see that a little better. And we should have a light in this scene as well, but I can't really see it that well, so let's find this light. Just bring this to the side. Oops. Bring it up a little bit. And then I'm just going to bring it to this side as well. Okay, so now we just need to do this one as a wood kind of colour, or you could do a bronze kind of colour. Let's see, if you wanted to do bronze, just put the metal up and the roughness down. So for this as well, we're going to need some liquid inside of it, some sort of thing, if this will allow me to do it. Come on. Right, so if we're doing a Halloweeny kind of look on this, what we want to do is we're going to go to add. Let's go to circle, X-ray again, so we can see what's going on. I'm going to press 1. I'm just going to bring this circle up to the middle. What you want to do is follow the contours of the inside parts. So we're going to go edit mode, we'll press F to begin with. E for extrude. Scale this outwards. E for extrude. Scale this outwards. E for extrude. Scale this outwards again. And then we can go E for extrude, bring this up in the middle. Scale this outwards. And then E for extrude, and we can just scale inwards, just on that one. So, with this centerpiece right here that we have, we could go ahead and have this as glowing materials. We can go ahead and have this as different ones. So I might put this as an emission. So we've got this kind of toxic green kind of liquid on the inside. And maybe we could just end it there. Maybe we could just have the toxic green on there. I'm going to edit the IOR though. Just kind of make it glass, but not quite as much. So yeah, that would be a little jar with some questionable material in it. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's slime or something. I don't know. But yeah, whatever your imagination wants to put out there, I guess. So yeah, that will be the tutorial for today. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one. Bye. Okay, hi guys. So at the moment I've not got a webcam because I've basically been sorting out my room and I don't have a chair to sit on right now. So I'm literally sat on the floor, like, making these tutorials for you. I hope you're having a fantastic day. So the webcam will be present hopefully in the next couple of videos. I'm just literally going through all my stuff at the moment, so everything's kind of out of boxes and everywhere. So today we're going to be looking at creating a vase. So what we're going to do, we're just going to delete the default cube, and I mean this is a pretty easy project to do, so we're just going to scale it. If you've been to the prior tutorials on this channel, you'll know that we've been making cups and glasses and stuff like that. It's just basically the same premise, the same concept. So what we're going to do, just make your circle a little bit bigger, and then we're going to go to the edit mode. We're going to press F for fill, and then we're going to go E for extrude, and we're just going to bring it out just ever so slightly. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open a new little tab right here, And I'm going to put this one onto its side. So I'm just going to press 1 on the number pad. I've just realised I don't have the instructions for you guys. So I'm just going to undo that. We've got our circle and you've pressed F to fill it. I'm just going to turn on the key tracking software if I can get to it. Here we go. Screencast keys. Let me see. Yep, okay. So now, in theory, yes, we've got them on the screen. So, what I'm going to do, select your face. Go to the Faces tab up here if you've not already, but select your face. E to extrude. And then we're just going to go S to scale outwards. E to extrude. Now this is going to be the bottom of our vase. And then we're just going to make this a little bit curved. We're going to make a fancy vase, kind of like a timepiece. So E for extrude, S to scale, and always keep it along the Z axis, which is your blue one. We're going to go E for extrude, S to scale. We're just going to make this really fancy one. G, come down a little bit. And then I'm going to go E for extrude, and then I'm going to come in, and then we're going to come back out again. So E for extrude, in we go. Just curve that just inwards so that it's smooth. E for extrude. And then from this point onwards, we're going to start going back outwards. Just very gently, so that it's not too much. Of course, this is your design. You can do anything that you'd like. E for extrude, S for scale. And then what we're going to do is we're going to bring it up to the lip of the actual vase itself. We don't want to go over the edge, because naturally vases will fall over if they go over the edge. If there's too much weight on one side, they'll start falling over. So we just want to come outwards very gently. And we're just about to the edge here, so I'm just going to come out just slightly. And then we're going to go up. Now this is the point where we can get a little bit fancy with it. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go E for extrude, and I'm just going to scale it inwards a little bit. I'm going to make it like a fancy kind of vase. I'm going to go E for extrude again, scale inwards, E for extrude, scale inwards. So it's almost like a cup. And then I'm going to come back out again. So this is going to be kind of like a designer piece that your grandma would have had in her cupboard or something like that, you know. I'm just going to come back out again. E for extrude. Scale outwards. E for extrude. Scale outwards. E for extrude. Scale outwards. And then we're just going to come back up again, and it's almost going to be like a bulb kind of feature. Now, most vases, they kind of come in at the top and then they splay outwards again. So we're going to do that. Excuse me. E for extrude. And then we're going to come back in just slightly. E for extrude, come back in just slightly. E for extrude, come back in just slightly. And then what we're going to do is we're going to start splaying it outwards. So we're going to go flat on this point right here. E for extrude. You get where I'm going with this one. I'm just going to press G and just bring this down a little bit. E for extrude again. S to scale. E for extrude. S to scale. And this is going to be the lip of the vase. So E for extrude again. S to scale. E. S. And then we're going to get to the top here where we're going to do the lip of the vase. So what you want to do is do E for extrude. And then we're going to go E for extrude again. But then we're going to bring it in just slightly. Just be very gentle with your vertices right here. And then E for extrude. And then scaling again. You don't want the edge of your vase to be too sharp. So make it just very smooth, very round. The more vertices that you have, the more round it will be when we smooth this out. So E for extrude again, but don't move it. Just click. And then we're going to go S to scale. Now this is going to be your flat part. This is going to be the essential rim of your vase. So then we're going to go E for extrude, but now we're going to start going down into the vase. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn on X-ray mode so you guys can see where I'm going here, and just move it in a little bit so you can see what's going on. So what I want to do is I want to follow on the inside the pattern of my vase right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go Effect Extrude, just bring it down just slightly, scale it inwards so that you've got some sort of curve just right there. Effect Extrude again. You just want to go outwards just slightly, so it's got that little bit of a lip to it. Effect Extrude. Now what you want to do, don't do this, because that's your inner coming outer. You see where I'm going with that? So what you want to do is just follow the edges. So maybe a square away from the edge is very good. A lot of people, they tell me, why don't you just clone it and just put it on the inside? But then again, you have to put the vertices on again. So I like to do this manually so that I have more control over my projects. So we're going to go and we're going to scale this in. Just press S for scale. Make sure that you're staying with Z-axis, axis, however you want to pronounce that one. Press E. And we're just going to scale inwards. E again. Scale it down. E again. I mean, you can follow the lines if you wanted to of what you've done prior. And then we're just going to scale it out. E again. Excuse me. Scale it out. E again. Scale out. And then we're just going to continue doing this all the way down until we reach the bottom. So I'm just going to very, very quickly just do this. It doesn't have to be perfect on the inside, because obviously this is just the inside of your vase. So, you know, if you're going to change it to glass, then yes, perhaps you need to make it perfect and you need to go around the edges as much as you can. But to be honest with you, if you're just making a vase and it's just a painted vase, so to speak, and you can't see through it, I mean, you don't have to make that perfect. So for sure you can make the inside however you would like to. This is your project, you have full control over it. I would say make the glass just slightly thicker at the bottom, because, you know, this you can imagine the weight from the top is obviously going to be impacting the weight on the bottom, so you don't want the glass to be too thin at the bottom. You want it to have this nice, stable, almost physical aspects to it. I'm just going to put another little thing right there. Actually, no, you know, I'm gonna remove that. I'm gonna press G, I'm gonna take it up, and then I'm just gonna make a new vertices. So yeah, you've got to look at your physics as well. How is the glass behaving compared to the environment that it is being presented in? So right here, I'm just going to finish off the base of the glass right there. And this will be the glass that I have, the vase even. So we're going to go to object mode, right click, and then press shade smooth. So now we have this kind of, this vase, which it is okay, I guess. I don't quite like it, but this is a design that I've seen on the internet for a vase. To be honest with you, it looks like Grandma's Christmas trees, but yeah, I just kind of wanted to go with something funky today. So we're going to go on to the materials tab, and we're going to press new. If you guys have ever seen that that meme of Grandma's Christmas trees up on TikTok, and she's making the ice cubes and she doesn't realise what it is, you'll understand where I'm coming with when I say it looks like Grandma's ice cubes. If you don't, you're probably either not seen it or you're a little bit too young to understand what that means. But yes. So this is the vase that we have. I'm not sure, I'm going to get my mind out of the gutter now. So we're going to go with glass, BSDF. And we're just going to shade this down. Now, usually we're working with cycles, so we're going to go to the render engine and we're going to go cycles. And this is the glass that we will have. So you can see that we've got some glass going on right here. I'm just going to change this lamp to a sun, so we can see a little bit better, and then I'm just going to pull it back a little. And then I'm going to put a plane, so you guys can see this a little bit better. So this is the glass BSDF that's on screen right now. This is so that your object is glass. So what essentially you could do to make it look a little bit more glassy, I mean, you could put some more suns in here and some more lighting, so you've kind of got that thing going on. Now, another thing that you have here is you have caustics. Now, caustics are something new that's new to Blender. They've been out for a few years, but they're relatively new. They basically make better shadows. So if you click Shadow Caustics, they'll make more detailed shadows. They'll basically do anything for glass. They'll do anything for water. So if you've ever been to the swimming pool and you've gone under the water and you see all those waves and ripples that the light's creating from above, this is what caustics will do. It'll make lighting look a lot more realistic. So it'll put different things into it that, say, the original lighting that Blender provides will not incorporate. So something else that you want to take into consideration as well is not only do you need to put your caustics on your lighting, but you also need to put your caustics on your objects, so that they refract in the correct manner as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to put the caustics onto the object. So now the caustics can be found in the object mode, and from what I remember, visibility, I believe, shadows, shadow catcher, it's in one of these. 1 second. Shading, here we go. Shadow catcher, you've got that one. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, to be honest with you, this version may have incorporated it already within the software, but if you go onto this section right here, you'll be able to find it. I just want to make sure that it's actually in here. I mean, you could click Shadow Caster if you want to. Shadow Catcher. Yeah, I think... Oh, here we go. Sorry. I just missed it. Right. Cast caustics and receive caustics. Okay, so this is the object mode. You want caustics. You want the shadow, the display, shading. So what we're going to do is we've done the background for caustics. We're going to do the object for caustics now. I knew I wasn't going crazy. It was somewhere. So cast caustics and receive caustics. Now, if I take one of these lights and I just turn it down a little bit, go to the light bulb section. Just turn that down a little bit, and then we turn this one down a little bit. I'm going to put this one as 500. Yes. I think this is too bright. One of these is really, really bright. Let's see, 100. See if that affects it. This is super bright. That's the blue one, the white one. Let's go with 50. Wow. Right, so Blender has this thing with the lighting where it's either very extreme or it's very little. And as you can see, I'm having to scale these lights all the way down just to be able to get some sort of detail in here for you guys, so you guys can see what's going on. So we've got a white light here and we've got a blue light. So this one is your blue light and this one is the white light. So we've got the blue on this side, hence why we've got a blue shadow, and this side is the white light, hence why we've got a white shadow here. They cancel each other out. Ironically, they work really well. If you've got like multiple different colours, they actually meld really well together. So if you've got say for example, if you've got a red and a blue light on each side of the screen, they will actually turn purple in the middle. Blender's really good at blending together colours on the colour wheel as well. So that's something that you could also look at. So this is our glass. This is just the standard glass. So yeah, if you guys enjoyed the tutorial, please subscribe, please like. I'm trying to build the channel up at the minute to 100,000 subscribers. I currently have, I think it's 10,800 people on this this channel. 10,800 lovely people on this channel. I'd love to make it a lot more. I'd love to build the community here. So please, If you're on my YouTube, do subscribe. If you're watching this on Facebook or any other sites, give us a follow, give us a like, and it's free, you know. So yeah, have a wonderful day. Yeah, I'll see you in the next one, I guess. Bye. Okay, guys, welcome. We're gonna be making the coffee table, I guess, today. So what we want to do, we want to start off with, let's see, we'll start off with a circle to begin with, and then we're gonna scale outwards, S to scale. Obviously, everything's at the bottom of the screen. Hopefully, you guys can see that. So this is going to be a little bit of a complicated one, but it's fine. I'll guide you through it. So the first thing that we want to do, we notice that all of the edges are selected right here. So we're going to E for extrude. Don't move it. Click. And then we're going to go scale inwards slightly so we've kind of got this ring going on. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go on to select mode. You want to select your faces up at the top. You know, I'm going to move my little logo thing out of the way because that is super distracting. I didn't even realise, like, it was covering stuff. You know what? I'm going to move it to the bottom. Okay, so, select two faces on this side. Make sure that they're on the sides and not diagonally or something. And then we're going to select two more faces on the outside. So you should have 4 in total. And then we're going to click delete. Delete the faces. If you don't have that, if you don't have like a number pad and stuff like that, and it's just a short keyboard, you can right click, I do believe it is. Let me see. Yeah, I think you can backspace it. I'm pretty sure you can backspace it. No. Delete and then faces. Unfortunately, I've got a longer keyboard. I don't really know what the shortcut for that one is. Google's great for that, but if you've got a delete button on your keyboard, then that's different. I've got the number pad ones. So, delete should be at the top if you're on a laptop. Right, so we've got the basic ring that we're going to do at the bottom. I'm just looking at my notes here. Okay, so to make this ring, you want to go E for extrude. Just scale out just slightly. E for extrude. We're just going to make it round and then have like a little curve on the inside. So E for extrude. And then E for extrude, and we're just going to bring it back in again. So scale inwards. You can mess around with this afterwards if you'd like to. So that's going to be our basic ring, basic shape at the bottom. I'm just going to go to object mode right here. We're going to right click, shade smooth. Now what you want to do, you want to do the texture first before you start duplicating things. So we're going to go with texture, which will be material. Click new. When she loads, there we go. Right, so this material, you can name it if you want to. I don't sometimes, because I kind of just like working fast, but we're just going to name this as gold, gold surface, gold pattern, gold. I'll just put gold CO for the moment. So you've got all these options down here as well that you can do. If you'd like it translucent, you can do. If you want it as an emission, I don't know why you'd want the bottom of a coffee table as an emission, but you can do. For me, on this project, I'm going to be doing a gold. So I'm just going to go with the orange, turn the metal all the way up, roughness down. If you haven't already, these tutorials are in cycles, so if you just go to the render tab, you just click off cycles right there. When you render, you can see that we've kind of got this gold effect going on. Now, the lighting isn't great in here, so I'm just going to change the lighting to a sun. Just turn that up a little bit. Okay, so this isn't quite gold. We want this a little bit brighter. I'd say roughly about that much. So we're just making a basic table. I mean, like, you know. It doesn't have to be perfect the first time. So we're going to duplicate this. So Shift D. Oh, my computer's running a little bit slow today. And just bring it up for roughly coffee table size. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add another circle. Now this is going to be our glass. So what you want to do, if you've got a number pad, you can press to get different views and stuff like that. So for me, I've just pressed 7, that's straight on top. So what you want to do is scale the circle all the way out until it just matches up with your table. Now I would go right towards the edge with this. Oops. Just press Shift to move around. Just go as close to the edge as you possibly can. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go to edit mode. You've got all of your sides selected. Press E for extrude. Scale inwards slightly. Oops. I don't think my E worked. E for extrude. Click it down. Oh, come on. For some reason my extrude isn't working. What did I do wrong? Okay, now I'm going to take it off that because I think it's taking up way too much RAM. Also, you're going to want to bring this up into the middle. Just slightly. And I say just slightly because we're going to fill that in later on. So just go to your edit mode again. I think because I was on the rendered mode, my computer's not playing ball currently. It does not want to play ball. Why are you not playing ball? Right, here we go. So press A to select everything. E for extrude. But don't move it. And then scale inwards. There we go. This is what she should be doing. She wasn't doing before. I think I ran out of RAM. Okay, so we now have this kind of ring going around. So this is where the stuff gets a little bit complicated, but I'll talk you through it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this outer ring, just G, and move it downwards just slightly so that we can see what we're doing. So what we're going to do with this is go back to edit mode, A to select everything, E for extrude, and you just want a little lip on this. So that's where your little lip is. What I'm going to do is just bring it up just a little bit further. And then what you want to do is Control R. And you'll notice that these little features come up here. So scroll your scroll wheel once. And then you should have a band all the way around once you click. Just scale that just slightly. So it's outwards. Come on. So that you got a little bit of a bevel going on around the edge. My computer's been a bit slow today. Here we go. Right, so this is what it should look like. So you've kind of got that little bit of a curve going around the edge. And you've got like a little bit in the middle. Now, here's how you make your glass. And this is going to be on the inside. So let's go again. Control R. Go to the middle. Now you can make a secondary scroll if you want. You can have just like one line going around. It's up to you. I'm going to make a secondary one. So Control R. I'm going to do it like that. Right, so now you can press F to fill, which is going to mess up some of your vertices if you do decide to go with 2 lines. Or press Control R again. Or not. Right. And then we press F for fill. And it's all smooth. So it depends what you want to do with it. I'm going to just go with the 1, I think, at the moment. So now, this whole shape, as a whole, just has one material on it. It's just one texture. We want to divide that into 2 separate ones. So, here's what we do. We're going to go back to the object mode, just for the moment. I'm just going to right click and just click smooth. Now you can subdivide this if you want to before you click smooth. So this is what it looks like just before I subdivided. If I was going to subdivide, I'd press A to select all. Subdivide, makes it a little bit smoother. You can do that. If you don't want to do that, that's fine. You can also go to the add modifier and you can go with smooth. And this will just make it, it does kind of make it smooth, but it doesn't at the same time. So I mean, like, if you want to use that modifier, you can do. I mean, that's what it looks like when you do use the modifier. Right, so you want to make this two separate things. So what I'm going to do is just bring the string back up. That was me, my foot. If you heard a weird noise, it was my foot. It's not going to make it now, is it? No, it's not going to make it. It sounded a little bit off. Trust me, it was my foot on the chair. Right, so anyway, gonna go G, bring this up to the top just there. Now you notice that you clip in a few vertices here. So what you want to do, press S to scale, just scale it in just slightly. So it's flush, but it's just sitting there. So I mean, you could, in theory, if you wanted to, you could make this a little bit taller if you wanted to, make it a bit shorter. It's totally up to you. It's your design. And just stick that there. Right, so now we've got the basic premise of a table. Now we want to make the legs. I'll teach you how to do the glass in a moment. I want to make the legs. So I'm going to be using cubes. Scale this upwards. You can use whatever you like. I mean, you could do some fancy design if you wanted to. With circles. That actually sounds really nice. A little bit of fancy design with circles. What you're going to want to do is just get it right up to here. Scale inwards. S to scale with stuff. So 1 second. Yeah. So just try and make it as central as you possibly can. G for up, so that it just sits inside there. Now, this side you notice poking out the top, so if you go to edit mode and you select faces, you can actually click the face right there and just press G and just bring it down. That's all you need to do. So now we have this kind of sideways table a little bit. So now what we want to do, I mean, you could do a twist on this. I mean, it'd look nice with a twist. I've not used twist in a while, so let me see. I think it's called twist. Screw. Yeah, screw. Okay, so this is it's a little modifier that you can use. You can actually put kind of a screw effect on things. That's if you want to use that. Sometimes, obviously, you need to take it back up again. Let me see. Better just put this back at 0. Can I do that? I'm just kind of going through some stuff that you guys could use right now. Let's put that back at 16. Angle. Yeah. So you can get like a little screw effect going on with that. That's totally up to you if you want to use that. Let's see. Just delete that. You've got a lot of different modifiers here. You've got deform ones, you've got curve, cast, smooth, wrap, you've got wave, you've got shrink wrap. A lot of different things. I mean, I'd encourage you absolutely to try different techniques out, because you know, you never know what you might stumble upon that might assist you later on in your endeavours with your projects. But today I'll leave it as a square. You guys can experiment and stuff like that, but I'll just show you the basic premise. So you've got your oblongy kind of thing going on. Right, so materials. Go down to your materials tab, click new. So you're going to get a new material right here. If you want the gold, the original material that's made for the base here, you just go to this drop down and you'll be able to find it pretty much straight away. So this is what we currently have. And what we want to do, it looks a bit tacky to me. To be honest with you, I could add some surface modifications to that, add some scratches and stuff. So take this, Shift D to duplicate, and just bring it over the other side and make it as flush as you possibly can to those two sides. I mean, you could use a grid reference if you really wanted to. So you notice that this first one is just before this line. So then this first one should just be before this line. If you've kept everything flush to its original spawn point, you should be able to see everything in the mirror kind of effect. Right, so click this one, and then we're going to press Shift, and we're going to click our first one. Shift D to duplicate, leave it where it is. So now you've got two table legs that are over two table legs. What we want to do now is we want to rotate them. So if you press R for rotate, go straight up on the Z axis. Now if you press 90 on your keypad, so 90, it'll go like this. Now you'll notice one of the table legs is outside of the boundaries of where we'd like it to be. So we're going to delete that one. So just click to accept. Take this leg, press delete on your keyboard, and notice now that we have 3 legs. Now if you want to have more legs you can do, but I'm going to do like a little fancy design just on one of them. So Shift D, just bring that out slightly, and then you know what, I could just like pull some stuff in here. This is just a little design that I've just decided to do. Regards to that, so I'm just going to go Shift D. You don't have to do this if you don't want to, but if you do want to do this, you're just duplicating things and really experimenting. So it's S to scale, just to bring it out a little bit, and just duplicate another one, scale that one inwards. I'm just kind of making a little fancy pattern on the side. You know, and I don't like the way that this reflects. I don't like it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add a plane at the bottom so that you guys can see some of the reflection that it has. So you see that it's very reflective. It's almost like mirror-like, but it's not quite sharp. I'd like it to be sharp. So you notice now that we've got a little bit of roughness going on, so that's why it's not as sharp. So if I turn the roughness down, it's going to go straight into a mirror. Let me see. I do want to put something on there. I'd like actually to put some scratches on there, or some Veroni texture. So Veroni texture would look real nice. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to come back off the render tab right there. Let me see. I think I just made 3 vertices on there. Okay, so I'm just going to move this across so it's on that side. Now you'll notice that it's the wrong way around. So I'm just going to get it flush as I can. We're going to go R for rotate. Hit 180 on your number pad, and it should just turn straight around, and it should be just on the table. We do have a few gaps there. I'm just going to move those. I'm just going to mosey those on in. See what we got. It might be an issue for the other side as well. So you kind of got that fancy table look. Hold on, do we have? Yes, we do. So you notice that we've got gaps just in between there. Just gonna mosey that on in. Mosey it in. Oh. Right. So that would be our basic premise. Now, as far as the ring goes at the top, now this is totally up to you. I mean, you can have whatever colours that you'd like to. Just make sure that it doesn't clip the outside. So now we're going to make the little glass kind of window thing going on. So what you want to do, because this is going to be two different materials, go to your materials tab. And we're going to assign new. And we're going to call this one outer black. So this will be the kind of rubber seal that goes around the outside. So hold on. I thought that was my dog getting out. It's my partner coming home. So anyway, the rubber seal that's coming around the outside, we want to just change that to a black tone. Now you notice that the glass turns black as well, because we've not assigned it anything. So what we're going to do, we're going to go new material again. And this will say outer black 1. Now that's not what we want. So this new material, we're going to go glass. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do, because I've started recording again, select your glass piece. And then we're going to go edit mode. And you just want to select the centerpiece right here. Make sure that you deselect anything that's around the outside. So you're just literally centerpiece only. Now at this point you want to press the plus in the corner. And we want to assign new material. And where it says principled BSDF, we want to go with glass. You're going to click assign. Go to come back to the object mode. Just click off that. Something very squeaky outside. And then we have glass effects. Now you notice that the glass itself is very foggy. So what we want to do is just turn down the roughness. And this is what we should have. You notice that there's a little bit of a warp there. That's just the side of the glass. Just accumulating right there. So I kind of want to add some patterns to this, and I kind of want to add some like texture and stuff. So what I'm going to go and do is go into the shading tab. I am going to change the colour of this plane underneath because it is pretty, it's very light. It's always blinding me. Right, so also I'm going to move the sun out of the way as well. Okay, so when you go into the shading tab, it's just up here, if you can see that. Right here if my mouse ever shows up, there we go. Right, shading tab's right there. Now at this moment, I don't have the key controls that I can show you, because for some reason it doesn't pop up on shading. So, what we're going to do, click the center kind of wheel, if you will, the tabletop. What we're going to do, go into your materials, because you've got two materials here, it's only going to show one material at a time. So what you want is the glass, we've written glass inside of there, but that will be the glass hold. Excuse me. I'll just put the holder. Alrighty then. So, apparently that's black. It's showing up as white, but okay. Let's see what we can do with this. So this is going to be the metal side of it, so I'm just going to turn up the metallic a little bit. Not too much, we don't want it mirrored, but we want just enough. So on the gold bit here, when we click this one, we want to do a Veroni texture. This is going to give us a couple of scratches. So I mean, it's up to you if you want to do the Veroni texture. Excuse me. So we go colour to base, and you notice that you've kind of got this weird patterning going on, and it's no longer gold. So we have to remake the gold in theory. So this is a Veroni texture, which makes little hexagons all over the place in random points. So we're going to pull this so that it's scaled upwards. So we've kind of got like that kind of rough cut metallic look, I guess. The next thing we're going to do is put in a colour ramp. Just stick that right in the middle there. We're going to add some reds. And then we will add some yellows. Just make that a bit brighter. We're going to put some more yellows over this side as well, but we're going to go with a bit of orange. So you've kind of got that that shading going on. Now, depending on what you want, you can put these in different positions just to see what works for you. That kind of works for me. So, we need a bump texture. I believe bump would go there. Yep. Okay, so now you can see we kind of got this kind of cracked effect. Now, you can scale this up, you can scale this down, you can do whatever you want with it. Make it rougher, make it less, whatever you want to do. It just gives the table a little bit of character, as if it's been knocked at some point. You know, totally play around with the settings, invert things, make things look a little weird. Okay, so the glass in the middle of the table looks a little bit normal. It just kind of looks too perfect, and I love trashing things in Blender. It's like one of the best things that you can do for Blender, because if you've got something that's so perfect, then people are just going to go, that looks fake. But if you've got something that's full of scratches, it's got bumps on it, it's irregular kind of thing, people are going to look at that and go, you know what, actually that's a bit more detailed. So we're going to go for material 2, which is the glass. Whatever material you have set up, click the one in accordance. So we're going to do some noise texture. Now you've got white noise and you've got regular noise. Either's good. It just depends what works for you and your project. So you see here I'm getting some noise on there. I could technically make this frosted glass and have that noise as a procedural, I guess. Okay, so I'm going to go bump. Let's put that in the middle. Height. You see we got all that bumpy goodness. Okay, so now we need colour ramp. So add. Remember, spell colour the American way, because it is spelled the American way. You notice now that we have this going on. So we can reduce this a little bit by playing around with the I or R. It gives us kind of this very crusty look. You can scale this outwards and just have a little bit of a look to it. So make it frosted as well. So that's going to adjust how your glass responds to its environment. I'm just going to turn that up just once. Actually, no. I'm going to leave it the way that it is. You can also turn your bump node down, make it less bumpy, or you can make it more bumpy. Turn your roughness down or your roughness up. Your scale as well. You can change all of that. To be honest with you, I like the bumpy effects. That's quite nice. Where were we? Wasn't that? I think that was it. So yeah, that's kind of like a basic kind of coffee table, I guess. It's whatever you want to make it, really. But yeah, if you got this far in the tutorial, please consider subscribing and liking. If you're on Facebook, give me a follow. I'd really appreciate it. Alright, I'll see you guys in the next one then, I guess. Okay, welcome guys to another Blender tutorial. So today we are making game engine stuff again. Just stuff for games really. You can transfer these into game engines via the appropriate manner. Today we're making cheese. So we're just going to keep the default cube, go into edit mode, and we're going to press G, bring it across, and then we're just going to scale it up sideways, I would say, and then we'll take this part of the front, and we're just going to press G, bring it forward a little bit, and then we're just going to scale it inwards. So with this cheese, with the edit mode, we can go Control R, just to loop cut right here. Just go to the top. And what we're going to do, we're just going to pull these vertices out a little bit. Sorry, undo your loop cut 1 second, I forgot to do something. So, loop cut here. Let's go G, bring it back so that it's curved. And then we're going to curve this side, and then we're going to curve this side. So you just want to select these two, press G, bring them back. So we've kind of got this nice round, almost cheese-like look to this. So what's going on all the flat planes right here. I just press G and bring it back, just slightly so that they curve round and they have a little thing. Now the front vertices right here, if we take these and we just select them, you can scale this down just a little bit. So just S for scale. Oops. Yeah. So just S for scale so it looks like the cheese is sunken in the middle a little bit. So what we want to do is Control R and make what we made before. So what I'm going to do to begin with is I will remain on edit mode. I'm just going to go ahead and select all of these faces just on this side. We're going to go to the materials tab. The original material we should have as kind of a nice orangey yellow. Just here, we want to make it slightly metallic, but not too much. We just want it kind of rubbery looking. We're going to press plus, add new, and then we're going to do the same on the other side, but a little bit of a deeper kind of texture. Press the sign. If you've not changed over to the render of cycles, do so. So we're going to go to edit mode again. I'm just going to go ahead and select everything and then subdivide, 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 because at this moment we're going to put some holes in this cheese. So this is going to be just a basic kind of piece for a game, so to speak. We're going to switch over to sculpt mode. I'm just going to push in some of these corners and pull out some of the corners as well, just to make it a little bit rugged, just along the edges. So when you're in a game and you get some food or something, this can be something that you've picked up if it's quite a low poly game. Low poly speaking, so to speak, so it shows them next. So I should say. Let's come around this side. Let's make a couple of bumps. We want to go minus, just for the holes in the edge of the cheese, to make it look a little bit more cheese-like. You could also go back onto edit mode. Oops. Go back into edit mode, and we can click right and subdivide this a little bit more. Go on to sculpt mode, and then we can start making these holes, and they look a little bit more detailed. We can shade this smooth afterwards, don't worry about the issues with that. Just put some little holes in this. Little holes up at the side. Just mash it around a little bit, like it's been broken off. Just there. We can do the same to this side as well. Almost like it's been cut unevenly as well. Just kind of get some detail in there. So for this outside piece, we want to smooth this out. So you can also click smooth on this as well, just to make it less pixelized. But I want to pull some of these vertices out just a little bit on the sides. So we just pull this, almost like the wax hasn't quite broken properly. Just pull this out on the sides a little bit. A little bit of a rugged cheese cut. Put some little damages right here, like maybe a quality assessor came along and signed his name in it. Something. Yeah, just little scratches, little scrapes. So if we go to object mode, right click, shade smooth. We've now got this lovely little piece of, do you call it a dummy? With the holes in it, is that what it's called? I always see advertisements for it. Cheese of truth. So we could do a little bit more sculpting on this as well. Let's see, we could go to minus and just pull this side in a little bit. Maybe it's settled on one side. Some more holes. It's a religious cheese, it's holy. No? No takers. So, once you've got your cheese, this can be a great piece for a background prop or something in your game where maybe your character's walked into a, I don't know, a cheese factory or a pub or something, and there's like slices of cheese everywhere. I don't know why there'd be slices of cheese everywhere in a pub unless it was somewhere posh. Maybe you want to complement it with wine. Yeah, so that's our tutorial today for cheese. Do with it what you will, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Okay, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So, we're going to be making a can, like a soda can kind of thing. We're going to go ahead and delete the default cube and add a circle. Just scale this outwards. And then we will go to edit mode, press F for fill. We're going to go E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale outwards just slightly, E for extrude. And then just scale outwards just slightly again. E for extrude, scale outwards. And this is going to be the base of the can. And then we want to go for E for extrude, bring it all the way up. G, just to bring it up a little bit more. E for extrude, scale inwards. G, just bring it down a little bit, scale outwards, scale inwards again. Just slightly. G, just to bring it down. I'm just going to go ahead and just undo that one just for 1 second, just scale outwards just slightly. E. Just trying to get this curve on the can that I've got. And then we'll curve this just outwards. Oops. Don't know what I did there. G, just bring this down. And then E, I'm just going to do the curve outwards now. Just for the rim. E for extrude. And then E again. And then we will start curling this in. E for extrude. Scale inwards. E for extrude, don't move it. And then scale inwards again. And this is quite a thin edge that we should be making. So E for extrude, just bring it down. And just curve it just slightly. And then we'll go straight into the can. So we generally have this kind of double drop off that happens inside of the can. So we'll go for E for extrude. Keep it where it is. Scale image just slightly. Then E for extrude so it goes downwards. And then we're going to go E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale inwards. And then we'll go E for extrude to bring it up. Scale inwards just slightly, E for extrude to bring it up, scale inwards again. And for the tricky part, what I'm going to do, because we've got the hole in the middle and then we've got the kind of weird kind of pattern around the outside. So I'm going to go E for extrude. And then I'm just going to scale it inwards. And then scale across one axis. Scale it inwards, scale across one axis again. And then I'm going to take these little points right here. So just get the ones opposite. Just click around. And then I'm just going to scale these outwards, sideways, a little bit. G, bring it down just slightly. And then we can go to this part right here, E for extrude. Scale it downwards and scale it inwards. Just ever so slightly. Not too much. And then E for extrude again. And we'll just scale this all the way into the middle. And then we're going to bring this just at the side, just here. Now, this isn't very straight on this side. So I'm just going to move this outwards. Oops. Just S to scale. Bring this outwards a little bit. Just shape it up. Just a little bit more. And then this part right here. We're going to take the points. Go to the points just up here. And we're just going to scale this outwards. Oops. Yeah, scale outwards. Selects the face itself. And then squish it down. And then we're going to place this just here. So you should have something like this. So now we need to make this a little bit more circular. So I'm just going to make it a little bit wider. And then we'll get the sides just a little bit more circular on this side. So this one and this one. Scale outwards a little bit. And then this one and this one. Oops. Yeah. Scale inwards just a little bit. So we take this top right here, just scale this. Oops. Yeah. Okay. And then we're going to go with, I'm just going to scale this outwards and then G, move it up just slightly. Just move it across slightly and then E for extrude. And then we're going to go E for extrude again and then just scale it outwards. And then E for extrude all the way down. So we've kind of got this hole going on. Okay, so object mode, we want to shade that smooth. Should look something like this. I'm just going to undo that because I think maybe we could do a little bit better on the shading just as it is. So for the tab, we want to maybe go with a cube. I'm going to go with a plane actually. Press G, bring it up. Scale outwards, and then what we want to do, we're going to go edit mode, subdivide a couple of times, and what you want to do is make two holes in this. So you want a bigger hole on this side and maybe that kind of hole. Delete the faces, go into modifier, and I believe in modifier we could bevel this. Just round a little bit. Ah, come on. Let's go for edit mode. Press A. E for extrude. And then we'll take these just across here. Come on. And then just scale them in. Maybe press G, bring it back. E for extrude. Just scale that in a little bit more. press G, bring it back a little bit. And then we can take these little sides right here, just pull them up, press G, so it's kind of a little bit more circular. Just pull these back. I'm going to do the same to this side, just to make it a little bit more round. And we can also do it to this side as well. Just bring these round just here. And then we'll do it to the outer parts as well. Oops, I messed up. Okay, so we've kind of got this this basic kind of tab going on. Just gonna pull some of these vertices and angles just a little bit. Edges might be best. So then we'll place this on top of the can. And because it's open, we'll just give it a bit of an angle. So now we can shade this one smooth if you'd like. Make sure that your render engine is from Eevee to Cycles. So once we've got this, we can then change this into a sun, or you can add some advertising to this as well. Shift D, just to duplicate some lights. So on the outside of this, what we can actually do is go edit mode, and we can take from maybe here the faces, just press shift control just to select all of that, and we could go to the materials tab, press plus, new material will be the can itself, so we could do silver, make it slightly reflective, and then we could press plus, new, assign, and then we could go to we can make this black if you wanted to. So that would be where your label goes. For all of this, we've just kind of got this nice dull silver. We could change that to more of a shiny silver. A little bit more mirrored. So yeah, this is a basic can, really. For the underside of this can, we can take this, go to edit mode, take this face right here, E for extrude, and then just scale it inwards. So E for extrude, scale inwards, and then we've got that nice little bevel at the bottom of the can as well. So yeah, that's pretty much the tutorial really. I'll see you guys in the next one. Okay guys, welcome to the next tutorial. So today we're going to be making a bar stool. I'm just going to make the generic one, I think. Let me see. So we're going to start off with a cylinder and we're just going to work with the cylinder from there. So let's start this off. So we're going to go G, just bring that up a little bit because we're going to have to put the legs underneath. You want to go into edit mode. Control R. Just to kind of bring the middle out a little bit. What we're going to do is just select everything and just squish it down. So S for scale. Go along the Z axis. You know what, I'm just going to do a little bit of editing here. So S to scale down. I was going to put the vertices around the edge and then like pull them out. But to be honest with you, like you're going to get some weird calculations going on there is regards to how big things are. So I'm just going to do it like this. So squish your cylinder down a little bit. You got E for extrude, S for scale, just to go in, E for extrude, S to scale, E for extrude, S to scale. We just get that right in there. For the bottom, we're going to go E for extrude. And we're just going to split it out just a little bit. Then we're going to go E for extrude again. And that will be our cushion for the stool. So you're going to go back to object mode, add another cylinder. We're going to do the cylinders separately because it just makes sense to do it that way. So this is going to be the wooden part for your stool. Also, it gives us more opportunities to do different things with the materials rather than having to click a load of vertices. So I'm just going to do it as a little bit of a lip over the top. Just put that right there. So I'm going to right click and we're just going to shade this smooth. And then we're going to take this one and also shade this smooth. So when we get to the underside of the seat, go to edit mode, click the bottom. We're going to go E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale inwards, and then we're going to go E for extrude again, and then E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale it inwards, and that's going to be the basis for the wooden part. Now I'm just going to make the cushion a little bit taller, so we're going to go scale. I just scale it across the y-axis a little bit. And then, once we've got that, we're just going to add a little bit of texture to this one. I mean, you can add any texture that you want, but we're just going to go for a basic texture during this tutorial. So I'm going to make it maybe just like an orangey red. Pull the roughness up a little bit. And then the wood underneath. We'll go with brown for that one. And then we're going to do the legs, which is the easy part really. So cylinder again. Just stretch it out. And then what we're going to do is scale it in. And then stretch it out again so it's roughly the same size as a chair leg. Now, when you're doing stools, you can have them straight down, but generally they splay out a little bit. So we're just gonna pull this in, and it's dead center at the moment. So you know what? I can split this screen so I can show you guys. Press 1 on your number pad, I think it is. So, right, what you want to do is get this to the side as much as you can. So we're just gonna go there. We're going to make the first leg first, and then we'll do the rest of them. So, I believe... Hold on. Yes. So, press 7 on your number pad to look straight down. I'm just going to do the X-ray right here. Just change this to cycles so I can see a bit better. Right, so, you're going to want to press G. Just bring this down a little bit. So you want to spray it out splayed out. So press 1 on your number pad, rotate just slightly, just a slight rotation. So now it's going that way. So now we need to go the opposite side and just do a slight rotation on to that side as much as we can. And then we're going to try and put this back in its original position by coming to this one. So now we've got a leg that splays outwards. So now we want to do this on all sides. So we're going to do Shift D, which is going to duplicate. You want to right click, mirror. Now this might take a while because it's just kind of you can do X, I do Y. That's the opposite. I generally get mixed up with this because every time I press something, it's like, oh, I got that in the wrong position. So it's not Y. Let me see. I just want to like mirror it. Sorry, I got the wrong one here. It's a little fiddly. I think that's correct. Is it? I feel that's correct. Like something in the back of my mind is going like, that's not correct, but it looks correct. So I'm just going to put it again on the quarter here. So now, after all that's over and done with, we can actually go ahead, click both of them, hold down Shift D for duplicate, and then we're just going to mirror them again. Using the Z axis, I think. Yes, that looks right. And then just put them back. That's where they need to be. Although I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Right, we'll do it in another way. We'll do Shift D. Then we'll do a rotate and just put 180. And then just bring that to the edge there as much as you can. So now we've kind of got this this bar stool kind of stuff. I always get confused with the mirror modifiers, like, you know, it's like I go by Z and then it goes weird. So yeah, forgive me for that one. Right, so the colour on these ones, we're going to go to material, and we want a brown kind of colour, but to be honest with you, instead of doing that and trying to match the colours, we can just go to this material, we can just go bar, stool, lower, wood, yeah, so we can do that, and then we can do this to every single one. So all we need to look for now is bar, stool, lower. Yeah, add that to all of them. So now we've kind of got the basic bar stool shape. I'm just going to move these two out a little bit because they're not quite in the right position that I want them. Right, so now, oh, that's outside of it. Right, I think that's roughly right. Got some clipping going on. I'm just going to sort this out. Yeah, so now we can get with the cylinder. Add cylinder. We're going to rotate this one 90. So 90 on your number pad. Scale it down. Elongate it. And this is going to be the footrest for the bar stool. So I mean, you can make this as big or as short as you want. Just move that up there. Yeah, I think that should be right. My dog is messing around in the hallway, I don't know what he's doing, but sounds very ominous. Just make some adjustments to where you need that to be. And then we have the colour to this. We'll look at bar stool lower, and then Shift D to duplicate, and just bring it over to the other legs. And this part will really tell you if the other legs are in the right place as well. shift that back. So yeah, that's your basic bar stool. I mean, you can take these two and you could shift D and then rotate on your Z-axis 90 on your number pad. Scale those in a little bit. And there you have it, there's your basic bar stool. Actually kind of reminds me of one of those school pencils that we had in school, you know, the ones with the red rubbers at the end. Red erasers, whatever you want to call them, depending on where you come from, because that means something else in the States. But yeah, thank you for coming to this tutorial. I'll see you in the next one. Yeah, have a good day. Hi, welcome guys. So we've got the next Blender tutorial today. We're going to be doing kind of a public bathroom. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start off with the default cube. I'm just going to go ahead and press G, just bring it up. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a plane in first, scale this up, and then I'm just going to scale it across, because what we're going to do is we're going to make the bathroom floors first. And then we'll move on to the main project. So we might need to edit that a little later on, but when we get there, we'll get there. So we're going to take the default cube, and we're just going to scale this out. This is going to be the counter for the sink. Press G, bring it across, and then G, just bring it down, just ever so slightly just here. I'm just going to scale this in actually, just to get some size proportion going on right here. And then I'm going to go to the edit mode. I'm just going to Control R, loop cut this. So we've got a little bit of a quarter right here. Just quarter this out. And then we're going to go to faces. I'm just going to go E for extrude. Make a little bit of a lip at the bottom. And then from here, what we're going to do, we will go ahead and add a cylinder in. Let's rotate this by 90. Scale it out. So this is actually going to be an emission piece, so a little bit of lighting that's going on underneath. So I'm just going to go ahead and place this just underneath the cabinet, just as so. Scale it down as much as you need, scale it across as much as you need. I'm just going to sit it right here. So scale it down just slightly. And I'm going to place it to the back. Okay, so once we've got this, we're going to go to material, click new, and this will be the underlighting. Let's put this as kind of like orange white. I'm just going to put OW at the end. We'll change the principal BSDF to the emission. And we're just going to turn this up a little bit. Now, what we want to do, so the sinks that I'm kind of looking at making are kind of these oval sinks, so we'll make those just to begin with. So we're going to start off with a cylinder. Actually, no, we'll scratch that. Go to mesh. We'll go to circle. Press G just to bring it up. Just place it on top of the cabinet just here, and we'll do kind of a size comparison. So with these little bowls that we're having for the sinks, we're just going to scale these down just slightly, so they've got a little bit of a base. We're going to go with edit mode, press F for fill. We're going to go E for extrude, scale this outwards, E for extrude, scale this outwards, E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude, scale outwards, and you just want to make like a little bowl kind of thing. And then we'll go E for extrude, E for extrude. Now come in just slightly on this one. And then we go get E for extrude, don't move it, and then we'll scale this one just inwards, just slightly. So we have this kind of appearance. E for extrude again, scale it inwards, and then we're going to press G and just start bringing it into the bowl a little bit. Now, what you can do, you can use X-ray on this so you can see what's going on, oops, on the inside. So we're just going to go, I'm going to press 1 on the number pad. And we can just come to here. We're going to go E for extrude. Bring it down to here. E for extrude. Scale it inwards. E for extrude. Scale it inwards. E for extrude. Scale it inwards. E for extrude. And then we're just going to go ahead and scale this one inwards just to the bottom right there. So this will be the principle of our kind of hand bowl that we've got. Right click, shade smooth. Just take off the X-ray just for one moment. So what I want to do with this actually is scale it outwards just slightly. So it's a little bit too small for our cabinet. So I'm just going to go ahead and scale this up just again. We're going to put the taps from the wall there. So we're going to go one sink here, and then we'll have one sink here and one sink here. So Shift D. Oops. Maybe we could go 5. No, let's go 3. I'll go 4. 3.5. Yeah, okay. Let's go 3.5. 3.5. So I've got to do all the taps 3.5 as well. So now we have these lovely little bowls going on. We can actually scale this downwards just a little bit. Make sure that your lighting's still underneath. Just place that just there. Okay, so take this plane right here. What's the Shift D? Duplicate it out. Rotate this by 90. Scale it down. And then press G, bring it back, and then bring it up. So this is the back wall of our creation. So at this point we want to make some taps, some mirrors. So it's 3.5 the distance between all of them. So what we can do is we can actually, let's see, I'm just trying to look at the notes that I've got in here. Let's go with a cylinder. Press G, bring it up. Scale it down. I'm just going to scale this across because these are quite unique taps that we're using. Shade smooth. And what you want to do is just elongate it just slightly. So this part right here is actually going to be cut off by the wall. We're going to bury it halfway through the wall. So the next part that we want to do is go ahead and add a cylinder to your creation. Rotate it sideways, so we want to go 90. And from here I'm just going to bring it up so you can see what's going on. Edit mode. Take this part right here. So we want to make a little bit of a tap on the end of it. So we're just going to go E for extrude. We can go scale this inwards a little bit. E for extrude, scale inwards. So you've got this nice little bevel coming off the edge. And then we can go E for extrude again. Just to here. And then we can go with the... Let me see. What can we go with? Maybe we could go with circle. Just come down here to the bottom. I'm just going to go ahead and turn off my screencasting keys so you guys can see. So you got vertices 32. If we put this as vertices 6, just on the side there, and then we can work with this. So I'm just going to turn back on the screencasting keys. Press G, bring it up. We're going to rotate this by 90 degrees. Press G. And then bring it to the front of your creation right here. Go to edit mode. Press F. We go E for extrude. And then E for extrude again. We'll scale this inwards just slightly. E for extrude. Scale inwards. And then from this point on we're going to go E for extrude. So it's all the way in. E for extrude again. Scale inwards. E for extrude again. Scale inwards. And then we're going to go with the outside right here. So basically what it is, we're going to do a different colour for each tap. So this one, if we shade this smooth, we can edit this in a moment. Or maybe we could just scale this down just slightly. G. just place it to the end right there. So this tap right here, we want a blue one and we want a red one. Because I come from the United Kingdom and that's how our taps are. We do have dual taps, but for this particular piece we're going to make the traditional red and blue. So just select around the outside right here. And you want to go to the materials tab, go to new, go to red, assign. So now if we go onto here, oops, that's not what I wanted. So the original material should be there. If you press plus, then assign, then new, and then we can change this down to red. So the original material we could actually have as maybe kind of a almost dark, kind of metallic colour. Take down the roughness a little bit, and then you could take this dark metallic colour right here. You can put this as tap. You have these little rustic taps. This one right here, we can do the go onto the materials tab, select tab, tap even. So if you take these two, just shift and click them both and then duplicate. Take this one, and where you've got the red right here, we go into edit mode. So this one is selected now. We can press plus, new, assign, and then this one will be the blue one. So now we have two taps with different tones to them. So this part right in the middle, that's a little bit too small for my liking. Just going to bring this over. So this will be the main tap itself. So if you press 7, you can see how straight these are. I'm just going to elongate that just slightly, bring it to the back. And then we can change this to the tap as well. So if we now take all 5 objects without clicking the background, we can shrink these down, and we can press G, bring these to the back, and place them over the top of each tap. Now this might be a little bit fiddly for your first time of doing this, so scale them down. You just want to sit them just over the top right there. If you press 1 on the number pad, you can see straight ahead. You just want them there. Now you notice that these bowls are actually floating as well, so I'm just going to go ahead and press G and bring this up so that everything is flush. No pun intended. Right, so once we've got these taps in order, select everything that you've just made, and then we're going to go Shift D, and it should be 3.5, and it should sit right over the tap of the other one. If it doesn't, make the adjustments where you need it. So we go Shift D and then type in 3.5 on the number pad, and the tap should be in the exact same place. So what we need now is we need a mirror. So I'm going to go with cylinder again. Now you can do mirrors in two ways. You can make an entire mirror on its own, but it won't be perfectly straight, or you can make a cylinder backdrop and then put a mirror into the cylinder. So what we'll do, we'll make the backdrop first and then we'll put the mirror into the cylinder. So what you want to do, just let's go with G, just making objects like this, elongated on one side, a little bit thinner in the middle. We will go with edit mode. Take this face, we'll go E, scale inwards, and then we're going to go E and then drop it down, and then maybe scale inwards just slightly. And then what we want to do is we want to take a circle. Now you might need to readjust the circle a little bit, because you remember last time that we had we changed the vertices on this circle, so you're going to have to improve the circle a little bit. So 60 to 61 is pretty good. Press G, bring it up, And then you just want to make this roughly the same size as your frame. And we want to go into edit mode, and we're just going to press F for fill. Object mode again. Scale it downwards. We're going to go to new material, and this will be mirror. So on this one we can make this metallic, take down the roughness. So we should have something like this. And now we can see that we do have this mirror appearing just here because we can see the wall. The outer frame, if you take this one, shade smooth, and you could put the same texture as tapped for the moment if you wanted to, or you can make a new texture. You can press new. We can make this kind of a gold if you wanted to. Make it metallic. Take down the roughness. Once we've done that, let's go back to regular mode. Select them both. Rotate 90, and then you want to rotate by 90, and then if you turn it around, you want to rotate by 180. Press G, bring it over. So with these, you can put these straight up over the top. So if we press G, put this over the first sink, and we press 1, should be able to just get this in the right position, just right there. And if we Shift D, duplicate it 3.5, and then we can go ahead and Shift D, duplicate again, and we can go 3.5. Now I can't see this this edit under here for some reason. Ah, they're all behind, that's what's up. Right, okay, so if we select all these ones again, that was my bad. Take off the X-ray mode, and then we just bring these forward, press G. So now, in theory, we should have 3 mirrors, 3 sinks. And for some reason we don't have any mirror in that one. Why don't we have? Oh, okay. It didn't pick it up properly. Right, so just take these two. Sorry, I'm having a moment. And just place them where they need to be. So now we should have 3 mirrors, 3 sinks. Just right there. And a little bit of underlighting. So, as regards to the floor, we are going to do some little carpets, I think, and we'll do some woodwork on the floor as well. For the walls, we'll do some bricks. So if we go to the shading tab, just place that right there, and we click new. We take these two and we go to add, and we go to brick. So brick texture, color to base color. We now get the brick coming through. The bricks are a little bit wide, so I'm just going to put that down just a little bit. You can just bring those up, bring them down, whatever you need. So, from this point on, just going to go ahead and edit the mortar size actually. So maybe 0.1. Sorry, yeah. Mortar size at 0.01. I think that would look best. Let's go to the bump node. Place a bump in. Add to the height. So now this will pop out of the wall. Let's add a colour ramp. I think I did something wrong here. Okay, so we've got the colour ramp, we've got the wall, we've got this one. I think I might add some noise texture. I think that's what I'm missing. So colour 2, colour 1. Just improve the noise texture a little bit. There we go. So now we've got some texture upon these tiles. So with the tiles as well, we can actually turn up the metallic. And then we can improve the white as well. So this bias that we have right here, you can turn this up, you can turn this down if you want to, so that they're all uniform. Scale this up, take the roughness down if you want to, or take it up. So now we have this kind of nice textured wall in the back. So if we render it, this is what it will look like. So we're going to put some lighting up here as well. Let's see. So with this one, the floor, we can go new, and we can go add, and we can go brick texture. Colour to base colour. See what this looks like rendered. I'm just going to improve the brick width just a little bit, so these look like floor, less like floor tiles and more like floorboards. Just put that up right there. And then we're going to go to add colour ramp. Right in the middle right here. We'll add a brown to these, and we'll kill that bias actually. We'll take that bias out. Just move this across. And then again we'll go with add a white noise. I think it's noise. Yeah, I'm going to go with noise. Onto the first ones. And now we have this kind of beautiful kind of knotting going on. So we're also going to add a bump just in here. So colour to height. So now we can have this just at the bottom, but I don't quite like the way that this is planned out. I think what I might do actually is remove the brick texture, put the noise to the height, and then we'll build individual floorboards on top of this. I think that would look so much better. So with the individual floorboards, we could put like a little bit of gravel underneath. So yeah, let's add a cube, scale this across, scale this down, and then we're just going to scale it down again. Press G, bring it over, just make a little border just before here, and we're going to have some of that gravel underneath. So just place this one here, go to 7, Shift D, and we can move this across. So now we're going to make a little floorboard. So I'm just going to remove that and just place a new texture onto this one. Maybe go with something like that. Shift D, bring it over. And then we're going to go Shift D, and then we'll bring it over on this side. So we take these three, Shift D, duplicate them down, and then G, just bring them across as so. And then we can just take this, and we can repeat the pattern just underneath. This gives us a little bit more to work with. And then in these gaps we can go ahead and just start filling these in. Just at the sides. And you can select multiple if you want to do this with. Shift D, and then just come across. It doesn't matter if it comes off the outside, we can fix that afterwards. So with these ones, where we're going inwards, so we want to go Shift D, just bring it up. We want to actually scale this one down. Just bring that across. So we can be roughly just there. And then take this one, Shift D, move this one just about here. So it should just match up with the pattern of tiling that we've got. This one, move it up. And then we can take these ones and just place them at the back. Oops, we got a break in the pattern there. We want this one, 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 this one. And just place that one roughly at the back there. So it's got this nice little pattern going on. So I'm just going to place the camera right here. So we're going to go view and then view, align view, active camera to view. Press G, bring it back. So now we should have this lovely scene right here. So now you've got a little bit of light pollution going on right here. This is because this light right here shouldn't exist. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete that. So this is the light that we're currently working with. We want to add the ceiling. And on the ceiling we're going to add a little bit more light and a little bit more ambience to the actual room. What I'm going to do, so if we just remove that, I'll just pull this to the side. Get rid of these screencasts. Oops. Get rid of this screencast kind of thing. Right. So at this point we want to go to edit mode. Control R. Just going to press G, bring it across. And then I'm going to go Control R again. Just to here. And then I'm going to select this face. I'm just going to go G, bring it forward, so we've got a little bit of a wall just at the side here. So it should look something like this. Now from this point on, we can do some lighting in the top. So let's get a. I'm just gonna do a regular cube actually. Put a regular cube. Bring it across, scale it across, then G, bring it down. Just make sure that it sits over the sinks. And then I'm going to go to edit mode. Just take the end face right here, press G, and then just move this across. So now we've got this nice little cabinet going on. So for the lighting itself, I'm going to go with cylinders. Scale this down. Press G, bring it up. G, bring it across. And then G, just place it where you need it to be. Scale down. Preferably, if you press 1, try and get this light just above all of these stations right here. So just above this one. We'll change this in a moment. So this is the outside of the light emission that we're going to have. So just right click, click shade, go to edit mode, take this bottom edge right here, E for extrude, don't move it, scale it inwards, and then we're going to go E for extrude at the bottom, and we'll go to new material. So this will be the original material, so we want this as silver, metallic. and then we're going to press plus, assign, new, and then this one will be the emission. So principal BSDF, take it to emission, and then we're going to turn this up. So don't forget to click assign, go to object mode, press 1, so we've got that side view going on. We're going to go Shift D, and as usual 3.5 to bring this over, Shift D, and then we'll go 3.5 to bring this over again. And now we should have this little lit kind of bit. So that's the side on view, just 1 second, so that you guys can see that, and then I will make this view a little bit bigger. So now we've got this kind of underlighting, overlighting kind of thing going on. To make the strength on these overlights a little bit bigger, we're just going to go ahead and just turn up the strength right here. Now with these ones, we could actually have these as kind of a yellowy orange, kind of offset the room a little bit. So now we've got some nice lighting, some nice bowls. So these bowls, actually, I want them porcelain. So I'm just going to make this, let's go porcelain. Make them slightly metallic. And then take the roughness down, so that they kind of glow a little bit. And then take this bowl at the side, go down to porcelain in the drop down menu. Make that the same material, and this third one, we'll make this the same material as well. So let's see, porcelain. So now we have this, the render's not gone all the way through, but now we have this nice little bathroom kind of scene going on. So, what we could do from here is we could put some little shelving units just here. We could also put a little shower block kind of thing right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the shower block part just at the back. Just turn off these from render at the moment. So take this right here, edit mode, and you want to take this wall right here. We're going to go we're going to go E for extrude, bring it to the back, and then I'm going to take this and just press G and just bring it forward just slightly. So for the shower itself, we could do, let me see, let's put in a cube, scale it outwards, scale it down, press G, bring it over, scale it down again. Just get it so that it's in the corner. We're going to go edit mode, take the top here, E for extrude, scale it inwards, and then E for extrude, and then just pull it down, and then scale it inwards just slightly. For the sides of this, we're going to go with add cube, scale this up, scale it down, and then press G, bring it over. Just bring it up, and then we can duplicate this in multiple ways. So if we just do elongate this, we've not got a ceiling yet, so it doesn't really matter where it's going to sit. I'm just going to go new material, just change this to black, and maybe make it slightly metallic. Shift D, and then Shift D into the opposite corners as well. So we want to do frosted glass from the bottom and then clear glass at the top kind of thing. Or maybe frosted in the middle and clear. So what we're going to do, go to mesh, plane, rotate this 90, scale it upwards, press G, and then we're going to place this just inside of the panes where the shower is. So So, you know, I'm going to actually rotate this by 90 on this side as well. Press G, bring it over. Scale it out just slightly and then sit it where you need it to be. Make sure that it's touching the frame on either side. So with this, we need to go to edit mode. We're going to go to Control R. Oops. Realise you can't see that. Control R. Roll it just once or twice with your scroll wheel. Take this part right here. We're going to go new and we'll go with glass. So if we put this onto render right here, we can now see the original is just plain glass. If we press plus, assign, and new, the material now changes. So now we have a different material right here. So I'm going to change it from Principled BSDF to glass. And then I'm just going to put the roughness up. Go to the original material, or the first one that you made, and take the roughness down. So now you should end up with this kind of shower thing, but I don't like this original material because this should be clear glass. But there's no reflection. I like working with Principled BSDF. So if we change this one to Principled BSDF, turn up the metallic all the way, and then we're going to go ahead and just pull the alpha down. As such. So now we've got this little reflection going on, we've got this glass. What we want to do is take this pole right here, place it at the bottom and place it at the top. So we come off the render mode, Shift D, rotate this by 90, scale inwards, press G, bring it down, and then we're going to go press Shift D and then we just can bring it up. So it kind of blocks off the shower bit just a little bit. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually add a plane for the ceiling just above. So it just sits just there. So now what we should have is this kind of outlook on a bathroom, which they are pretty big tiles, I will admit. I don't know, I guess it could be kind of a sauna kind of thing as well. We could put a sauna in the back there if you wanted to. Since it's a public kind of bathroom, we could kind of add another shower on this side maybe. A couple of more cubicles, like a little washroom kind of thing. Maybe a bit of a doorway just here leading off to somewhere else. That could look pretty cool. Maybe some benches. Maybe that's what we're missing. We're missing benches. Put another wall here. Some benches. A couple of other showers just coming out at the back. We also need a shower head just coming in here. So if we go back to the regular render kind of thing, we can go with a cylinder actually. Let's go with this cylinder. Let's press G, bring it over, scale it in. You can kind of make a little pipe going up. Just make sure that that's at the back of your creation. Doesn't come out of the back, should I say. And then we could go ahead and make this black. And then we could go ahead and add, say, a cube. For the shower itself. Just elongate this, scale it down. Maybe it's one of those showers where you could only press it for a couple of seconds before it finally goes off. Press the face at the bottom here, E for extrude, scale it, and then E for extrude again. We could scale that in, and then E for extrude for the button. And we could take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 faces, I think. We could go new, plus, assign, new, and then change this to black. And then right click, shade smooth. Actually, we can change this to red. Change this to red. Kind of a red maroon type colour. Okay, so now that we've got that, we need to make the kind of shower head, or maybe we could do something from the ceiling. So we could do the pipe going up and all the electrics, and then we could have this kind of shower head coming down. So if we take this pipe, just shade it there, balloon it, scale it down, G, make sure that it's in the middle, roughly. And we can do edit. Take the end part here, E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude, and then scale outwards. Maybe that's a bit too big for a shower head, but we could pull that in a bit. And then E for extrude, scale inwards, E for extrude, and then scale inwards again. And then we can press G, just bring it up just slightly, and then scale inwards. And we can take all of this that we've just made. Let's see, select all of that, press plus, new, assign, and we're going to go with a shiny silver. So turn up your metallic, turn down your roughness a little bit. So now we have the shower head, shade smooth. So now we've got a full shower right there. I'm just going to go ahead and duplicate this wall just onto the side right here, because I'm going to take this wall. Let's go to edit mode, press G, and we're just going to bring this back to this point. I'm going to take every single object that I've just made, we're going to duplicate it across apart from these. So when we go to object mode, we'll take this one, we'll take this one, we'll take this one, we'll take the base, we'll take this, and this. Let me think. So you know what I actually think? Let's miss out these ones. So we'll take this one, we'll take this one, we'll take this one, we'll take the base, we'll take the shower, we'll take all of these attachments, we'll go Shift D and bring it across. So now that's a separate cubicle, and we can go Shift D again, and we can bring this one across. So now this one's cut halfway through a wall, so what we want to do, click this wall, go to edit mode, press G, bring it back. So we now have a hole in the floor. I'm going to go to object mode, take this one, this one, this one, and this one. Shift D, bring it across, and we're just going to place it right here. And then make the bathroom ceiling a little bit longer. A little bit out right there. And we said something about benches, and we also said something about having a little doorway right here. So if we select this wall right at the back, we can go to edit mode. We can Shift R, go here, place a loop cut just right here at the floor, and then we can place another one right here and another one right here. And so at this part we can take this little face right here and we can go E for extrude and just extrude this outwards. So we can actually do showers on the opposite side as well. We can go from object mode, let's select everything that we have right here. So all of the little attachments, all of the little barrier pieces just at the back. You can go box select if you want to, and then deselect things. So let's deselect that. Let's deselect that. By deselecting, it's just double click on whatever it is that you didn't want. So let's Shift D. Rotate this by 180. So now we've got some nice little shower cubicles at the side right here. We can take this wall and we can start wrapping it around this side. So if we go to edit mode, take this face right here, just all the faces on this side. We can go G, bring it over. Go E for extrude across the side. Just mind out where your camera is. So this flooring that we've got right here, we can actually look at this from underneath, as well as on top. We can go to object mode again, and all you want to do is just continue the flooring from where you started off. So just take these three, Shift D, move it across, and then place it just there. So this background right here, the original flooring, just scale it up just slightly, and then just bring it across. So now we kind of have this nice little bathroom going on, little shower room. If it ever loads in, you'll notice that the lighting's a little bit bad at the back. We can fix that afterwards, and give this little bit of a corridor some light as well. Oh goodness. So the lighting, we can take these little lights that we had right here, and we can go Shift D, duplicate them over, and we can actually place them in the ceiling. So let's see what that one looks like. So I'm actually going to take these ceiling lights. I'm going to do a little bit of an edit. So let's change the emission. So let's press plus. We'll go assign again because it's already selected. We'll go new, and then we'll change this to emission. I'm going to change it to a different emission because I'd like to mess around with the lighting outside of the sink so it's not all uniform. So we can actually take this and we can make this a little bit brighter. We can go Shift D, just move it across, so maybe we can put this at 5. And then we can go Shift D, put this one at 5. And then we can go Shift D again. Oops. So Shift D, move it down, we can go 20. Sorry, let's go -20. Shift D, let's go 5 again, just to even that out. I think we've got one just at the back here somewhere. But I just go into regular mode. Yeah, we do. Okay, so with this one we go -5. And then we can go -5. And then maybe we could do some underlighting for the showers and stuff like that, so we could actually improve that. So we could go Shift D, and then we're going to go -5. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring this in just to the end, so that when we've got the lighting in here, we should now, in theory, have enough lighting to be able to light all these cubicles as well. So we can just pull the light a little bit. You could also take all of these and we can put them to this side as well, so you've got 2 runs of lights. Let's see. So let's go on regular mode for one moment. Just select all of these lights. Just double click anything that's that you don't want. Oh, come on. It's not playing ball. Right, I just double click that roof off. Let's go Shift D. And we can just move them across onto this side. And then we could go Shift D again, move them across onto this side. But for the ones that are in front of the sink, we could get rid of these. So I'm just going to go ahead, just remove those actually to just about there, I think. Maybe just about there. So let's get rid of these ones that are in front of the sink. Delete. That one's halfway through a shower block. We don't want that. These two are kind of halfway through shower blocks as well. So I'm going to press Control Z, undo what I did. Take these 3 lights and let's press G, bring them into the middle. And then I'm going to get rid of this light at the end. So what we should have now is something like this. When it loads in. I'm just going to move that back wall back a little bit as well, I think. And then maybe we could do some benches as well. Maybe somewhere to store some stuff. Little sports benches, I guess you would call them. And then we need the lights. We need some lighting in here as well. So I'm just going to take one of these lights. Just Shift D, move it across. And then just place it into this false corridor that you made right here. G, bring it down. And I'm going to actually put 2 of these in here. So to give it a bit more light. So when we're done with that, we should have something like this. There's somewhere else that people can walk, people can go. Quite a clean place. So I'm going to go ahead and take this wall right here. We're going to go to Edit. And I'm just going to go ahead and move this wall back just slightly. I just don't like the positioning of this one. So I'm just going to go roughly there. Object mode. And then what we should have is this. So now the flooring's a little bit incomplete around the sides. So this needs to be expanded a little bit. Just outwards. So now we've got a bit more of a floor. I would say some more benches in here as well. Let's make the benches. So to make your benches, I'm actually going to take a floorboard. Press Shift D. What we could do, scale this down. Oops. Don't do that. Shift D, duplicate. Shift D, duplicate. Just to put it into perspective there. I'm going to add these with a new material. So I'm just going to go Edit. Now we're going to go Edit Mode, New Material. This will be Bench. And we'll just make this colour a little bit darker. Add the metallic up just a little bit. And then go to Object Mode, take this one. Go down to the drop down. Change it to Bench. Go to this one, go down to the drop down, change it to Bench. And then this third one, go down to the drop down, change it to Bench. Oops, this one, that one. Yeah, okay, so now that we have the little bench going on, I'm just going to Shift D, duplicate this one. Scale it down. Oops, scale it down on this side. Scale it across on this side, and we're just going to scale it up so it's kind of a block. Press G, bring it across, and then we're going to bring it to here. And then we'll scale it up a little bit. And then we'll press, we'll just leave a little bit of overhang. Shift D, bring it across, and then select all of these items that we've just created. Bring this into the scene. We can make this a little bit bigger actually for a bench, and then just go ahead, just move this over to where it needs to be, just there. Okay, so let's go to edit right here, just take these faces up on the side. Oops, not that one. So just all these faces right here. We'll press G, we'll bring it in. I don't know where my camera is. Can that even see? Just about. It can just about see. Bring this one in as well. And we can go E for extrude and then just kind of close it in a little bit just before the camera. So the camera can see in. But the room's sealed off from any external lighting that could appear. So I'm just going to go ahead and just alter the camera a little bit. Just press G, bring it forward. Let's go with G right here, and I'm just going to go rotate around just slightly, and then I'll adjust the walls as needed. Maybe we could just go there, and then let's see, just move that back a little bit, and then this wall right here, just move it out of the way of the camera. So select the wall, the faces that you need on the outside, and just bring this back so that it just curves around the camera. Just as so. So now what we should have, if we go back to object mode, is a nice little posh bathroom for a swimming pool. Yeah, I think that's really it for the editing today. Oh, I missed a sink. Look at this, look. And then we have this one sink that's not porcelain. Oh, glad I noticed that. Let's change this to porcelain. Yes. Tisk. Right, so yeah, that's our kind of swimming pool bathroom tutorial. I hope you guys enjoyed. Please like, subscribe, or follow me depending on where you're viewing this. Yeah, and give us a share. Thank you for watching. I'll see you later. Hi everyone, welcome to another Blender tutorial. So last time we did a wine glass. Today we're going to try and do a beer glass. Now, we had a few glitches with the last version of Blender, and I'm not too sure what happened, but we're going to retry. I've reset everything, and hopefully we're going to get somewhere with this one. So I'm going to teach you how to make a beer glass today. Even if you've got the fundamental basics, I guess you could experiment with your model better than I could, because yeah, I don't know what happened last time, but we're going to go ahead and delete the default cube. I'm just going to go ahead and get the keystrokes on here for you, so you guys can see what's going on. Alright, so we're going to do the typical thing with the circle. We're going to start with the circle. Just scale it outwards. And then, as routine, I will split the screen so you guys can see what's going on in side mode. If you'd like to have side mode yourself, press 1 on your number pad, and we can see just the bottom of the circle there. So what we're going to do, come over here, go to edit mode, and beer glasses, they're kind of flat at the bottom, but they do have a little bit of a curve. So what we're going to do, press F to fill, E for extrude. Now what you're going to do is just scale inwards just scale very slightly inwards, and that's what we're going to leave it as. Just leave it at that. We can edit this later on. Now we're going to select all of the sides, the edge selections around the outside. So press Shift, Control, and then just start clicking around the edge until you've selected absolutely everything. E for extrude. Now you want to go smooth around the edges as per usual. E up. I tend to find that beer glasses are quite smooth. Just scale it out a little bit. Then we're just going to go up, and then we kind of have smoothness, and then we'll come up into the main bit, and then we'll come out at the top. So you are going to want to go roughly here, scale them with slightly, just gives you the base of the beer glass. E for extrude, and then very slowly just curve that upwards. I say roughly about there. I'm just going to move this down for you so you can see. Right, now here's the tricky part. If you're not good with your shading and your shaping, so to speak, you want to get it so that it curves just slightly, and then it comes up and it comes out. So press the E, and we're just going to go upwards just slightly. S outwards to scale, should I say. So beer glasses, what you'll have is the base is quite small. The top of the beer glass exceeds the base space, if that makes sense. So it's slightly bigger at the top than it is at the bottom. And that's due to the bulge. So the bulge comes outwards, and then the top will match the base. So you've got kind of like, it's kind of like an S shape coming outwards. So we're just going to scale this. I'm going to go E. Scale this outwards. Pretty sure we can do that from there. Just get the side on. E. Scale outwards. You might need a few layers for this one. E. Scale outwards. E. Scale outwards. E. Scale outwards. You get where I'm going with this. And then we're just going to bring this back in a little bit. I'm just going to put another vertices right here. So that's Control R, just to loop cut that. Just scale it just slightly. And then I'm going to come back here, click on the top, E for extrude, and then this is going to be quite smoothly done. So we're going to go quite tall, scale inwards, E, scale inwards. That gives us a rough shape. Now, these tend to have a little bit of a lip to them. So we're just going to go E, move it up a little bit, scale outwards just slightly, E, we're going to go E again, scale inwards, E, but don't move it. We're going to go scale inwards so it goes straight across, E again, we're going to go G, down, just slightly, scale it inwards. I'm just going to go back on one there. I'm just going to go X-ray mode as well so we can see on the inside. I would suggest that you do the same. So toggle X-ray. This will allow you to see on the inside. Excuse me. So what we're going to do now is E, and then we're going to go straight down into the glass. Now you want to make it thin at the top, thin-ish. And then at the bottom we're going to get a little bit thicker. So E again, scale outwards, make sure your inside doesn't exceed your outside, because otherwise your inside's going to be on your outside and it's not going to look good. E again. Try and follow the vertices that you've already put down. Scale inwards. E. Scale inwards. E. Scale inwards. You know where we're going with this. Scale that. And just keep going until you're at the bottom of the glass. Primarily. Oh, why are we not scaling? There we go. Right, now, when you get down to the bottom of the glass, it's quite thick at the bottom. It's got quite a thick stand to it. So, you want to parallel your glass alongside that. And they don't tend to be very curved at the bottom. They tend to be very, very sawn off, I guess, the way that I could describe that. Right, I'm just going to do mine like that. It just kind of stops abruptly. It doesn't curve like a wine glass. It just stops. So now we've got this part. So object mode. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to press A to select everything. Right click, subdivide. You can subdivide this as many times as you want. And then I'm going to go right click and click smooth. So now when you subdivide, it's supposed to be pretty smooth, but my one hasn't. So what I'm going to do, unsubdivide some of that. I just want to show you how this works, basically. And then we will shade smooth. So I want to do some editing on this because I don't think that I got the glass quite right. So I'm just going to press 1, X-ray mode. I'm looking at my reference photo here thinking that doesn't look anything like it. So I'm just going to elongate this a little bit. Smooth that down. Let's see. And then make this a little bit shorter. It's okay to edit if you need to afterwards, and then I'm going to loop cut here. Just scale it outwards a little bit. Yeah, that looks much better from when I had it prior. So to do this select thing, click the left side, and then we're going to go like that, and just drag it across. The left clicker, whatever you want to call it. Right, so let's go to render mode. We're going to change this to cycles. We're also going to put down a plane so you guys can see what's going on. I'm going to move the lighting so that it's above and not to the side. You guys don't need to do this, I'm just doing this to show you. Okay, so we're going to take the glass now. Go to the materials tab, click new. And then we're going to go to glass. So now you've got a roughness scale. Turn your roughness scale down. If we go into the rendered mode, we can see what this looks like. Now, you notice that this glass has quite thick sides at the side. You want to go for the IOR and just make adjustments as you need them. You might need to type in some adjustments as well. But now you can generally see the outline of the glass. Now if we go to this tab here, which is the object tab, we go to shading, we've got cast shadow caustics and we've got receive shadow caustics. Now you can use these and basically it will make the glass look a little bit more detailed, and also you can go here and click on your background, cast shadow caustics. It just makes everything look a little bit more real. So I don't believe the lighting's very good for this. So let's see, what do we have in lighting way? We just have a spotlight, don't we? Just turn that up a little bit. Sorry, I'm like right next to the microphone there. RIP headphone users. I should type this in. You guys are just hearing. I'm so sorry. the only problem when your microphone's not really got a stand. You can make sun and you can make a spotlight if you'd like, but that's basically how you make glass. I'm sure you guys with your backgrounds and stuff could rustle something up. It's a little bit more detailed than that one. Let's see. I just want to try something. Line out settings. Nope. Let's turn that roughness down a little bit. Yeah, I think roughly that'd be okay. That'd be okay. I could have done so much better with it, but yeah, that's the basic premises of making a beer glass. So let's get rid of this one. Let's go for camera on this side, view, active camera. I just place that there, and then we can continue with the modelling on this side. So I'm just going to scale this outwards just a little bit more. So you can actually put trees in here and bushes and stuff like that. I'll show you how to do that. Excuse me. So now we want to add a wall. It's just going to be a basic wall. We're just going to put a plane in there, rotate it 90 degrees, scale it across somewhat and scale it upwards. Maybe we'll have it at that distance. Also with this camera, just put the end at maybe 200 meters or more, so that we can see what's going on in the distance. So what I'm going to do is have like a little bit of an archway and some pillars running down here. So I'm going to go to add, and we're going to go to cube. We're going to go G. Place the cube on top of the pillar, and then we are just going to scale it down just a little bit so that the pillar kind of fits in with the cube. And then, you know, I'm going to edit this a little bit as well. So edit, we're just going to E for extrude, and then scale it inwards at the sides. And then just E, I think. So I'm just going to move this up a little bit. And then what I'm going to do is just elongate it. So S for scale, just elongate it against that axis. Now we're going to want these pillars to come onto the other side as well, so I'm just going to go ahead and select all these pillars, and I'm also going to select the pylon that's above, and we're going to go Shift D and just bring them across, but these pillars are going to go halfway through the wall as if someone's just kind of renovated it. So now what we want to do is we want to make pillars between each one of these. So what we're going to do, Shift D. Oops, we just want the pylon on top. So Shift D, we're going to rotate it by 90 degrees, scale it down, and then for every one of these pillars that we have, we're just going to place this right on top. So what we could actually do, if we get all the calculations correct, actually, we could press 1, we could press -1. So if we get it just right, and then we press Shift D, and then we press, was it 5 or 50 or something? Yeah, we just slowly it kind of sticks. So then we could duplicate this, and then we could press 10, and then that'll be on the next set of rows. Press G, just move those across slightly. Now if we select all 4, and then we Shift D and press 50 or maybe 40, if it works. We can get them onto these pylons as well. So I'm just gonna go ahead and you know what, I'm gonna press 10. Oh, sugar. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that one. So select them all, press Shift D, and I mean you could just literally place them on top at this point. And there we go, we got a full row. I'm just going to adjust those a little bit. Okay, so once you got this full row going on, we can add like a little sun, I guess. So do we have a light? I think we do have a light in the scene. Yes, we do. Right, so I'm just going to delete this light off. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to put a sun in. I'm going to make sure that the render engine is cycles, because that's what we're working with. We're going to add. We're going to go sun. Bring that across. I just realised something. Screencast keys. Why are the screencast keys not there? Oh, that's weird. That was ticked. I swear that was ticked. Hopefully you followed along. So yeah. Let's go elongate these ones a little bit. You gotta get the shadows correct. Sorry about that. So hopefully you guys already know the controls by now. So we're gonna I'm gonna continue keeping it on there, but hopefully you guys know what you're doing. So because I'm talking you through it anyway, like E and S for select and all that kind of stuff. So the lighting, excuse me, as regards to the lighting, we can now change it. So you can have it as a dawn. It'll rotate. Computer's kind of slowing down a little bit. Come on. You kind of have it as this kind of dawn that's going on. These very long shadows. Kind of very nighttime-y kind of look. So we can actually tint this, maybe like a blue or something, or we could do a yellow, like a dusk feel to it, or even a dawn feeling, really. Yeah, I like that one. Okay, so as regards to your backdrop, we could do some shader tab kind of things with that. The floor also, we could do shader tabs with that. I'm just going to go ahead and set the shader tab up so that I can show you guys what I mean by that. But first, we're going to add a plane just on top here. So we can catch some of these shadows and get some darker patches on this. Oh yeah, my computer's being super slow right now. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to elongate this building a little bit. Before doing anything else, so Shift D, and we could roughly just get it in place over here by eye if you wanted to. Oops. Okay. So you see we got these intersecting vertices right here. So all you need to do is just click on these two walls and just delete them. When my computer allows me to do it. There we go. Right, so delete this one. And delete this one. We can take this vertices right here, this face right here, this face right here. Oh, come on. Are we just going to scale them? Press J just to realign everything. So then we've got this this kind of huge corridor kind of thing going on. So outside right here, you can see there's a lot of blanks for the sky and stuff like that. We could change that in the shading tab, but for first and foremost, I want to extrude this so that we've kind of got a set of steps in a way coming down. So E for extrude. Then I'm just going to go across, rotoscope that, Control R, so that we kind of got this divide going on at the bottom, and then we're going to go E for extrude, and I'm just going to extrude that outwards. So we've got another plane in the background right here. So what you're going to want to do from here, I think, is definitely going to the shading tabs. We're going to add some trees in the back here so we can give some foreground, background kind of thing going on. So for your trees, we just put this as normal. We can go to add. It should be under curve. We should have trees somewhere. Sampling tree gen. If you've not got that, you can go to edit and preferences. It should be in there. And also, let's see if we can just adjust this. So when you get a tree, don't press anything because it will change the formats. Now you notice that the tree sampling's underneath my little thing here, so I'm just going to have to turn off the screencasting keys for one moment. So we can choose from any type of tree really. You can go with willows, you can go with maples, pines, Japanese maple. I quite like Japanese maples actually. I'm going to go with that one. Leaves. You can add more leaves, you can take away more leaves, you can add to the scale of the leaves. So if we just add some leaves to these trees, and that should be just the basic tree that we could use for this project. So I'm just going to press G, move it over, put it in the background. There's no point in putting it anywhere where you can't really see it that much. Put the tree slightly in here so it looks like it's growing in. So we could have these leaves as, if you go to the material tab, just put the leaves just there, make them slightly metallic, and then have this as brown. So when we load it in like this, you should see that we've got these trees going on right now. We're just going to duplicate these, just rotate them a little bit, just to give them a bit of randomness. Maybe scale some of them up, then bring some of them down, so it looks like multiple trees in one place. You can make bushes as well, like you have small trees just around, or maybe it's a garden of some sort. Don't have to be perfect for your first go. As I said, just rotate them around, make some of them bigger, do different things with them, I guess. Fill in the voids, where you've got little voids right here, just fill those in. So it looks like there's more trees than there actually are. So when we press render for this, it should be looking something like this. So now I think we should go on to the shading tab for sure. Okay, so once we're in the shading tab, want to go and get these pillars, add new. Want to add noise. I usually add noise to textures and stuff like that. This will give it more of a stone kind of look. Want to go on to bump. Just switch your colour to height. So you've got this kind of very bumpy texture, very stony kind of texture. And then we want to add the colour ramp. So add colour ramp. And then we can make these as dark or as light as we'd like. So we're going to call this the grey pillar, I guess. Change this one, go for grey, go for grey. I mean, you could do this for all of them. I think you can select multiple and then ask it to go for grey. Hold on. Let's try this, shall we? So go for grey. Oh no, you have to do them individually, which is a bit of a pain. I should have done this before I duplicated them, but to be honest with you, I just wanted to get the setting in first. So this might take you a while just to kind of get all these in. Don't worry about it, like, it's part of the learning process, I guess. Add grey. Add grey. 1 second, I'll get back to you. Okay, so now I've done all the pillars right here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to camera view. Active camera. And we have this now. So this plane right here, I'd like to add some stone textures to. So I'm going to just go new. Now you can do this manually if you want to, but you're going to use up a lot of your RAM space by doing it. This way it will cut down everything. So I mean, like, the way that you can do it manually is like make every single brick and then put them in order to where you need them. But to be honest with you, yeah, you're going to use up all your RAM. So what I'm going to do is go to brick texture. I want colour to base, and then we're just going to scale it down to a point where we like it. I'm just going to go ahead and adjust the mortar size to 0.01, so it's quite thin. And then we're going to go ahead and add a bump texture. I'm just going to sit that between there. We're going to go with height. So now you can see that the stone is textured. So now we need a colour ramp. Just sit that right between there. And now we kind of have this texture going on where you can actually see the brick. So if we just bring across the black right here, it'll make it a little bit darker. I'm just going to put the roughness up a little bit so it's less shiny. And just make that maybe, I don't know, a little bit deeper. So your mortar currently is black. I'm going to add some noise texture. I'm just going to add colour to colour 1. I think. Oh, hold on. Let me just backtrack a little bit. Oh wow. You know what? I'm gonna keep that. That was a happy mistake. Like, that is nice. Absolutely, I'm going to keep that. That looks actually pretty good. Okay, let's add a bump to that, see what happens. Computer's just loading in. If it ever goes like this, where it's just like completely white, it's just a computer thing. Okay, so the next bit that I'm going to be working on, I think, is just kind of pushing these a little bit just to bring up this pattern in the floor. I quite like this. This is pretty cool. Yeah, I kind of want to make a little bit of a step right here, so you kind of got this difference between these two pieces right here. So I think I might do some grass, maybe. Let me think. I need something that's just going to pull these two parts away from one another. And I think maybe I could do water. That would be pretty cool if I just edit this, just select this face, just bring it down a little bit. Maybe a pool or something right here. That would look pretty cool. Edit that. It's gonna go Control R. Just to bring this over. Hold on, let me turn on these screencasting keys again. Excuse me. Okay, just pull it up so far. Right, I'm just gonna take these three faces right here. Actually four faces. E for extrude. Five faces. We're gonna go with let me think. Add and then plane. And then I'm gonna make this an ocean. So add modifier, ocean. Scale it down. We're just gonna get the right pattern for this. So just repeat your X and your Y's a couple of times. G, just to bring it over. Scale it down so the water's kind of got some sort of edge to it. I'm gonna heighten this right here. Let me see. Yeah, just make this a bit longer. G. Just pull that across. So you kind of got this this water that's going on. So hopefully we should get some refraction with this as well. We could do so this right here. We'll do maybe glass. See how that one works. I'm just gonna pull these up a little bit, just real quick. So we got some surface tension right there. Let's see what it looks like rendered. Yeah, okay, the water right here, so gonna turn the roughness down, see what happens. And maybe we could turn the light up a little bit. Oh, come on. Maybe 2000. Oh, that's too bright. It's a little bright. I got my dog mum cup. Absolutely love it. Right, I'm just gonna go to the regular render and just turn this down a little bit. Maybe we go 1500. Excuse me. Click shadow caustics as well. Let's see, just tone that down a little bit. Max bounces. Let's tone this light down just a little bit. Maybe we could go for like 1000, maybe 100. Actually, no, yeah. Yeah, 100's working pretty well. Wait, it's too much. I I feel this pathway is just a little bit too light. There's too much going on right now. Let's see. Yeah, that works. Okay, so there's a little bit too much contrast here, and I think that floor's a little bit too shiny, but I'm just going to dull it down just a little bit. So you kind of got that marble kind of feel to it. But I feel that it's just too blown out. So maybe we could adjust this light just a little bit. We could do something with this. Shadow caustics, cast shadow. Let's just tone this down a little bit, and maybe we'd add some orange to it. Just a slight bit of orange. Maybe that would work. Yeah, we definitely want it to cast a shadow. Yeah, the water, we need the caustics to work on the water. So we're just going to go to objects right here. Let's see. Yeah. So we're going to go to shading. Receive caustics, cast caustics. And then we need to go to these pillars as well to receive caustics and cast caustic casting. Just everything caustic casting. So cast caustics, receive caustics, cast caustics, receive caustics. I mean, we only need to do this for like a couple of these. Cast caustics, receive caustics. Just make sure relatively everything that is within focus for the camera is casting and receiving. Cast, receive. That's not had its colouring put onto there, so I just need to go grey. Yep, okay. Receive, cast. And then we want to fill this background in here as well. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take these trees. Just Shift D them to duplicate. And we're just going to go ahead and stick them in the background. Make them maybe a little bit bigger. Shift D them. Shift D. Kind of looks like there's another row of trees at the back. And then we want to take the sky as well. We want to do that. 1 second. Okay, so being on the shading tab right now, I was going to do something. I can't remember what I was going to do. This is how filtered my brain is right now. So, I mean, layout wise, oh yeah, that's what I was going to do. I was going to do this guy. Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go to world. And this is going to do the background right here. So any of this grey that's in the background that is essentially the sky is going to be affected by this. So I'm going to go for noise because noise is the best for clouds. Noise texture. Go for colour right there. Now that should render in, which it hasn't done for some weird reason. Why is it reflective? Surface world, background, colour, strength. Okay. Have I selected something else? Ah, okay. Right. So scale. No. I've selected something that I shouldn't have, but I don't know what it was. Hold on. Okay, so if I just go to the colouring right here, that is really weird. So we got grey. Ah, okay, I was on the wrong setting, my bad. Right, so, for this, we want white noise. Oh, sorry, we want noise texture. Oh, get it together, Bex. Right, so now, we've got these weird kind of colours coming up we want to add. And we want to go with colour ramp. And now we kind of got this greyness going on. We want to add some blue. You want to go subtle with the blue, not too much, not too little. And then you can scale these up. If you want them a lot deeper, just move this across. You got all these kind of little cloud features right here. If you want like an orange or a yellow, you can put that in between just here. Let's go with orange. You can mess around with this. Doesn't have to be perfect the first time. It just has to have like a little bit of shade to it. So you scale. We're just going to scale it back a little bit. And then, you know, detail. You can mess around with the detail and just take that off a little bit. Distortion. You mess with distortion, you're kind of going into what's the name? Oh, what's his? I forget the guy. I forget the guy who painted the things. It will come to me later. I'll be like, I know who that is. Why is my brain is saying Dali? It's not Dali. Oh my gosh, I was an art student. I can't even remember this guy's name. Okay, Google. Who did the paintings with all the swirls? Ah, Van Gogh. Vincent Van Gogh. That's who I was thinking of. Yeah, if you distort this, it'll go Vincent Van Goghy. Yeah, I told you my brain's not braining today. So yeah. You can have like all these little patterns going on. I'm just going to lower the scale down just slightly. So we kind of got some wispy clouds going on. Maybe a bit more blue in there. Oh, no. That's not what we want. I'm going to just duplicate that blue. Oh, sugar. No, we didn't want that. We did not want that. Oh. Okay, so. You can kind of get some clouds from this. You see where I'm going, the basic premise and stuff like that. Okay, so I'm just going to leave it like that. I can mess around with this later. I just feel like I wasted a lot of time on the tutorial right now. Okay, so we've got the trees in the background. We've kind of got this grey kind of sky going on. The next thing that maybe we want to do is just put some trees at the end here, or some sort of pathway that extends so that it looks a little bit longer, so it takes the eye to that part. So we're going to go layout. And we can just extend this base part here, I guess. Just scale it outwards. Just bring it to the edit mode. You're going to want to select these faces right here, just on the side, that's all. And then just E to extrude across. And then maybe we'll take some of these trees as well and just put those lining the edges right here. It kind of looks like you're walking into a forest or something. Just rotate those 90 degrees. Bring them over. Scale them up if necessary. And then we can like Shift D, duplicate, just kind of get some background on that. And then we can take this Shift D, rotate it again 90 degrees. And then that'll be kind of like the back of what we're looking at. Okay, so we're getting back to this now. So the roughness, I mean, like, I'm just going to try and make this water a little bit more reflective because I kind of want some reflections going on in here. We want some shading, maybe. Maybe that's the thing that I need. Let me see. Thinking very hard about this because I would like to have some sort of reflections coming here. Let's see, what can we do? We can do the OCR. Maybe that's a thing. Would that work? Kind of see through the water a little bit. I did see something being affected over here, so maybe that's a good thing. Maybe I should move the sun. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe the sun might help with that reflections a little bit. But I'm going to put some mountains in the back here because I just don't like that background. So we're just going to go to add and then plane. We're going to go for modifier again and we're literally just going to add ocean. And I mean, like, it seems like a weird thing to add an ocean. But to be honest with you, it really works for hills. It's kind of one of those weird things that's like, don't touch it, it works. I mean, we can take this and we can put this in the background and look. Just about here, if I zoom in. Maybe if we change the loadout right here, the random seed. So we kind of got kind of mountainy ranges. Just scale that a little bit. And maybe tilt it. See what I mean? Just scale it out. G, just drop it a little bit. So it's like you've got mountains in the actual background, which looks pretty cool. Scale that a little bit more. You don't want to do these like bright green, you just want kind of, there we go, right. You want like a blue kind of colour because the way that it works is like things that are a little bit further away tend to have less colour to them. Because obviously the light's hitting our eyes at a different rate than say something up close. So you want kind of like a maroony blue. But if it's a moody weather you want to change it just a little bit. So I'm just going to scale this out just a little. We'll go on the right one. Press G. Just move that. So you kind of got this mountain range in the background. So now the background doesn't look as plain. And maybe we could take this as well and we could duplicate this. And we could just add it. Some closer mountain ranges, I guess. Oh, no. Don't want those too sharp. Just scale it up. And then just pull it up a little bit. Scale it down. So you've got that pattern in the back as well. So it's kind of like your building is in the middle of a mountain range. Gives it a little bit more perspective. I'm going to take some of these trees and just duplicate them up again. So we don't have any gaps. And just drop some of them down. Just make them a bit bigger as well. So we've got some depth going on. So the next part that we want to do is we want to make some a depth of field actually. So what's going to be blurred, what's not going to be blurred, so that it looks a little bit more detailed. Okay, so I pulled this up to the big screen so that I can show you guys what you need to do. So if you go to the camera, once you have your camera in position, if you don't know how to do that, just go to a place, like zoom into an actual place. Oh my gosh, I made a mistake. Hold on, let me fix this. I didn't press the grey thing. But yeah, you basically go to a place on your little model. You go to align view, align camera to view, and it'll put the camera roughly where you need it to be. Okay, so depth of field wise, we're gonna go here, click depth of field, and you've got this dropper tool. Now you can choose absolutely anything from here, and it will focus on that particular point. So to blur the rest of it, you just mess around with your s-stop or your blades or whatever like that, your ratio or your rotation, depending on what you would like to focus in on. So for this particular piece, I think I would like to focus in on maybe this particular pillar right here. So I'm just going to turn down the f-stop right here, and you notice that this is the only thing that will show up. Now if I cancel this off and I select this pillar, for example, you'll see that we only see the focus just here. And then if I cancel this off again and we go to the pillar at the bottom here, you will see that the whole exterior is blurred. So what you want to do is, depending, this is your art, you know, depending on what you want to do. I mean, even if you select the floor, you know, you're going to have some blurred here as well. But this is your piece. Wherever you want to put the camera focus is totally up to you. The f-stop, the lower that it is, the more blurred everything will be. The higher it is, the more in focus everything will be. So if you just want a little bit of blur, you just come here and you just do this little bit of blur. So you got this perspective going on. If you want a massive blur, you can do that as well. So if we go to the render tab right now, and we'll let it just render out. When it depixelizes itself, we should see your focus. So what I'm going to do to this as well, I'm just going to find the sun, and I'm just going to edit the colour on it, because I feel that I would like more of an orange. So where are we? Sun, here we go. I'd like something that's a little bit more deeper than what we currently have. If you go to the colour wheel, you try and change it, I mean, you're gonna spend a lot of time trying to get the correct colour, but if you go to the side here, it'll just lighten and darken the colour that you already have. So, you know, whatever works for you is great. So yeah, I think I'm nearly done with this for sure. I would have liked to have a little bit of refraction here from this. That would have been cool. Kind of some lights coming up, I guess. But it doesn't seem like it can do that. I could change this from glass and maybe, let's see, principled, make it metallic. Just pull the alpha a little bit. Maybe that would work. I think that looks better, pulling the alpha a little bit. I'm going to change the base colour to this, because whilst it's nice having it as the same colour, I would like something different. Let's see whether I can do that actually. Just select this piece. This is where my computer's starting to slow down. I'm going to guarantee that my audio is probably not even syncing up to my camera right now. I'm going to guarantee it. Just to end this tutorial, I'm just going to do some tweaks. We're just going to select the face where the water is, just underneath. I'm going to change this out for something else. So press plus, new, assign. I'm going to make this a grey colour. And then I'm going to come back out, click the sky to unselect everything. And hopefully that looks good. You can still see the grid reference on there, but yeah, I'm going to make that water just a little bit more clearer as well. Maybe make it grey. Let's see. Yeah, I could probably, I think I might change it back to glass. Actually no, because that's looking okay actually. Let's make it slightly blue. So you kind of got that picturesque blue. Although water's not actually blue unless you're in the Caribbean or something like that, you know. I certainly know the water around my area isn't blue. It's kind of this very dark grey, very questionable. Because apparently they've got sewage pipes going into it, so you know, I don't want to be swimming there. I'd rather go to the pool with chlorine. Thank you very much. But yeah, I'd absolutely love a holiday to somewhere very nice with clear waters. We nearly had one actually. We nearly went to Spain, and then COVID hit, and everything else happened. So yeah. But yeah, this is a tutorial for you guys, how to make a nice place. If you like, you can follow, you can subscribe, depending on what website you're on, because I'm on Facebook, I'm on TikTok, and I've got YouTube as well. So, yeah, if you can share this video, that'd be great. Yeah, please support me. This tutorial is free. It's free to hit that like button, and it's also free to subscribe. So if you guys like this tutorial, please do so, and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay, welcome back to Blender. So today we're going to be making a stapler. So this is like a mini stapler that I have. We're gonna make this. If you guys can see that in Blender. We'll start with a cube to begin with. Oh look, we have one. Default cube's brilliant. So we'll take this down, we'll scale it down. Then we're going to go to edit mode. For this part we're just going to scale it outwards just slightly. We'll take this part right here, this face. And we'll just go E for extrude. We're going to scale it inwards just slightly. And then we'll go E for extrude just at the back, scale it inwards just slightly. Again, not so that it's a funnel, but it's just like this. And then we'll take this one and we'll press G, just bring it back, just ever so slightly. So what you want to do is you want to make the same thing underneath. So what we're going to do is go to object mode. We'll press G, just bring it down. Sorry, bring it up. Shift D. You want to place this just over the top, and you want this bottom one just slightly bigger, so press S. And then on this one, we're just going to press G, bring it up. So you've got the same shape, edit mode. Press this face at the front. E for extrude just slightly, and we're just going to bevel that off. Press G, bring it forward. So the next bit we can do, so that's going to be the green part for the stapler, so I'm just going to go ahead and make it green. If you've not changed your render at the moment, change from EV to cycles, and then we'll just go on to this one. So this top piece right here, we'll notice that it's green. If you press A to select everything, go to the materials tab, press plus, assign, and then we'll just do new, which will be silver. Just make that slightly metallic as well. Just take down the roughness. So we've kind of got this little mirror shine. So this will be the plates where the staple comes down. So what I want to do is Shift D. Control R even. I'm just going to undo that Shift D command. Let's go edit, redo. Yes. Okay. So. Control R, just at the front of here, we're just going to go just here, just there, and then we will go for the middle. Let's put this on regular mode. I'm just going to get rid of that line right there. Control R, scroll your wheel. We go maybe just here. Take these two right here, scale them outwards. and then E for extrude, and just downwards, and then scale them inwards slightly, so that we got that little hole punch kind of thing. Then we're going to go to the object mode, shade smooth, and we'll still have those little lines in there, as you can see. So the next bit we want to do is take these side parts right here and just elongate them. So if you go to edit mode, oops, we want to control R, move these to the side, or you could do half and half if you wanted to. So the idea is that this has got like a little carriage on the inside of it, so there's parts that go up. So you want to take this face right here, this face right here, go E for extrude, and we're just going to bring those up. For this back part right here, we've got kind of this little hick bit where you can get the staples back out of the paper. So we're going to go E for extrude, and we're just going to go scale this in, and then E for extrude, and then just scale it right in on the side. Just press G, bring it back. Okay, so the next part we want to do is part of the stapler where it's being held, basically. So this is going to be two parts, I think. I think we could do this in two parts. Or we could do this in one part kind of thing, but yeah, we'll start with a plane. Let's start with a plane. Let's go to object mode. Plane. G, bring it up. You want it to sit so that it's just above this. Scale it in just slightly. Press 7. You can see everything. G, bring it across. You want it to fit right at the back. Just sits on top. G, bring it down just slightly. Now you're going to put this at an angle. It's going to be a backwards angle, but we'll make it on regular angle first, and then we'll adjust it as such. So if we go to edit mode, and we'll just select this face right here on the side, this face right here on the side, E for extrude, so extrude them straight up. And then we're going to go for this face and this face. E for extrude, keep it where it is, and then scale inwards. So you've got this nice little fold coming in, just there. And maybe just bring them up just slightly so there's like a little slight gap. And then we'll take this off X-ray mode actually. I'm just going to scale this together. Just a little bit more, and upwards. Just for adjustments. Just make sure that you've got kind of a hole that's coming through in the bottom right here. So this part right here, if we go into edit mode, just control R, loop cut it, and just bring it right here. And then we're going to loop cut the middle, and just loop cut the sides a little bit. So you want to just make that hole sat right there. G, bring it back. And that's where the staples are going to sit. So you want to just align that with this right here. Where are we at? G, go across. I'd say that's roughly right. And then we want to angle it just backwards, just slightly. Oops. Come on. There we go. Okay, so once we've got that angle in the back, we can now put a little bar at the back here. So we're going to go add. And we'll go cylinder. Rotate it by 90. Scale it down. Rotate across. Press G, bring it up. And then we'll put the little bar right here. I'm just going to scale that down again. Just right here. We'll shade this smooth, and then we'll place this as a silver. And then this one is a silver. So what you should have is something like this, roughly. So now we're just going to make the top to this, which is pretty simple. It's just a square, basically going over the top. So what we can do add, we can do square, G, bring this up, scale it across. We've got a little bit of a dip in the middle, so we could go to edit mode, just Control R that one, and then Control R again, but bring it to the front. Take this part right here, and then we will go G rather than E. Just bring that down, bring that across. Now let's take a little bit of modelling. So what we're going to do, press A, bring it down, a bit too big for what we need it for right now, so we're just going to go X-ray so we can see what's going on the inside. Scale this down, and we're just going to fit this to sit it kind of thing, so just match the angle, so have it a little bit more forward. Let's see, I'm just going to pull this outwards just slightly. Take this face, pull it up, and then maybe pull it forward just a little bit. And its back face, I'm just going to pull back. And then we'll work with vertices just to kind of give it a weird kind of paper stapler shape. I'm just going to bring it down actually. And then we're going to bevel this as well. Okay, so we should have kind of shape like this. This right here should be the green that we have, just to match the theme. I don't like the shine on this. I think it's a little bit too dark, so I'm just going to pull that back a little bit. Maybe lighten it. I think it's because of the dark background that the reason why it's looking so dark. Oh, that was a really weird feeling. One of my fans stopped spinning and all I was feeling was like this juttering with my desk. That's really weird. Right, I'm going to check that out actually. Let's scale this outwards. Just stick that right there. This is just a base so we can see what's going on. So yeah, that's pretty much basic paperclip. Basic paperclip. I'm going to take this top one right here and I'm just going to go to modify it and we'll go bevel. I'm just going to bevel this inwards just a little bit. Right click, shade smooth. And that's your little paperclip. I'm going to take the background right here and just lighten it a bit so you guys can see. Yeah. Right, just basic paperclip right there. Just your little tiny little version of, am I pointing the right way there? Of that kind of thing. Yeah. Okay. I'll see you guys in the next one. Hi guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial, and you'll notice that this is not my microphone. So this is an old microphone that I have, that I no longer use because of how crackly it is, and how just, I never realised until looking at it, how kind of basic it is. This was my first microphone for YouTube. Wow. Okay, this has come out of the service box. I have like a wire box. I call it the service box. Yeah. Wow. Okay, so we're gonna make it today. Pretty easy build, I think. Yeah. So what you're gonna want to do is get rid of your default cube. We'll go to add. Go to circle, edit mode. We'll go for E-fret extrude. We're going to make the top part first, and then we'll make the bottom part. So just scale that outwards. E-fret extrude again. Just make sure you're staying along the Z axis. E-fret extrude again. Just bring that up. Hold on. Yep. Here we go. So scale it out again. E-fret extrude again. And we're just going to go ahead and bevel this in. Oh my gosh. It just wants to go to the other axes. Right, so I'm just going to scale this in just slightly. E-fret extrude, don't move it. Scale it in. And then we'll go E-fret extrude again and just bring it down. You don't need to make a full bowl out of it. Just press F. And it should just fill it in straight for you. And then this bottom bit right here, we're going to go select these sides. So you want to go shift control and just click direct opposite. It should select everything. We'll go for E-fret extrude again. Scale it in. Just press G, just maybe about there. Scale it outwards again. And then we'll press F for pulling that in. You want to do a little bit of a loop cut in the middle right here, so Control R, scale it outwards just slightly, and then do another one here, scale it inwards just slightly. This is like the grip for the actual microphone itself. Let's go with scale outwards just a bit more, and then we'll scale this a little bit in just as such. So you should have something relatively like this. So we'll go to object mode, we'll shade smooth. For this, we're going to go with a grey kind of colour. Pull your metallic up just slightly, but you don't really need it for this bit. Just so it's kind of got this little shine coming down it just like this. Alright, so we're going to want to go ahead and make, let's go with a circle. Bring that circle up to the base right here. You're going to want to scale it so that it just sits on the rim. So G, scale it outwards, and then we'll go for edit mode, press F, E-fret extrude, and then I'm just going to go Control R, scroll your wheel twice, E-fret extrude, and then we'll take this in. So we've got a little bevel. So on this outside bit right here, we want to go E-fret extrude, don't move it, scale it in. And we'll just have this as it is. Press G, bring it up. We'll shade that smooth. Okay, so for the actual microphone itself, we will go with an icosphere, I think. We won't be able to get the weave in. I'm not too sure how you'd be able to get the weave in. Maybe you could do a texture with that or something. Like a mapping kind of thing, but we're just going to go with wireframe today. So we can use one of two things. We can use a UV sphere or an icosphere. We'll use UV sphere. Press G, bring it up. Now what you're going to want to do is scale it so that it fits this ring right here, but then scale it upwards as well, so that it fits the base. So it's almost like an egg kind of shape. Scale it outwards. And what we're going to do is take this top right here. We're just going to make it a little bit larger, and then we're just going to squish it down. So if we go to edit mode, we press 1 on the number keypad. We'll take this bit in the bottom right here, just box select. Let's just click your your left clicker, and then just drag the box across. We're just going to take that in just slightly. Oops, press G, just bring it up. Wow, what happened then? Press G, just bring it up. So it's almost like this. Press A, press G, and bring that down. And then we'll select everything just underneath here and scale it in to where it needs to be. Why is that doing that? Right, okay, let's start again. So, we want X-ray mode. We want to go 1. Come on. 1, there we go. Take this part right here, scale it down. Press G, bring it up. Take this part right here, scale it down. Then we're going to scale it inwards just slightly. Press G, bring it up. And then we'll scale it outwards just on this part so that it fits. And then we'll take this part right here, scale it outwards. And then these ones, scale outwards. And then this, scale outwards. Oops. And then this one right here, we're just going to scale it down. It's kind of a dome. And then maybe we'll just pull this forward a little bit. So G, just bring it up. Yeah, I think we just want to take this little bit of the dome, just flatten that out a little bit more. So we should have something like this. Go to object mode, shade smooth. I'm just going to take off the X-ray. So we've got this kind of look. I'm just going to scale this outwards just a little bit, and I'm going to elongate it just slightly, bring it down. So when we've got this, what we can do Shift D, we'll duplicate it, we'll scale this one inwards. And for this one, we're going to go with the black. For this outer one, we can just leave it the way that it is. We're going to go to edit mode. Select A. We'll go with a right click, subdivide, right click, subdivide. And I'll just go and make some loop cuts just right here to make it even. And then what we're going to do, we're going to go on to the modifier, and you want to go wireframe for this one. So we should have something like this. For the wireframe, you can offset this, you can have this relative boundary kind of thing going on. You can make it a little bit taller if you want to, like a little bit more out. Crease some of the edges. I'm just going to select this and shade smooth as well. And maybe we could add a bevel. Just slightly. And then once you're done with this one, just make it silver. So go to materials. And this one just a silver kind of thing. So we have the wire as well that we can make. I would say light silver, a metallic. So yeah, take this one, rotate this by 90. Then we could go to add, and we could add a cylinder, rotate by 90, G, bring it over, G, bring it up, scale it down, scale it across just slightly. Just 1 second. Right, okay, so the end bit that we're putting on, someone was just at the door. Let's put this on the end right here. Just elongate this slightly. We're going to go edit mode, take this last piece right here. E for extrude, scale it down. This will be where the wire is. Take this piece right here. You could go G. E for extrude, and then just scale it down. So it kind of sits on the opposite side. We'll press G, just move it down a little bit. And then this side we can go shade smooth, and then we can go and add black texture to the end of it. Now you can add a wire to the end of that if you wanted to, but that's basic microphone kind of theme. You could also loop cut some of this and add some logos to it as well. I hope you guys enjoyed the tutorial. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be making a small action camera. So I have one here, but I'm not going to make the model directly from that camera because obviously of copyright reasons and stuff like that. And I don't want people coming back at me going like, you made a version of our camera. So we're going to go ahead and take the default cube. Again, I forget. Screencast. Always. But, so we're going to take our default cube. Let's scale it across just slightly so we've got that nice little kind of camera kind of theme. Camera size. I'm just going to bring it up so we've not got that grid kind of intersecting all the time. We're going to go ahead and we'll just, I think we'll bevel this to begin with because just making the sides at the moment, it just, oops, not ocean. It just seems just a lot easier to do. So if we bevel the outside of it, let's get this just about here. So you probably want 19. Just bevel it out just slightly so it's got that nice little curve to it. So the back side right here, we're just going to scale this in just ever so slightly. So most action cameras have a little button on the top right here. Most of them are sealed and waterproof. So what I want to do with the back side of the camera here, we could go edit mode. We're just going to go ahead and subdivide just some of the parts, and we'll use this for the front as well. Oops, not sideways. Let's subdivide this bit and then subdivide this bit. It's Control R just to do what I'm doing. Just go halfway, just kind of get a nice little bevel just around the edge. Okay, so this part right here is going to be where the screen sits between these 2 points. So before we start messing around with the screen, we'll go with the original material, and we're just going to go with kind of a nice grey to begin with. For your render engine as well, instead of it being Eevee, change it to cycles. So select this square right here and this square right here. We're going to go Shift Control, click them all through. Now this is where the screen's going to sit. So we're going to go E for extrude. I will do maybe a touchscreen kind of theme with this camera. So it's E for extrude just slightly. Go back to your materials. And we will create new material with the plus at the side, just here. Click assign, and then go new. And then for the screen, so the screen on my one is slightly shiny. So we're going to go with a black. And then we'll turn this metallic up. So if we've clicked this assign already, we should have something that looks relatively like this. Okay, so taking this is a touchscreen camera at the back, we don't really need to do much more with that. It's just a general screen kind of thing. What we will need to do is little red buttons. So most cameras that you see that are action cameras, to let you know that they're recording, they generally have little icons at the back. So we're just going to go G, bring this up. G, bring this forward. Now, I'm not too sure how you'd make the screen work on top of the camera. You probably have to do some fiddling with that. There'd be a lot of programming going on, I guess, with that. This is just a basic model, so I can't show you how to put things on screen, but I guess you could kind of use Carita, kind of photo editing software, I guess, just to make that happen. So with this one, because it's a record button, we're going to go to emission and we'll go to red. So it's got this kind of little I'm recording kind of signal on the side of it, just as such. We'll also put one of these on top as well. Just go back to the regular render. So the camera that I have has one on the back, and then it's got one, I think, just on the front. I think, yeah. I think my one's got one on the front. So we'll go ahead and just place one just on the front. Maybe we'll put this just in the middle, roughly, just here. Okay, so the next thing that we want is maybe some battery compartments at the bottom here. So I'm just going to go edit. Let's go with, sorry, the cube. We're editing the main body of the camera. We want to put some little dents in the side right here. So we can just go ahead and take these ones. Maybe just select these. Oops. So from this corner to this corner, E-for extrude, and just kind of pull it out just slightly so you've got that little bevel going on. So that when we render it, you can just about see that on there. I think it's because the lines are in the way at the moment. If we go to object mode, you can just see this little bevel with a little compartment. Now you can, if you want to, pull that out a little bit, so you can press G. Just pull it out, kind of thing. Maybe it's like one of those kind of cheap ones or something, little door. Or alternatively, if you don't like the design on that one, you can go scale it in just slightly, make sure that it's flat, and then E-for extrude again and just bring it out. To be honest with you, I kind of like the little lip that's going on there, like the little hold. So most action cameras don't actually have any camera holds at the bottom, so usually when you see DSLRs they have screws at the bottom. Cameras action cameras don't have those, they actually have casings, so the camera sits in the casing. If you can hear that, that's my dog playing outside, being very loud. So we're going to get to the camera itself, and we're going to go with, we'll go with a square. Let me see, cube, G, and then we'll tone this down just a little bit. Scale. Yeah, my dog's been outside all day. There's like a dog at the back that he likes to bark at. We try and stop him from doing it, but the dog at the back, it doesn't quite agree with my dog, and my dog's kind of cottoned on to the fact that that dog doesn't like him, and now he doesn't like the other dog, and now both dogs are just having this huge thing going on between them. I don't know. I'm not a dog expert, but we think it's a territory thing. So we're just going to go ahead and put this on here. Now what we want to do, just bring this back just slightly, and then we'll go to edit mode. Click for the face, E for extrude, scale it down, and then we're going to go E for extrude, just bring it in, just to the back, just there. We can actually change this actually. I'm going to go to the modifiers, and I'm just going to change this to a darker shade. So I'm going to clone this with new material. So you get new material 3, and then I'm just going to make this a little bit darker, just to offset the camera a little bit. And then for the middle here, we go circle. Rotate this by 90. Press G. And then scale it in. Edit mode. F. I also have to say as well, there is someone downstairs with my dog, so, you know, it's not just me up here. Let me see. So, when we do the lens right here, we can just pull this back. We've got E for extrude, scale inwards, E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale it inwards, and then we'll do E for extrude, scale inwards, E for extrude, scale inwards, then E for extrude, come outwards again, then E for extrude, scale inwards, and then E for extrude, don't move it, scale inwards, and then we'll extrude once more. So, the centre of the lens will actually be curved. So, these parts tend to be quite solid. So, I'm just going to go ahead and smooth that. And then we'll put the lens over the top of it as well. So, let's go with... I'm just going to edit this centre bit. So, we'll go to new material, go lens. Just type in lens. We'll put this as black. Take down, actually pull up the roughness, and then the centre part that we've already selected right here, we'll go plus, assign, new, and then we'll make this black and reflective. So just pull your metallic up, pull your roughness down. Should be absolutely fine with that one. So that's how the camera should look. So I'm just trying to think of some more kind of features we could put on. We need a button on the top for sure. So we could go ahead and put, you could have a circle if you wanted to. Go with a circle. Scale this down just a little bit. Press G, bring it over. We could go edit mode, press F, E for extrude, scale, and then we could go E for extrude again, keep it where it is, scale it inwards, E for extrude again, keep it where it is, scale it inwards just slightly, and then E for extrude, and just kind of bevel it a little bit, and scale it inwards. I might just bevel it outwards actually instead of downwards. So when it comes to doing the colour on this as well, we can go edit mode, select this ring right here, I think my dog can definitely see his friend outside. I'm just staring him at, like, he's going, arr, arr, arr. I'll go see what he wants in a moment. Let's go with a black for this background to begin with. And then we'll go for a plus, a new, and then we'll go for red. So anyone's ever owned a husky, you know how much they talk. That's basically what he's doing at the moment. Oh my gosh. I don't like this design. I'm trying to make something that's kind of good. Let's scale this out and we'll move this across. Right, just give me one little second. Right, sorry about that. My dog's friend from next door's in their front garden. That's what all the noise is about. So let's scale this outwards just here. Press G, bring this down. Press G, bring this across. My dog also has an Instagram account as well. If you guys are interested, maybe I'll link that down in the description. Okay, so with this, I'm just trying to think. Because there's not really much to an action camera, not really. I'm just going to go ahead and put in a plane. We go rotate 90 degrees. Oops, don't press H, press J, bring it up. And then we're just going to make a little lens cap for this bit. then we're going to go new, and we'll change this to glass. And change the roughness down. So now we can see the camera just at the back there. We'll take this, we'll shade smooth. Got a little bit more definition on there. So as regards to this side right here, I'm going to take the bevel tool and just bevel it out just a little bit more so we've got a bit more of a curve. Let's experiment with this a little bit. Oops. I think. Let's try vertices. Actually, no, you know, I'm going to do edges. I was kind of looking at this like, what can I improve? Okay, so maybe if I do 200, maybe that would work a little bit better. Just bevel it. Or I could restart the bevel, to be honest with you. Let me just restart this bevel. Bring that out a little bit. Yeah, I think that should be okay. Okay, so you know, I could alter the size of this as well. I think I might just shrink this in just a little bit. So you have to do some readjustments. Although to be honest with you, it's kind of alright as a size, because if you think about it, when it's got the casing on the outside of it, it's going to look a lot different. So I guess you could kind of go with that. I'm just going to pull out these sides a little bit. Just kind of smooth them off. Maybe, yeah. Take these two sides right here. E-for extrude, and then we'll do scale outwards just slightly, and then scale in, and scale outwards. It's got this nice little curve going on the edge. I think that looks okay for an action camera. Maybe we could go to this part right here. We can make a little screen. So we just go E for extrude. And then we can find the drop down in the menu for the shiny for the screen itself. Yeah, I don't want to make it look like certain brands of cameras, but I guess a basic action camera for your stunts or whatever like that. I'm just going to shade that smooth a little bit more, and then you've got the screen at the back. What happened to my light? I think I got my light right there. Just bring this up a little bit. Actually, go to the light section, wherever it is. Just bring this up. We can kind of give it some green, or give it some red. Let's make another one of these lights. Put this at the bottom. Make this one white. And there's your basic action camera kind of thing. A little prop that you can put in the back, the back of your stuff. If you like this tutorial, please subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Hi guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be doing some fruit. So I want to make an apple with you today. I think we will start with go to add mesh, and then we're going to go to circle. A little bit of a weird thing to start with, but we're going to be using some of the sculpting tools to make it a little bit irregular as well. So it kind of it fits the idea of an apple. So first and foremost, let's go to the edit mode, and also we want to change our render engine to cycles if you've not already. So press A to select everything. We're going to start with a flat base to begin with, and then we'll come back to that. So F to fill, E to extrude. Just 1 second. My dog's trying to get into my room. I'm going to go to, so we're going to go S to scale outwards, E to go upwards, S to scale outwards, and the idea is that you want kind of a circular kind of shape. E to go up, E's just gone downstairs, so that's fine. Scale, usually I like to keep the dog out of my room whilst I'm doing a recording, because he runs around like a mad hatter and knocks over all of my lights and stuff, so it's just nice to have a little bit of a break, and he gets a break too. So E, you just want to make this a circular object, basically. And then once we get to the top, we're just going to, apples are generally more flatter on the top, so you want to go a little bit more flat, and we want to extrude, scale, and then we want to just go down a little bit, extrude, scale, and this is where the stalk's going to sit. Just scale that inwards a little bit more. Oh, actually, you know what? I can extrude that again, and then we scale. Okay, so we have a basic shape, and then this bottom part here, obviously we can't leave it just flat like that. So we're going to go E for extrude, S for scale, just bring around the bottom of the apple, just scale and extrude as much as you need to, E for extrude, scale, and then we're going to do the same with the bottom that we did with the top. So extrude again, scale inwards, just bring that down, extrude, scale inwards, bring that down a little bit more so that it's got a kind of appley kind of look to it. So then we're going to go shade smooth, and we should be left with something like this. So now we're going to go into the sculpt mode. Sorry, no. We will go to edit mode, we will go A, and then we're going to right click, subdivide. You can subdivide as much as you want. I'm going to subdivide twice so that I have this kind of shape. And then we're going to go into the sculpt mode. So what I'm going to do in the sculpt mode is I'm going to smooth it out a little bit. I'm going to, excuse me, add little bumps to it and stuff, little imperfections. What I would suggest is make your brush as big as you possibly can. And then you can just come in and just add those little imperfections all over the place so that your apple is not perfectly smooth, but you have some kind of offset to it. So this is actually the smooth tool that I'm using now, just to get rid of some of these vertices. I'm just going to smooth that all the way around. So nothing is perfect in nature. You're going to want to have those little bumps and those little pits and all sorts. So just going to smooth out those bits, and then this top part I'm just going to push down some of the vertices, and then we will minus on top just to make it a little bit more of a pit in the middle. I'm just going to make that a little bit smaller. There we go. Okay, so this is where the stalk's going to sit. Just kind of make those little imperfections everywhere. it's not perfect. Yeah, this is your creation, so I mean you can do whatever you want with this one. If you want the apple to have a hole in it, then you can have the hole in the apple. So now, after that, I will go to the materials tab, and I'm going to make this a red apple. Now you can see that it's a little bit waxy. We don't want that, so we're going to put the roughness down just a little bit, so that it's got a little bit of tan on it. That looks a little bit more like a pepper kind of thing, but we'll bring that up a little bit. So now, we want to make the stalk. We'll go with this cylinder. Cylinder's a little bit too big, so just scale that down a little bit. Just plonk that in the middle, as so. Now it doesn't look like an apple at the moment, but we're going to go into the shader tab and I will show you how to put some shade on it and how to make it a little bit more grainy. So, for the stalk, we will select the top, just get it in the middle, scale, downwards. You want to E for extract. It's there, yeah. You know what it is. E for extrude. Rotate that around. E for extrude. Rotate that again. E for extrude. And then you want to kind of do this kind of weird angle on the end of it, so that it kind of looks like it's been cut or ripped from the vine. And we will place that back at the side. You want to shade smooth if you haven't done already. So this one will be brown, kind of a dark kind of brown colour. Now it looks very it doesn't look very good at the moment because we don't have that background, we don't have that that emission status. It looks very cartoony to me, to be honest with you. So what we will do, we will go to the shading tab and I'll show you how to shade this. Okay, so here we are at the shading tab. We have the original colour of the red. So what we want to do is make it a little bit more bumpy. So we're going to add noise. Noise texture in the nodes. You want to put colour to base. And what we have, you see that the red's disappeared and we have all these little bumps here. So these bumps are going to be for the surface of the apple. And then what we want to add is a bump to make everything pop out. So with this bump node, what you want to do is change it from the normal to the height. So you're going from the noise texture color to the height of the bump. So this is going to make a texture. So the light will reflect off whichever side. So now you notice that there's an issue. We've got purple to yellow, which shouldn't be happening. So we need a color ramp, and this is where the magic happens. So you see that this apple is now grey and white. So now we have a middle grey, and if we change this to red, we now have a more apple-y kind of colour to it. So we can have this very kind of red apple, or we can have this very light apple. So we're going to go with the deep red apple. Now it is too shiny, so we're going to go with the roughness. And we're just going to turn that up. The IOR will make it look a little bit more silver. Maybe just go for that kind of roughness. Scale this up a little bit. Scale this up a lot, I think. So you've kind of got that red kind of thing. So, and now you can add a little bit more ruby in there. You can mess around with these colours as much as you want. I think that's okay. As for the stalk, you can do the exact same. So we can go ahead and add noise, colour base, and you can see that the little lines come up again. I'll just zoom in there. You can do a little bit more with this base as well. I'll come back to that in just 1 second. So with this one, maybe a little less texture. Excuse me. And we had a bump. Height. So now we're gonna add the color ramp. Color ramp. It's got black and white again. So add one to the middle, which we're gonna make that brown, and that should be fine. As regards to that, now this apple, I don't quite like how I've done it. Yeah, so the more that you put things, the more that you put the colours closer together, the more depth it should have. So you can, I mean, you can add a lot of colours to this, and do what you'd like to it. But for me personally, I want to do a roughness. So we're gonna do another noise texture. That's my dog again running around. I'm just gonna put this into the roughness and see what happens. I like experimenting with Blender to see what I can do with it, because it's just nice to have that kind of feel to it. So now you can see that we've got blotches. Got a lot of blotches right there. It's almost like the wax has kind of come off the apple, so to speak. So I want to make those a little bit more scaled. So you've got that texture in there. It's not just a texture and then you've got a random thing over the top. Sorry, as I was saying, so you've got the texture on the apple now. You've got the under texture and then you've got the over texture. So instead of having this kind of under texture and then kind of having like a clear coat over the top of it, and you've got the shade is now integrated into the texture underneath. So it makes it look a little bit better, but I think it's just too noisy at the minute, and maybe I could do some adjustments to this. So let me see. I don't know whether I'd want to add a color ramp to this. Maybe I could. Actually, no, you know, I'm gonna, hold on, sweet spot, there we go. Just pull this up a little bit, and then maybe, oh, okay. So I think that'd be okay. Maybe that'd be okay. It just needs editing from that. Okay, so we're gonna go in with a little bit of metallic, just a tad, just to make that shine a little bit more, and then bring up the IOR. So it's kind of a shiny apple, but it's kind of got that waxy texture to it still. And I think we might do some more sculpting on this because it seems a little bit too cartoony for my liking. Let me see. I don't want it too metallic, I just kind of want that kind of coat. Yeah, you know what, I'm gonna move the coat up a little bit. That looks a lot better. Right, so I'm gonna go into sculpt mode, minus off. Let me see. Yeah. Minus off some of this. Let's go object mode. I'm just going to give it a little bit of bruising, like kind of sculpted inwards a little bit, just give it some, so it's not all in one place. It's kind of got these bumps, it's got imperfections. It's not a perfect apple. Just go around there a little bit, get some depth. All these corners and crevices a little bit, like it's like it's an apple, but it's not perfect. Make it just dipping in the middle there a little bit. I think, just make it a bit bigger, a little less around here. Excuse me. Just pull that in a little bit, make it more apple-like. I think that's too much pull-in, but I try to smooth that out a little bit. Oh gosh. What happened? Right, let me see. Gently does it. I think. Very gently does it. I'd say that looks like more a bit like an apple. Just get rid of this bottom. Yeah, I like that. But I want to include some green in there, so I'm going to go ahead and put some, like, kind of a little bit green. I think I want it just like a little bit of imperfection. Maybe add some brown too. I think that green's a little bit too bright, so I'm just going to bring that down a little bit. Or maybe just make it kind of yellowy. That'd be cool. Like the apple's not quite red. I think that's too much. I think it's definitely too much. Maybe put the green somewhere else. Yeah, for a basic apple, it's not too bad. So let's see, base color, you got metallic, coat transmission. Oh my goodness. Right, so I kind of want another texture in here, but I'm not too sure what I want. Brony, wave texture, noise texture, point density. You know, I'm just gonna leave it the way that it is. But yeah, that's your basic apple in a nutshell. Hope you enjoyed the tutorial. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So we're going to be making a little bit of a chandelier today, a little bit of a light thing going on. So we're going to go ahead and just get rid of the default cube, and then I'm going to go ahead and add a UV sphere from here. Just give me one little second. So this is going to be like a really kind of nice tutorial today. So we're just going to right click and shade smooth on there. I'm just going to go ahead and just remove that tab right there. Just ignore the N. So we're going to go ahead and get a, let's go with a cylinder. So you're going to have to put some materials on these before we start actually making the lamp properly. Or the chandelier even. So what I'm going to do with this little rod that I've got right here, I'm just going to take these two sides. I'm just going to go press E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale it outwards. And what you want to do is just like scale it inwards so that it's got a nice little point to it, scale it outwards. And then scale it inwards again. So what we're looking for is this kind of long rod that we can use that's got nice points at the end. And it might take you a couple of times just to do this. Make sure that your the end doesn't it's not completely pointed, and it also doesn't interact with itself, so you're not kind of crossing over at the ends as well. So once we've got this, what we're going to do, go to object mode, we want to right click shade smooth. So we're going to make a couple of materials on this project. So this one right here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a new material on this side for this one. We're going to go with, we'll go with center, because we may be changing this to a different colour. We might be changing this to an emission afterwards, depending on what we're doing. So with this particular design, I kind of want to put some gold in there, and I want to put some glass in there as well, just to kind of get that light refraction coming into it. So I'm just going to go ahead and just click off this camera right here, and I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of the light as well. So what we're going to need, it might actually be better for me to do this kind of like side on and then work on this side so you guys can see what's going on. So with this, if we just press 1, so we've got a sideward view. So always keep the ball in the centre and try to keep these edges roughly the same length on either side. So with this one in particular, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go new. I'm going to change this to a gold material. So just come over to the materials tab right here at the bottom, and we'll go metallic. Turn down the roughness. And if you guys already haven't, change your render engine just up here to cycles. So when we start to render this out, we'll notice that there's no light coming into this at all. We'll add those lights in a moment. So now we've got this nice little gold kind of crossover. I'm just going to go ahead and just scale that upwards just a little bit. So what I'm doing is I'm just getting it just to the edge of the square, just right here. And just right here, so that it's all nice and even. So what I'm going to do, Shift D, and then I'm going to go rotate. And you just want to rotate this by 90. So if you click 90 on the number pad, 90, this will rotate on an axis, as long as you've got the center scroll button pressed. So press the center scroll button, get it to the axes that you need to, and then press 90. So now we've got this nice little kind of crossover going on. So what we want to do with this one, we want to go 45 degrees. So we're going to go Shift D to duplicate, leave it where it is, and then we'll do another rotate. Again, hold in, and then you can rotate on this axis. And we're going to put 45. So we've got this nice little star going on now. And what I'm going to do is, I think I'm going to go top down on this side. Shift D, leave it where it is. Rotate along the axes, and you just want to go 90 again. And then what we're going to do is select everything on this side by box select. You can press Shift as well, so that you're selecting everything. Make sure that you've got every single spike for the chandelier selected. Just kind of move it around, see where it's at. So what we're going to do is we're going to go Shift D again, and we're going to go R for rotate. Make sure that it's on the axes whilst you're looking down. We're going to put 45 in, and now we have this very spiky kind of ball with very equal kind of parts to it. So if we go into the render mode, we can see that nothing's happening right now because we don't have a light source. So we're going to go material. So this center one that we made earlier, we're going to go ahead and change this to an emission. You can change it to a yellow emission if you want to match the spikes. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to add a plane at the bottom, just so that we can see some of that light refraction coming in, because sometimes if I do this, you can't really see it. So I'm going to press G, and just get that base just right there. So this one is currently on the build mode, and this one is on the render mode. So if we just click the center again, and we turn up the strength right here, you can see that we get light. So we've got this nice little shiny kind of chandelier thing going on, and we've got this light coming through. But to be honest with you, I'd like to get some glass in there. So what I'm going to do, and this is going to be a little bit fiddly, this is going to be a bit tricky. We're going to take the entire thing and we're going to duplicate it, and then we're going to, instead of 45, I believe it's 22.5, we're going to just rotate the entire thing. So this is going to take some time when you've got this, just to change everything out, but it'll be worth it in the end. So I'm just going to take this off the render mode just for 1 second, so we can see what's going on with this one. Okay, so now we need to select every single spike that's on the outside. We can box select this, just drag. Pressing your left cursor, just drag. Now you notice that these ones have just unselected from what I had if I just go back there. So what we're going to do is hold Shift, and then we'll just go ahead and make sure that we've selected all of these. Make sure the side ones are also selected. And we will take this, and I believe 45, if we do 45 divided by 2, 22.5, yeah. Okay, so Shift D, leave it where it is, rotate, and you want to go on the Z axis, make sure that you're assigned to that one, and you want to press 22.5. And now you've got this nice big spike ball. So what we're going to do with this, we're going to create essentially a new material. So if we go to edit mode, and this might be a little bit tedious, a little bit weird. So this one right here is the one that's currently selected. You can see this with the lines. And also we've got one in the middle right here that we have additionally. So you can see this kind of clipping going on right here. We want to go ahead and just press delete on that one. And then there's another clip just there until, just press delete until you eventually get to a point where you don't have any more clippings, because we don't want clippings. You know what I mean? It's just kind of part of this design that those are going to appear. So we're going to take this one, go to edit mode, we'll press A to select everything so we can see that we've got everything selected right here. We're going to press plus and we're going to go new, and this one will be glass. Click assign, and then we're going to go to principal BSDF just under the surface tab right here. You can go to glass right there and you can make this glass if you want to. Just turn down the roughness. So when we go back to object mode and then we go to the render mode, we now have a little glass piece coming through that we can use. But to be honest with you, I don't like using the glass BSDF because it just doesn't look right to me. So I'm going to go ahead and change this up to principal BSDF, the original one essentially that we had. I'm going to put the metallic up, the roughness down, and then we're going to put the alpha down just slightly. So now we have this this little glass piece that we've made. So if you go to the shading tab, which is the third one across, we can now see where the glass is going to go. And anything that you do to this glass material will change anything that's assigned to it. So if you assign two materials to the same glass material, anything that you do to one material will inevitably change the other one. The only way to get them separately is to duplicate them and then edit them as is, as they are. So this one right here, we're going to go glass here, we're going to go silver here, going to go glass again. So with this one, what we want to do is go to edit mode, we're going to go A, select everything again. We're going to go to this drop down right here, go to glass, and we're just going to click assign, just to make sure that that's assigned. Sometimes you don't need to click assign, but in some versions you do. So we're going to take this next one, again, leave one out. We'll go to edit mode, press A, go to the drop down and to glass. Again, object mode, let's go to the next one. And then we're going to go edit mode, A to select everything. And then we'll go down to the glass. Object mode, select your next one. Let's go to, edit mode, A to select everything. Drop down right here, glass. And hopefully we can get all the way around here without having a gap. So yeah, this one right here. You want to go edit mode, A to select everything, and then we'll go glass. We go edit mode again. Oh yep, A to select everything. Completely forgot, A to select everything, and then we go glass again. And take the next one, and this is the last one. Edit mode, A to select everything, and then we'll go glass again. So now we have this kind of gold, kind of silver look to this lampshade. I think we need a little bit of a wall behind just to kind of emphasize this a little bit. You could add some more spikes in the middle if you wanted to and get those running around the edge, or you could have some sort of dangly bits that are lighting up as well if you really wanted to put those in. I think the dangly bits though, you should put in whilst you're doing the arms. So I mean, you can go back and just remake and put some dangly stuff, but just remember to click both of the objects, because if you don't click both of the objects, you're going to have dangly bits on one side and the dangly bits won't exist on the other side, so just be mindful of that. So what I'm going to do real quick, I'm just going to add another plane in the background. Just going to scale this out, rotate, we'll go rotate 90 degrees. I just want to be able to see what this lamp's doing kind of in the background, so let's go G, move to the side, and obviously you're going to want something to hang from here as well. So if we just look at the lamp, well, the chandelier, the way that it is, this is generally how the light behaves. To be honest with you, this reminds me of a sculpture that was in Manchester once, near where I live. It kept falling apart. It's kind of dangerous. The spikes kept falling off it. So this is kind of cute the way that it is. I mean, if you wanted kind of like a gothic kind of theme going on, I guess this would be perfect for that. I'm going to go ahead and just add a torus. I hope I pronounced that right. Let's press J, bring it up. we'll go rotate and we'll go 90. You just want to go ahead and just stretch that out just slightly. Don't go too far with it though, because it'll look weird. So you're going to stick that right on top of the top spike, shade that smooth, and maybe we'll go with the gold just to match the theme that's already on the chandelier. And we're going to go Shift D, bring it up, and then we're going to go R rotate and we'll go 90. Just there. Press G, and we're just going to bring it up just slightly, just so that it's kind of touching this one. And then all you need to do is take these two, and we're going to go Shift D, bring these two up, and then select all four of these, and then just go Shift D, and then bring these up once more. So now we've got this little chain that's going on. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a cube at the top for like a beam. Excuse me, my voice went then. I'm going to add a beam kind of thing at the top, just so we can see what this is hanging on. So there's your beam, there's your little anchor, there's your chandelier, and we'll make this wall just a little bit bigger. And maybe we'll add, I'm going to say it's plain, just duplicate it and make a ceiling right there. So now we've got this nice little chandelier on its own chain. I mean, you could make that chain smaller if you wanted to. It does look a little bit big for what it is. I'm just going to box select this real quick. If you get this, where it's selected other things, just click off it just at the side. You're going to have to rotate it around a little bit and then just double click. So we can actually make this a little bit smaller. Have that massive ring at the bottom, so it looks like it's part of the chandelier, and then this is kind of like the add-on to what you needed. You just scale that down just ever so slightly. And then we can go Shift D, bring this up. And this one doesn't quite match up, but we could try and just match that. And you see this ring right in the middle that's got this kind of line across it? That's because I was going to say nodes intersected. No. The objects have intersected because I've got two loops that are going the same way. They kind of got stuck together. It's just better than placing one loop. You might as well just place both of them. So you now have this very nice chandelier going on. So in theory, if you wanted to, if you just press 1, oh, you can't see that one. Go onto X-ray, which is just at the top. That would be even better. You can actually put more of this. These rods right here. If I go for the one that's the most like on the side. Oh, hold on, let me show you. So if say we've got 7, I'm just gonna go ahead and remove this ceiling so you guys can see what's going on, because you're not gonna be able to see. Okay, so we want the right angle one. Let's see. So you've got this particular piece right here that's coming through. If you wanted to, you could go Shift D, duplicate it, and we could rotate this, and I think it's 22.5, and you could have another layer of spikes around here if you wanted to. So I'm just trying to figure this out. Let's see. So you've got spikes right there. You're going to want one on the opposite side. Yeah, someone's probably already figured this out, going like, yeah, you just need to do this, that, and the other. And I'm just like looking at this going like, there's so many spikes everywhere. I'm just like, I'm so confused. But yeah, if we go Shift D, and then I'm going to go rotate this, let's see, on the Z-axis by 180. And then we take both of these spikes. If I put this 7 a moment, maybe we can see better. So now, you got to kind of think 3D with this. We want to go Shift D, and then we want to rotate the two of them by 90. And then we'll want to be able to click these two again. This is going to be really fiddly. And then we're going to want to Shift D, leave it where it is, rotate, and then I think we were at 90, so we're at 45 now. So that gives it some extra spikes. I'm just going to go ahead and take this X-ray off because it's super confusing me. So now we've got some extra spikes in there. That's totally up to you whether you want to put those on. And this is what it looks like when it's rendered. So you've got these nice little glass bits coming out, and then you've got all this kind of gold coming out as well. So of course you're going to need a little bit of extra light with this. So if we click center, if we can ever get to the center, I'm just going to go ahead and find it on this. It should be just, oh no, wait, I didn't name the object, I named the material. So if we just try and, there we go, right. So now we've got a center. If we just make this a little bit lighter, maybe, and then make it a little bit stronger, this should look better, in theory. I'm just going to go ahead and change this beam actually to black. Gives it a little bit more definition. So there's not a lot of light coming out of here, but what we can do is we can actually take this material that we've got originally, and we can turn up the metallic, and we can actually turn down the alpha just slightly. And maybe these little gold bits that we've got coming off here are also glass. They're just kind of like a tinted glass. Now you can see that we've got a lot more light coming off this. And it looks like almost like the Big Bang, I guess. Big Bang universe theory, whatever it is. Scientific stuff. It does kind of look like a star. I kind of like that. Yeah. I guess that's the end of the tutorial. I quite like the way that that looks. I mean, you could put this in a scene and stuff, like, you know, just append it in. Yeah, so for appending, you just go File, and then Append is right here. And all you need to do is click on the append, find the file where this is, and if you're putting it into another project, just go to the Objects section and Append, and you just click all the objects, and then it will take that project and put it into another project. And then you just delete what you don't need and then leave this as it is. You will have to select everything unless you're going to Shift J it. Shift J is join. So you can join everything together if you want to, but I will warn you that when you join things together, it's harder to pull them apart. And also, it may or may not deform whatever you've made originally. So just be aware of that. I'll teach you how to append later on, once I've got like quite a catalogue of stuff, like I'll make some scenes and stuff like that with it all. But yeah, this is a tutorial for today. I'll see you guys in the next one, I guess. Please like, subscribe, please. Really trying to get out there a little bit more with my stuff. Yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Have fun. Okay, welcome back to the tutorials if you've been following along recently. So last time I was talking about caustics. So this time I'm going to be talking about emissions. So last time we were talking about caustics, we were talking about reflections and making everything metallic and looking at the light refractions and stuff like that. So this time we're going to be doing emissions with an object. So an emission within an object is basically making an object, theoretically a light bulb. So if you need an object and you need that object to glow, we're going to be looking at that today. I'm going to be showing you how to do it. So we have two types of lighting mostly in Blender, which is the emissions, or you've got regular light. So there are a few other options that you can choose from. So I'm going to be showing you how to make a basic object light up a different colour, and then I'm going to be looking at text and how to make text a different colour. So we'll start off with the basic objects first. If you're following along, please switch to cycles. These tutorials are all cycles. So we will start with the materials section, and we're going to go to emission. Change the subjects to an emission, and boom, it's an emission, but I don't like showing it you like that, so we're going to just undo that. So this is a basic square object. There's nothing special about it. I'm just going to remove the light right here from the scene, and we notice that it goes dark. Okay, so we click the object. We're going to go to emission, down in the surface drop down, and boom, we have a cube that lights up. The best thing about this is you can make this cube brighter, you can make this cube darker, so you can have the cube that's like this. My computer's just slowly filling in the information right now. So to change the color of this cube, we just go to the color wheel. We can have it a ruby red. Now, let me mention something right here. So the stronger the strength of the emission, the whiter the object is, if that makes any sense. So the less stronger the emission, the more color there will be on the object in particular. So if I just lower the color here, lower the emission even, now we have a nice kind of royal kind of red with a red emission. But if I turn it all the way up, it will turn white, and then you'll just get the red emission. So talking about text and emission, if you're doing anything neon, let me see. I'm just going to delete my default cube right now, and I will go to normal view just for this. We're going to add text, so it should be in the drop down menu of add text. There we go, very self-explanatory. Now to edit this text and to make it 3D, we want to go to edit mode. Now I'm just going to remove this background a little bit here, and edit mode, there we go. So I don't know, what can we type in here? Becky is the best. There we go, Becky is the best. Go to object mode, come down to your text, which is your data, and we are going to go to font. I mean, you can choose any font really. I'm just going to quickly choose a font that I would like. So I think this one best fits neon, if you're going to put this in neon. Let me see now. I lost the actual drop down for this a while back. Here we go. Right, so we've got the offset, which you can make this bigger, this smaller. I mean, experiment with your Blender, it works. So this actually extrudes it so that it's 3D. So what I'm going to do is rotate this by 90. Yeah. Put this G up. Scale it. So we've got that. And then I'm going to put a plane down so that you guys can see the kind of the lighting that's going to come off this, and then I'm going to put some random objects just in the background just to kind of capture that light and just make it look a little bit better. So UV spheres, yeah, I'm going to make that into a disco ball. That would be pretty cool. Just 1 second. Make that metallic, and then we want to make this. So we're going to the rendered view of this, and to make this metallic, we just do the same with the other one. So we just want to go to surface, we want to go to emission, and boom, we have an emission. Let's make this blue. So blue emission, and then we want to turn it up a little bit. And that's basically how you make your emissions in Blender. Make this object a little bit bigger in the background, maybe, so you can kind of see it. But yeah, that's basically how you make text glow in Blender and how you make your objects glow in Blender. I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. I don't think my computer's registering this very well. So yeah, I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. Bye bye. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're doing game items. So we're going to go ahead and delete the default cube. And I'm going to go ahead and start with, let's go with a cylinder. So we're making a coin today. I'm just going to scale this out so you guys can see what I'm doing. And then I'm just going to pull this in now. The resize as well. If I just remove the screencast keys just for 1 second, I think I can still get to this menu. No. 1 second, let me just get rid of this. Let's go to add and then cylinder. I'm going to move the vertices up a little bit so we've got that nice little smooth outside ring on the coin itself. So we're just going to shade this down, even scale this down, edit mode. We'll take the top face right here and then we're going to take the bottom face right here. We're going to go E-fret extrude and just leave it where it is. So what we're going to do with this, we need to amend both sides at the same time. So we're going to go scale. And then we're going to go scale again, but scale inwards. So scale against one of the axes, and then scale inwards. E-fret extrude again, leave it where it is. And then we'll scale inwards again. And then we're going to go E-fret extrude again. And then we want to scale inwards again. So if I put the X-ray on just there so you guys can see. So we're just going to go ahead and scale inwards just here, and then we will shape this in just slightly. So this item right here, let's see what we can do with this. So we're going to go to the object mode. You want to shade this somewhat smooth. We're just going to the render mode right here. We can go to, instead of Eevee, go to cycles. We're going to go into the materials tab. We'll go new material. This will be gold. Go ahead and make this slightly orangey yellow. Make this metallic, just by slight. And then we're going to take the roughness down. Now we might amend this afterwards, but what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and add a text. So just come up to here and then just select text. So when editing text, we're going to come to object mode right here. Go to edit mode. Just delete this and we're going to type coin. So this will be a little coin for your game or whatever you'd like. You can put a $sign on there if you wanted to, or you can put pound on there, whatever you need. I'm just going to put coin for mine. Scale it in just a little bit. Okay, so we're going to come over to the this tab right here, which is the data tab. Let's go to geometry, and you want to extrude this just slightly so that it comes through the side of the coin. Make sure that it doesn't come through the back side of the coin. So what you want to do is you want to make sure that your extrude is just a little short of that back, because what we're going to do is put this on the back once we're done. So press G, bring it up, and just place it just above here so we can see that little bevel going on. Let's go to material, go to your drop down and select gold. So now these two materials will be the same. So I'm actually going to flip this on its side. So let's go rotate even and 90 degrees. Press G, we can bring this up. So the lighting is actually in the incorrect place, but I can go ahead and just make a secondary light right here. One here so we can see what's going on with this. Okay, so when you've got the coin as is, you've got a blank side on this side. So what you want to do, take this, Shift D, we'll just pull it out at the back there, rotate by 180, and then we're going to go ahead and just stick this back onto the coin itself. Just here, just make sure that it doesn't go through the opposite side and interrupt this one. So, want to make this a little bit more shiny, we can turn the roughness down as well. I'm just going to go ahead and add a plane in, because everything that I do that's shiny kind of looks a lot better when there's a plane in here. So what you can do with this as well, we can have some bump nodes put in here as well. If you want to go ahead and do that, it's just a shading tab. You got your little coin right here. So this will be the gold material that we've just put on. But if we want to add some shading to this, we can. We can do this in one of two ways. We can affect the roughness, or we can affect the colour itself. So if we go to noise texture, we can go colour to roughness. And now we kind of get this little noise kind of going on, like this kind of dirt kind of look to the coin as well. We can also add a colour ramp to this. So we can make this a little bit deeper as well. Give it a little bit of rust, give it a little bit of dirt. Yeah, it's like it's been passed from character to character and it's become a little bit weird in a way. We can also go to base colour and we can make that a little bit more rustic, so we can go ahead and add a noise texture. Oops, I'm just going to move this to here. Just move that out a little bit. And another noise texture, colour to colour base. Now you'll notice with this noise texture that it becomes like this. So what we want to do is, I'm just going to scale this noise texture up a little bit. So we've got that nice little grain coming through. And we've got the dirt still on the outside of the coin. We're going to add a colour ramp just in the middle right here. And now what we're going to have to do is put the colour back in. So we're going to go for that nice little gold that we had prior. We can add some extra little tones in here if you wanted some red, or you wanted a little bit of blue to make it look like it had oxidized a little bit. You can do that. So once you've got that, you can also do a bump. So you want to move the noise texture just to the side right there and add bump into the middle, and you want to go colour to height. Oops, not distance, sorry, height. And now you've got this nice little kind of rustic, kind of messed up coin that's got some grease on it. And you've also got some bumps on it. Now if you wanted to scale this outwards a little bit, you can do. You can also scale it inwards a little bit, so that it's one kind of thing, so it looks like it's been roughly cut. You can also extrude this text a little bit if you wanted to, so go back to your A right here for your data, your geometry, let's pull this out just a little bit more. So we've gone 0.6, just make sure it doesn't connect with the opposite side, and then we can take this side and we can put this one to 0.6 as well. Let me see, yeah, and that would be your coin. If we just put it on the render tab. I'm only going to keep it on the render tab for a while. It's like, it's super sunny outside and my computer is currently acting like a space heater. It's just like, oh my gosh. It's crazy. So the problem with English houses is like they're great at keeping in heat. Like, and when it comes to summer, it's just like, oh my gosh. Many of our houses were made when it was quite cold in winter, and nowadays we've got a lot of heat. I'm just going to turn this down a little bit with the black. Yeah, my house was like made just after World War II, and it's just so insulated. It's unreal. The more modern houses, they're built like American houses where they've got drywall in between and not brick. Yeah, but these ones are like solid. They're just so hot. We don't have aircon here either. We just have central heating. So, yeah. I'm just going to make this a little bit more orange. Just to make it look a little bit more coin-like. But you guys can make these coins any way that you want. I'm just showing you. This is how you can make some of them right here. I don't think that's yellow enough. I think it's just too much. Let's take this up and then make it a bit more orange. I think that would be okay. Yeah, so that's a basic gaming coin. I'll see what I can do the next one. I'm kind of like looking at different ideas and looking into doing stuff, and I'm also contacting a few gaming companies and saying like, hey, do you mind me recreating some of your items from your games, like basically just to show people how to make them. I haven't had any replies yet, so yeah, there's that. But I'll see what I can do as regards to fan art, because I'm sure that like there's maybe a small loophole that I could look into. I don't know. I don't want to do anything without companies giving me permission, but if they do have a fan art page, it's kind of different. So yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Hope you enjoyed. Like, subscribe. Bye bye. Hi guys, welcome back to a new Blender tutorial. So today we're doing mirrors, lighting and textures. So we're going to keep the default cube actually, but I'm going to go ahead and maybe add another, let's see, we're going to add a cube. Just going to scale it out. I'm going to make it like a corridor, so I'm going to show you guys some stuff. So I'll put it roughly about there. I'm just going to get the camera angle in, let me not get my words out today. Get the camera angle in on this so I can show you a little better. So let's see. You want to go view, align camera to view. Just back that up. Oh, actually, I can't back that up, but okay. So I'm just going to make this a little bit longer as well. Okay, so the camera can only see so far, so I'm just going to extend that reach a little bit. Alright, so mirrors, textures and lighting. So at the moment, whilst we've got the render the way that it is, just zoom that in for you a little bit. Notice that we've got a very dark corridor, but we've only got one light. So what we want to do, especially with the mirrors and your reflections and stuff like that, I'm just going to scale this default cube up. We can get rid of that light so it's completely dark in there. Also, I'm going to do one thing with the background here, so it's gonna work out better for you guys. Okay, so we're going to go with emissions first with the default cube, and all you want to do with emissions is make sure that you've got the cube selected, and you want to go to principal BSDF, and we're going to go with emission, and this will make everything glow in here. Now you're going to want to turn this up a little bit so that the rest of the scenery glows alongside it. I mean, you could go to 100,000 if you wanted, or a little bit higher. So this box needs texture as well, so we're going to go with metallic, maybe just a little metallic all the way. Okay, so we take it off Eevee, put it in cycles, and boom, you've kind of got all this stuff going on here. This is because I've just changed it into a mirror. So if I just get rid of this, it's just a white room now with a block in the middle of it. And hopefully it should show me. There we go. So if I put this down to 100, we notice that the block illuminates the room. Let's see. So yeah, we have the block illuminating the room right there. So if I add another object to here, let's go with cylinder. Scale it up a little bit. We'll make the cylinder a green colour. And then, yeah, we're going to make the outside a mirror. So just make it metallic. Turn the roughness down. You notice that it puts a mirror at the top, the sides and the bottom. And that will continue all the way through. Until the end. So you can kind of get this like really funky pattern when it actually loads in. Because we're currently on the render page, but it's taken a while. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this and just make it a little bit smaller. We see that it has a reflection on the floor there. Just like that. Coming for you a little bit. Because if we can make another one of these, you can see that it reflects up against that wall right there. You can also make one there. We can make a reflection just coming in there. Just behind that cube. So yeah, this tutorial is a little bit of a strange one today, but this is basically mirrors, and you've got emissions in there as well, different lighting techniques and stuff like that. So I hope you guys enjoyed. Please leave a like, a follow, subscribe, whatever you can do really. See you in the next one. Okay, welcome to the next tutorial of Blender. So today we're going to be making a compact mirror. So we're going to go ahead, delete the default cube. We're going to go to add. And then we can start with, we'll go with a cylinder. Let's scale this down. Scale it outwards. S to scale. Just make it pretty big so you know what you're working with. We'll go into edit mode. Take this bottom face right here. And then we'll press G, bring it up. E for extrude. And we're just going to scale it in just slightly. E for extrude again. Scale it in slightly. E for extrude. Scale in. And then E for extrude and scale in. So what you're going to want to do is take this face at the top. E for extrude. We're just going to bring it up just slightly. And then scale it in. E for extrude. Leave it where it is. Scale it in. And then E for extrude. And we're going to go back into the case itself. Scale in just slightly. And then E for extrude, so you've kind of got this little kind of dip in the middle. So now what we're going to do, we'll take this, we'll shade it smooth. We're going to add, we'll go to circle. You're not going to be able to see it, so bring it up. Scale it outwards, all the way to the sides. Then we're going to go into edit mode, we'll press F for fill. Make sure that it scales all the way to the sides and it's not clipping the outside, you just want it to clip the inside. And then from here we're going to go to materials, add new, and we'll go to increase the metallic, turn down the roughness, make sure that on the render tab your engine is on cycles. So when we render this out and we just go to the object mode, you'll see now that we have a reflection on the inside surface. So now what we want to do, let's go off the render mode for a moment. We'll take the outside of the compact mirror and we will do this, the material, and we will change this to kind of a nice little gold kind of metallic colour. And what we can do at this point is we can take this entire object and we select both of them, Shift D, and then we'll rotate this by 180 and then just rotate it in just a little bit more so it can kind of stand up on itself. G, bring it up, and then we can kind of place it just up against itself right here. Oops. Just make sure that you don't deviate between these two. vertices. And then from here we can go ahead and we can put a cylinder for the hinge. So you just want to go ahead and rotate this by 90. Scale it outwards just a little bit. Scale it in. Press G, bring it across, and bring it up. So that you have kind of a hinge thing going on. Want to shade that just slightly. Bring it in. And then we'll put this one as a new material and we'll go with black for that material. So now we have this wonderful, beautiful, compact mirror going on. Nice gold kind of finish to it. And we can see that it's also reflective. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. Bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're doing kind of a posh bathroom. Now I've practiced on some of the stuff that I wanted to show you, and to be honest with you, when I did the floor, it was kind of like this flat floor, and then I did a brick texture, and then I did nodes over the top of it so that it was kind of popping out and a little bump kind of stuff going on. But I don't think it looks very good. So I want to do the tiles at the end, but I'm going to do the floor as just a plane to begin with. And then I'll show you how to do the tiles, because I know some of you, your computers might not be able to handle the amount of data that's going to be going into this project. So we'll start off with the flat floor to begin with. We'll do the floor last. Start off with a plane. Just bring it out. You know, delete your default cube. Scale outwards. And what I did was I started with this wall and then I started with this wall on some arches. But to be honest with you, I think that I'll just do the arches kind of... I think I'll clone them and then bring the wall into it, because that just seems like a more logical option for me. So we're going to go ahead and do a plane. Press G, bring it up. R to rotate 90. Scale it down. This is going to be one of our archways, and then we'll just duplicate this into place. Okay, so we'll start with this one. I think that's going to be the best option. Because when I tried to make this to begin with, just to kind of practice, like some of the stuff that I was doing, I was kind of like, it works, but it doesn't. So we'll cut this one in half, and then we'll go in half again, and just half those. And then we're just going to want midway, half, half, and then half, and then half. So the way that I did it originally was I extruded downwards for the archways, but to be honest with you, this I'm just going to go like this, and then just click diagonally. So shift and control, go to the middle. Oops, no, sorry, don't do that. Just click kind of to the middle, just like this. We're going to go delete and then faces. So now we've kind of got this rough, kind of rugged kind of look. So if you come over to here to where we can pick at the points, select these 2 points right here, scale inwards, then press G, just bring it down. And you just want to get these just in between. Make sure that you're staying on a flat axis when you're doing this. So G just to bring it down, and then scale to bring them together or apart, depending on your angle. Then select the next 2 upwards. You just want to be following the external dots. So G, bring it down. S to scale inwards. Just bring it round. And then we can do some adjustments afterwards just to make sure that everything's where it needs to be. G, go down, scale, sorry, S to scale inwards. So with this, we can actually go G, bring it up just a little bit, so we can get that archway kind of curved. These 2 points right here, we can bring these just up just slightly, scale them outwards. And the idea of this is just to build the archway itself now. So scale outwards. Come on, scale outwards. Just kind of get some sort of archway from this. So it should be nice and smooth when you've finished. It might take you a little bit of fiddling around with it, but eventually you should get to where you need to be. Bring this one down, scale it outwards. I think doing it this way you've got a lot more control as well. If we loop cut, we can also do the same to the outside, but to be honest with you, if you go to the edit mode on this and just select all the faces on the outside, so go from this face to this face, whoops. Press for the actual faces. Just click off that 1 second. You want to go for the edges, just right here. Try and get them all in without selecting anything else. And then we can go E for extrude, scale it inwards. And then just press G, bring it down just slightly. And now you've kind of got this inner archway that you can use for, say, a little bit of a window as well. So that should be completely flat. What I'm going to do, I'm going to bring this forward actually, where the archway actually is. So if we go A, and then we go E, you can bring that forward just a little bit. Take these faces at the front right here where it comes around the archway. Oops. Just on this side. Then we can go E for extrude. Bring these outwards just slightly. Just press G if you need to bring it back. So now we've got a little bit of a lip around where the window is going to go in. Now we can take this side, select all the vertices on this side, press G, just bring it in just slightly. Or, alternatively, you can also select this side, you scale them both in. Let's try right click shade smooth. Then once we've done this, we can go Shift D and just join them together in the middle. Bring them together just there. We're going to be putting some little details and artwork just in between them here, so that little crease that we've got won't exist. So this one right here, we want to go edit again. Select all these sides on this side. G, move it outwards. And then we'll go to making the next wall. So we'll go with a cube. Just thin it out. Scale it across. And scale it up. You just want to make it the same height as these two walls. Just press G, just bring it in. So now you should have a room that roughly looks like this. So now this room has got a little bit of a dint inside of it. So we'll go Shift D, just move this across, scale down, just scale this part outwards. Press G, just bring it across. I'm just going to edit this one as well, just on this side, just to join these two walls together. So just select sides, press G, bring it in. And for this one in particular, just going to go edit mode, scale in between, take this one and then E for extrude outwards for the other side of the bathroom, and then just fix your floor so that it just fits nice and comfortably there. Maybe scale it in just slightly. So that's your basic kind of bathroom look that we're going for. So if you've not changed your render, change it to cycles. So with this one, we're going to place the camera just about here, I think. So let's go select, and I don't think we have a camera just in the scene at the moment. I think I deleted it. So put camera, then we will go to view, align view, and then align camera to view. Just rotate this in. Press G, just bring it back. And we should set it just about there. Just frame it just in much, just there. And then I'll split this and then we can make the rest of it. So, coming from this point, we also want the ceiling, but we're going to do the ceiling last. It just makes more sense. So, if we go to the mirror first, we'll go with, start with a circle, rotate it by 90. And the mirror is going to go on the side just here. So, I'm just going to make it an oval just slightly, make it bigger, go to edit mode. And then we're going to go F for fill, E for extrude. Not too far out, but just there. E for extrude again, just slightly. Scale it in. E for extrude, leave it where it is, and then scale it in. And then we're going to go E for extrude inwards. Scale it in just slightly, and then E for extrude, and just pull it all the way back. Now this part is going to be the mirror, so we're going to go new. This is the gold backing. Change this to kind of a gold metallic. Take the roughness down. Press plus. You're going to be assigning this one, so click assign, new. This one's going to be the mirror. So metallic all the way up, roughness down. Click assign again just to make sure that you did that. And then we'll shade smooth. And we should have a mirror like this. So you can see that it kind of points inwards a little bit. So the IOR can fix that. You can move that back and forth. Alternatively, take off the shade smooth. You should have a perfect mirror. Just at the back. Now if you want to get this smooth just around the outside, we could go gold, go to edit mode, click select, and then we can shade that bit smooth. Subdivide it a couple of times, and hopefully that should work. If not, we can get another oval in the middle right there. So let's go to circle, go to edit mode, rotate this by 90, press F to fill, G, bring it over, place this just in front on the frame, scale it outwards to fit the frame. And then this one, you can actually put as the mirror. So I'll just put mirror on this one. And And then once we go back to that, you can now see that we've got a perfectly formed mirror, and we also have a smooth outside as well. So if you move that object, you are going to have to move the two objects together, but you now have essentially a functioning mirror that will reflect correctly. Alright, so the next bit, I just needed to take a quick break. I just needed to deal with something. So, yeah, the next part of this, the mirror's a little bit too big, but we'll tone it down, it's fine. At least we've got it made. So we've got the cabinet that we're going to make, which we're going to start with a cube. Just kind of pull that out a little bit. I'm going to take it off the render mode so that this works better. Press G, bring it up. Scale it down, because we're going to be doing some detail on this, so it's going to be quite a big sink, because we're going to have two taps on there, two little bowl kind of things. So we'll start off with the edit mode. We'll take this top face right here. I'm just going to go ahead and press G, just bring it all the way down, and then I'm just going to scale it out just slightly, and then I'm going to go E to bring it up, E again. And we're going to do one of those posh ones like you'd see the older kind of cabinets where they come in just a little bit. So it's a little bit fiddly, but we're going to go E for extrude again. So you should have that little like kind of bump right there on the edge. Scale it inwards. Then we're going to go E for extrude, and then we're going to start to scale it outwards. E for extrude again, scale outwards. E for extrude, and then E for extrude, and then we'll scale it in just slightly. E for extrude, scale it in. E for extrude again, and then we'll start scaling it outwards. Just halfway, roughly, from that, and then this part will be the actual cabinet itself. So we can go extrude, and then I'm just going to scale it in just slightly. Now we're going to place another cube on top of this, so this will be the top and the bottom. I'll show you what I mean once we get the new cube on there. So if we go for a new cube, mesh and cube, we go G, bring it up, press 7 so that you can see into the heaven. That's how I'm doing this now. Like 7 is from the heaven, so you can see directly down. Just make this roughly the same size on top, and it's going to be like the little cupboard bits of the cabinet. So press G, bring it up. So then we're going to take this part, we're going to go Shift D, just bring it up right there, and then we will do rotate by 180, and this will be the top of the cabinet, but we're going to make this just slightly smaller in size. Press G, bring that up. Then from here we're going to put on top a marble kind of top. So with this side right here, usually I make doors that you can open and stuff. I mean, you can make the doors if you want to. We could actually do that. I think. Oops, what did I do? Yeah, there we go. Alright, let's go to edit mode. Control R. And then we'll just do this. Bring this in. Make some little portions right here. So you can make those if you're doing animations and stuff. Great way to do them. They're not quite even, but they're even enough. Press Control R. Oops. Come on. Control R. Okay, it's not working for me on that side. I'm just going to switch up the sides right here. Control R. Come on. There we go. Alright, so Control R at the top. And then Control R at the bottom too. Okay, so select these individual faces. And then we can go E for extrude. And these can be kind of like the cupboards, the cabinets on the inside. So we're going to need some covers for these as well. So I also want to put on some feet on the bottom of these too. So if you go to add, we go to cylinder, press G, just bring it up so you can see what you're doing with it. It's kind of getting cramped in here already. Let's go edit, E for extrude, scale it down a little bit, E for extrude, scale it down, E for extrude, scale it down until it's kind of got to this point, and then we can kind of bring it up a little bit. Just make kind of a circle, E for extrude, S to scale. Let's see, E for extrude again, and then I'm just going to come back in. And we can just leave it flat like that. So with this one, go to object mode, right click, shade smooth, and then we're going to go new, and we'll put this as wood. Now you don't need to add any of the shaders just yet. We can go into that afterwards. I believe it's going to be easier for us. Let's scale this down. Go 7 to heaven again. And you want to go X-ray mode so you can see what you're doing. Now you want this leg right here to be duplicated on all 4 corners. So we're going to go G, just bring it over. Shift D. And then you want to click your leg right here. Now, if you notice that everything else is getting clicked as well. The legs are on the inside. It's not what I wanted. Let's double click that off. G, bring them down. Make sure that they're sitting in the right place. You could kind of tuck them in just a little bit underneath as well if you wanted to. And then we'll go 7. Go Shift D. Bring these over. Just so that they sit just right there. So now you should have, if we take off the X-ray mode, a nice little cabinet. Now we just need to add the doors to it. So we could go add plane. Rotate this by 90. Press G, bring it up. Just align it to where you need it to be. Now roughly all of this should be the same kind of height and size. So we shouldn't have any problems with that. G, just bring it in. So go to edit mode, E for extrude, scale it inwards, E for extrude, don't move it, scale it inwards, and then we can go E for extrude again to bring it in just slightly, and then scale it inwards. You can do E for extrude again, and then kind of scale inwards so you've got that kind of posh look to them. Shade it. Oh no, we don't want that. Just leave it the way that it is. We could do a bump on that or something, or a bevel. In fact, if we scale it outwards, it kind of pulls some of the detail, and then shade it smooth. We'll bevel that actually. You go to the modifier, just bevel it slightly. Okay, we can leave it like that. You can go Shift D, just bring it over. Shift D again. Bring this over, just make sure that that's covered. Shift D. And then Shift D. So you just need to position these exactly where you need them. This one here. This one's over a larger kind of area, so you could go S and scale it. Bit of a bigger cupboard for the middle ones. Press G in the middle, scale it outwards just a little bit. And then we can scale this one out just a slight bit, and then this one just to match. So they all roughly look the same height and shape. Okay, so we want to put this entire thing onto the side of the wall. So if we go to this angle, we can box select this. So just get it so that it's out of the way. Select everything. You want to go G, bring it down. Oops, did I get the camera too? Let's deselect the camera, double click the camera if you got that. Press G, bring it down. I'm just going to scale it down as well, because it's going to be quite a small cabinet for the room. Just make sure you're not clipping anything, but at the same time you just want it flush. And then take your mirror, and we'll put maybe 2 mirrors, just scale that down just a little bit. G, bring it up. You want to place it up against the wall. G, just move that over, and then we can do D, Shift D, and just bring those two together. So when we render it, it should look something like this. Now obviously we've not got any light in the scene, so we can change that pretty soon. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put some shelving units in here and maybe some decoration. So we could put cube, scale this down, scale this across, G, go up, and then just go in. Just here. So this would be the shelf for all your bathroom needs, I guess. G, just bring it over. We're going to materials, and we should have gold. So that should just match straight up. Maybe we'll make a gold too, actually. So we could duplicate this. And just put gold 2. So this one could be less shiny. Just a little bit duller. Bring up that roughness just a little bit. So it keeps in the theme with the gold, but it's not as shiny as the rest of the fixtures. So from this point we could change this as well. We could go wood for some of these. So this white one here is supposed to be the wood, so we just need like a little brown to go on there. I will be changing this afterwards anyway. Wood texture, wood. And then already the legs of the cabinets are already wood, so we changed that to wood before. So this just keeps your palette kind of organised in one place. And then we need the top to this as well. So if we go to cube, let's go G, bring it over, scale this down. And then we're just going to scale it across for a little bit of a marble top. Okay, so that's our first bit done. The second bit we're going to be making a bathtub, and then we can make some of the plants in the windows and stuff and anything that's going on the sides. And then we need to make the roof as well. Okay, so something's kind of bothering me about the size of this cabinet. I'm just going to go ahead and select everything and just thin it out just a little bit. So just gonna grab everything and just kind of pull it. Oops, pull it back. Don't forget the doors if you're doing this. I'm just gonna pull it back a little bit because I think it's too long in a way. So just select these 2 feet so that they're not clipping the wall. And just pull those back as well. Just press G. Pull those back, and then I can take this cabinet with its little fixtures on the front and just press G. Scale it inwards just slightly, and then press G and bring it back. I just felt that this cabinet was a little bit too thin. Of course you want it just flush up against the wall as well. Let's see. Scale that one out just slightly. G, bring it in. Okay, so maybe we'll work on the bathtub. So if we go to add, and then we're going to do a semicircle. I think we're going to do circle. We'll do the bath the correct size first, this way, and then we'll put it diagonally. So just press G. Scale it outwards just slightly. We're going to go add. We're going to go edit mode. Press F. E to extrude. Scale outwards. E to extrude. Scale outwards. Just watch the bottom there that you're not scaling too far outwards. We want it to be just round at the bottom. So I'm just going to pull this, press G. Let's get that right down there. E for extrude. And then we'll do a little scale outwards just around the bottom. E for extrude. Scale outwards. It's going to be fiddly kind of thing, but scale that one inwards. E for extrude. Scale outwards. E for extrude. Scale outwards. E for extrude. And then we'll scale outwards. Bring that up. It's kind of a bathtub kind of size. And then we'll go E for extrude once we get to the top. Scale it outwards. Just slightly. E for extrude. And then we'll start doing the lip of the bath. E for extrude. Scale inwards. And then E for extrude. Don't move it. And then scale inwards again. And then we can start bringing this back down again. Scale inwards. E for extrude. Scale inwards. And then E for extrude, and then we can just scale it inwards at the bottom, E for extrude again. And then just scale inwards. So we've kind of got this nice little tub going on. And then right click, shade smooth. And what I'm going to do with this is I'm just going to elongate it just slightly. And then I'm going to press edit and take this ridge right here all the way around. And I'm just going to scale it outwards. So you've kind of got that rim going on as well. So scale outwards and then scale inwards at the sides. So this should be the little bathtub that you've got. Just press G, bring it up. And then we're going to go cube underneath. Press 7. And you want to make sure that your cube underneath is just the size of the base of the bathtub. Edit mode. Loop cut it. And then take this face and this face. And just scale outwards just slightly. and then do the same to this side as well. Oops. Scale outwards. And then we're going to go to the object mode, scale down, G to go up, and then we're going to go shade smooth with that side. And we can change this one to wood. And this one here will be porcelain bath, so make this slightly metallic. Just take the roughness down a little bit. You want it kind of shiny, but you want it to still have that porcelain white. Just take your bathtub up just slightly if you're clipping there. And then take these two and just go G, move it across. We can actually use the same kind of style for the sinks as well. I want to rotate this just slightly and just place it next to the window. Maybe I just want to make that just slightly bigger. Have a nice big bathtub. Just make sure that's not clipping anything and it's just in the right position. So, excuse me. The next bit I would say, let's see. So we kind of want this little shelf going here and we want some pillars in there as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go with a cube, scale this upwards. We go G. And then I will edit this. So we're just going to go with the sides just here. And then I'm going to edit the top and bottom as well. Now what you want to do with this one is we want to have all of these faces in the middle. Go to the face tab. You want all these faces. E for extrude. And then just scale them inwards. And then scale them outwards. So these faces, you want these as white, sorry, grey. So we're just going to do grey 1. Just tone this down just a little bit. Press assign. And then these little bits, so this one's going to be grey for the middle, and this one will be gold. I think I did this the wrong way around. Okay, this one's going to be the gold. And then this will be grey. So if we assign this gold, and then if we click everything, assign it gold, and then click these middle ones, these should be grey. And then assign that one. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to look. Okay, so scale this down. Just go ahead and put this in the corner. This is going to be the pillar. Just scale this outwards as needed. Okay, and then we'll scale this outwards and rotate by 90. Just clone that in there, scale it down, and then scale it across. So we've got this nice little skirting bow going across just at the bottom there. We're going to change these walls to the grey that we just made. So change this to grey. Grey 1. And this one as well. So I think there's another grey as well. So we've got grey and then we've got grey 1. So everything on the outside, you could put grey 2 if you wanted to, but everything on the outside is grey 1. So I think for the next bit we should put in the windows. So I'm going to go to plane. Rotate by 90. Press G, bring it over. Scale. And scale outwards. And then we'll put this one to glass. I don't think we've got a glass yet, so we'll go for principal BSDF and then go to glass BSDF. And then we can change this to glass. Coming out of that side. So we need a view. So we're going to put plane. And then we'll make it into an ocean. So go to your ocean modifier. And this is great for hills and stuff like that. Scale it upwards. Then scale it out. Press G. And then we can rotate this on the axis. Let's see. So we can see this in the render view. We can then place it just here. Maybe I'm just going to scale this down a little bit just to get some more detail for the hills. I'm just trying to get the correct combination here. I think that'd do. So now we're going to want some lighting. So I'm going to get a sun, add in light, and then sun. And we're just going to turn it slightly so that we get some sun through the window here. Might take a little bit of fiddling around with this, but yeah, eventually you should get it. I'm just going to go ahead and just move this upwards a little bit. I'm just going to go ahead and remove the glass as well so that I can see where the shadows are falling correctly. And then I can edit that afterwards. We want just there. Maybe just slightly against the cabinet as well. So I'm just going to place the glass back in. Once you're happy with wherever your project has ended up, go ahead and place the glass back in. We can go to the materials tab right here, change the IOR, To be honest with you, I think I'm going to go with Principal BSDF with the glass, to be honest with you, because it's just, you can get so much more detail with this. You just change down the alpha and then change up the metallic. And kind of do the same thing. And it just seems to work a hell of a lot better. And you're also getting a better reflection in there as well. Okay, so you're going to want the sun just slightly yellow. And maybe just turn up the power as well. Let's see, so slightly yellow. Shadow caustics. I just pull that up a little bit so you got some more light coming in. So kind of got this morning haze going on. So we will add the roof eventually, but at the moment I just want to edit the rest of the bathroom. So you should have something like this, if I can get this coming in. So you got the nice hills at the back as well. So with these hills, we could get a texture on there as well. We could go new, and then we could go grass hills. And then place these as just kind of an luminous green at the moment. We will fix that afterwards with the shapes and everything. So this pillar right here, if we take it, just pull this off render mode for the moment. Shift D to duplicate it, scale it out, and then just shrink it in. So it just fits in between the two windows where we've got that little divide going on. We can also take this little divide that we've got at the bottom for the skirting board, Shift D, to bring it up. So we should have something that's relatively like this. We can also bring some of the fittings over as well from the other side. I'm going to put some plants on this side, and maybe some little plants on the table as well. And then we can do the tiles later on. Okay, so the next part that we will work with, we're going to make some plant pots and stuff. So let's take this off just for one moment. And I want to also colour the inside of these archways in gold. So maybe we do the gold first, and then we'll do the plant pots. So edit mode. We just want to go ahead and select absolutely everything just within these archways as best we can. Just get everything on the inside right there. And then from here we will, 1 second, just trying to get that face right there. From here we will go to plus, go to the drop down, gold 1, the first gold that we had. Click assign, go to object mode, let's go to this mode, then we'll do this archway, so just click on the archway, edit mode, take everything from on the inside of this, and then we're going to go ahead and click plus, change this to gold again, and then assign. So for these plant pots that we want to make, we'll go with circle, press G, bring it over, edit mode, press F, E to extrude, just slightly, scale it outwards, just by slides. I'm just gonna mosey that on in right there. I just realized as well there's no keys. Why is there no keys? Screencasting keys, they should be on. That's really weird. Oh, there we go. Where did the screencasting keys go? They were on. Really weird. Right, so from this point on, let's go E-fret extrude. Scale this outwards. E-fret extrude. Must have been a glitch within the software or something. And then just kind of like pull them in. E-fret extrude. E-fret extrude again, and then just kind of scale it. And then we can just pull this outwards on the outside, just to make that little bit of a lip. E-fret extrude, and then this one, E-fret extrude, keep it where it is, pull it in. So you should have something, oops, just like this. You've got kind of an edge, if you can see that. And then E-fret extrude, bring it down, scale downwards, and then E-fret extrude and just bring it inside, kind of thing. We don't need to make this too deep. Like you can see on the X-ray mode there. We could just leave it like that. Now these parts, shade them smooth. Go to the drop down and go with gold, just to match the theme of the room. Scale it down. Just place it to the side just for now. And then what we're going to do, we're going to go to add. We go to curve. I think it's curve. And then the sampling tree gen. So we're just going to make some trees. So the sampling tree gen right here. We can make different ones. We can make willows, weeping willows, Japanese maples. Japanese maples, you can't really go wrong with those. We could do that one. We could do leaves, show leaves. So for these potted plants, we're going to kind of want to turn this down a little bit, so the branch growth, kind of turn that down so that they're kind of little, almost bonsai trees, if you will. Make them a little taller. So you got the branch splitting as well. You can make them a little bit more bushy. We've also got base splits, so you could just have like one split if you wanted to. 2 levels, 1 level, multiple levels. You can also change these as well if you wanted to something different if you've got a different preference. I personally like this, the way that it's going. So I'm just going to do like little trees inside of here. These leaves right here, we're going to have them as pink. I think it'd match the room somewhat. And then the trunk, we could do this as kind of a dark brown kind of thing going on. So you have these nice little trees just in the bathroom. Scale these down. You just want to put the pot to the tree, or the tree to the pot. So the tree comes in 2 pieces. So you've got the main tree, and then you've got the leaves. What you want to do is select the main tree, click shift, and then select the leaves. Press G, bring it over to the pot, put it inside. There you go. You got a nice little tree inside of there. We could rotate that so it's a little bit more straight if you wanted to. You can also scale this down if you wanted to too. So select the pot, select the tree, select the branches, and then we can go G and we can just move this over to the side. There's a little potted plant inside there, so just make sure that it's flush to the floor, relatively. We could do like a little plant on the side as well, so we could go Shift D, move this over, put one of these at the back next to the window, press G, move it over. Could rotate it as well. Okay, we got this this real nice bathroom going on. You could have these really any colour that you wanted. So the next thing we want to do is make a tap for this bathroom. So we're just going to go cylinder, just elongate cylinder a little bit, scale it in, go G, edit mode. You know, I'm going to remove this in the background just for now so that we can actually move around properly, because it seems to be really fiddly right now and I'm not too sure why. If we go to edit mode, click this top part right here, E for extrude, just rotate it round, press 1 if you wanted to, go on the first perspective right there. E, rotate, and just bring it over. E, rotate, press G, bring it over. E, and then just rotate, press G, downwards, bring it over. And then E, rotate, G, and then just continue doing this until you get to the end. And then maybe we can thin this out and just rotate it back to where it should be. Yeah, for some reason the camera angle has just been super weird. Shade smooth, scale this down, and then we're just going to place this next to the tub. So this is going to be the tap. Just go ahead and move that in. Rotate this round. Just place it relatively next to the bathtub. We can also make a secondary one if you wanted to. Just move this close as well. So we go 7. Just select these two. Just press G. You can move them forward. And these should just be at the side of the bathtub right there. And we'll go with gold for both of them. This really is being weird. I'm just going to go ahead and just cancel it off. Just 1 second. Yeah, that's better. For some reason that angle was just crazy. So yeah, these two are gold. So what you want to do with the sink is take the bathtub, take one of these taps, just Shift D, duplicate it out, just rotate it roughly back to being straight. Just hit that again. Scale the bowl inwards, just by slight. Take this and scale it outwards. It's kind of a posh tap. And take these two and rotate them by 90, and these will be the sinks. I'm just going to scale that down again at the side, G to move it over. Scale it. G to go up. Scale it. We can have two little posh sinks just right here, just in front of the mirrors. So this is what it should look like roughly at the moment. Obviously we're going to get a roof over the top and we'll get some lighting in the back as well. And then we'll put a back wall on because we can see a reflection just here. And we just want to aim to get rid of that. I'm also going to put a depth of field on this as well. So if I click the camera right here, we go depth of field, the little selection thing, and maybe we'll just aim to focus this on the bath, and then we'll move the f-stop down just by slight. And I think I might also copy this right here and place something here. So yeah, I think I'm going to make the ceiling as well. Let's see what we can do. So we want this gold trim right here running across the ceiling. So I'm just going to Shift D, rotate this by 90, just scale it out. And then I'm just going to press G and just bring it in just about here so that the skirting boards and this match. And then we're going to go Shift D, just place another one at the bottom there. So now we've got an intersecting vertice right here, so I'm just going to move this just back ever so slightly. So we still have that border, it can still be seen, but it's just out of the way. Now, as regards to this floor, we can make some tiles on here, but I'm going to do it last. As I said before, I'm going to make another one of these cabinets, just to fill that void, because there's just too much void right there for my liking. So, select your cabinet, and then just bring it across. Maybe we could put some more taps in there or something. I don't know why you'd want 4 sinks in a bathroom, but, you know, maybe this could be changing station for makeup or something like that. Just kind of carry on the aesthetic of the room. Oops, don't do that. I'm just going to select one of these mirrors as well and just pull this over. And I think that would look a lot better. It's kind of like a couple's bathroom, I guess. I don't like this shelf in the back though. That shelf's kind of bothering me. Because why would you have a shelf right behind 2 sinks when you can just put a shelf right here over this cabinet? And just scale it out a little bit. You've kind of got this kind of fancy look going on. I think that would work much better. Okay, so once we've got this, we'll also want to do the borders around the bottom here. I'm just going to move this tree out of the way because I don't think we're going to be able to put a border right there. But you want to put these borders just along these walls so that everything matches. Scale it inwards just slightly. Scale it out. Take this one, Shift D, scale across, scale down. And then Shift D, and we'll place this one just on the side right here. And just scale it across. So now we can kind of put this roof on and we can see what's going on. So just add a plane. Actually, you know what? We could delete that. Get this plane. Let's be smart about this. And just bring it up. There you go. We got a new plane. Now it's going to be quite dark on the inside. So we're going to put some lighting in there as well. Just to brighten everything up. Obviously we've removed the hills and stuff like that, so we'll put those back afterwards. And you can see the reflections right here of all of these objects, but then there's nothing here because obviously there's nothing behind the camera. So we could also build some of the room on that side, just add a little bit of furniture, some more plants maybe, just to kind of give it that depth. So I think, just trying to think, right, let's take a plant, let's Shift D this, just duplicate it over. I'm going to need the render side just to see what's going on in this mirror, just so that I can bring this across, maybe not in front of the camera, just behind, yeah, so you can see it right there. So that's where we're going to be working with. So if I go G, bring this across to this side, and then take one of these cabinets, and then maybe put that on that side. So I'll just stop this from rendering for the moment. So I'm going to go Shift D, duplicate this over, so that's going to be sat in the corner of a room because obviously this intersects. I want to just turn that around. Somehow I've managed to pick up another plant somewhere. Let's Shift D, duplicate that, and then we'll gladly take these two plants and just move them to the side here. So you've got that kind of depth going on. And then we're going to need a wall, so let's add a wall. Let's get a plane in there. G, move it across. Did that just go down? Or to the side? I want it to go that way. 90. Scale it out. And then we can join everything else up once we've done the lighting and everything. Scale that side. And now we have the back of the room. So it looks like just this elongated bathroom with some nice little trees going on. A little bit of lighting. Perfect. View active camera. Oh, come on. For some reason it won't let me pull the camera over. Right, there we go. No, well, I think it's because it's rendering. So what we can do with that background, because obviously there's such a big gap, we can just add more planes to the side of it and the bottom of it. It doesn't need to be super detailed, you just kind of have depth, so to speak. And anyway, when we add the lighting for the hills outside, we can lessen the reflection. It's just so that we have that detail in there, so it makes it look like it's got more depth than the rest of the room. And obviously we've got these little reflections that are going on the plant pots as well. You're not going to want a void on those because people are going to see that and go, I can see the back of the scenery. So having that little bit of extra kind of fake backdrop really does help with the detail. So the next bit that we could do really, excuse me, we didn't do the skirting boards for the bottom here. I neglected that one. So I'm just going to go ahead and just shift D this one, move these down. I don't think no, they are fitting properly, I think. Right. My brain's just kind of going like, I need to do this, this, and this. Like, okay. Interesting. So, I think we should go into the shading tab. For sure, we should start with the shading tab and add some more detail. Okay, so when you go for the shading tab, it's just up here. So we're going to be doing quite a lot of shading for this piece. But don't worry, we've already got the colours on there that we've already chosen, the materials on there that we've already chosen. So what we do to one item will change every other item as long as it's within that colour range, within that material. So if we go for grey 1 to begin with, we can make these walls a little bit more bumpier. So we could go add, and we could go noise texture. If we go to just this one render right here, go to colour, base colour. Just bring this up just a little bit. Gives this kind of noise texture. We could then add a bump. Place your bump there, put your colour into your height. Add your colour ramp. Place this in the middle. And then we've got bumpy walls. Tone this up just a little bit. And it will affect absolutely everything. So when we render, the light should be picked up on those walls as well. Now you won't be able to see it because obviously it's fuzzy at the minute whilst it's rendering in, but once you render it and it goes through the whole process of rendering, you'll be able to see that detail with the light. So let's go back to regular mode just for the moment. And then we'll do this tiled floor. I'm debating it. I'm just like, I should do regular tiles, but I also feel that I want to do something with the nodes with this. I kind of messed this up when I did the trial run to this, so I want to do that last. I'm just a little bit cautious about it, but we'll go noise texture. We're going to go for the cabinets, the wood effects. Go colour to base colour. Just distort the texture just slightly and just scale it up. So we've kind of got this kind of wood look to it, but kind of out of hours kind of wood look, I would call it. There you go. So it's like this kind of brazen kind of look. So want to go with add bump. Put that in there, colour to height, and then we'll go with go add again, colour ramp. Place that between these two, and then we want to go for plus, and we want to make this a brown. So you notice now everything that's blue within this picture is actually part of the wood stuff that we're doing. So maybe we just want maybe a light kind of colour. I'm also going to make this slightly metallic. just to bring out some of those details. And then we can actually lower the strength as well on some of this, just to bring out those shadows a bit. So that's the wood texture right there. For this cabinet, let's go new. We'll just type in cabinets kind of thing. Maybe we could go with a Veroni texture. I always go with Veroni, but it's kind of really good. Or we could go with a sky texture, I guess. Sky texture is pretty kind of okay. Nah, you know, I'm going to take that off. Let's see. Galba texture. Let's go with value to base color, see what happens. That's an okay kind of texture. Maybe just stretch it out just a little bit. It's kind of like a two-tone cabinet. Let's add a color ramp. And let's make that slightly metallic. Just take down the roughness too. And then I think we're going to add, for the roughness, noise. Let's add a noise texture for the roughness. Just zoom that out just slightly. So it's got some little scuffs on it, as you can see, that are just appearing right here. So if I just elongate this or go downwards, you've got little scuffs going on. You could also put a bump node in this if you wanted to. Just change the colour to height again. Yeah, and it should give you this nice shiny but kind of rough looking texture. So then you want to take this and just add this to this one. So if I go to the camera view right here, we should have something like this. Just kind of a rough outline of what we're doing when it loads in. So there's a lot of noise pollution in here from the back wall and the reflection that we have. So once we close off the roof, that should disappear. And then we can add our own little lights in there and stuff, like underlighting and stuff like that. Get some little kind of mirror lights in there. I think that looks okay. Could be a little bit smoother on there, but it'll be fine. So let's do this floor tiling. We can do new right here. We want to do floor tiling with Veroni texture. So we're going to do add and then brick. I'm going to do the brick texture first, and then we'll add the Veroni into that afterwards. So let's see. Scale up your brick texture a little bit. And then we want to just get rid of the offset so it's nice and tiled. Then we will add the bump right in there. You want to go colour to height, and you can invert this if you want to. We will go to colour ramp, and then just insert this between. So you can make this lighter, make this darker, whatever you need to do with it. So the mortar itself is going to be white. Then these two colours, we're going to go Veroni. So just go Veroni texture, colour to colour one. Scale is just on there. I think it would be better if I came off the camera, kind of thing. See, this was the problem that I had last time. It was kind of, it didn't really work that well. This it's kind of why I wanted to do individual tiles. This was what I ran into last time. Let's go with colour ramp, see if that fixes it. No. Yeah. This is the problem that I had last time with this. Let's remove the bump. Let's just remove the elephant in the room for the moment. Yeah. I wanted this kind of texture, but I wanted to pull this outwards a little bit. I think it would be better if you made one tile with Veroni and then just duplicated it multiple times. I just think it would look a lot better, but it will be taxing on your CPU or GPU, whatever you're using, and graphics card. If you want to do it this way, this is how I've set it out. You can take a screenshot of that if you want to, and then just copy what I've done and then edit it to what you would like it to look like. But I personally, I'm gonna remove this, and then I'm gonna do the tiles themselves. So let's go with a cube. I'm gonna go G. I'm gonna make the tiles on top, and then I'll place them into the piece itself. So let's go back to layout. Scale this down just slightly. And then I'm going to go edit mode, take this top piece here, E for extrude, scale it downwards, G. And then we'll go object mode, scale down, shade smooth. And then we'll go to shading tab. New, and then we'll go to add Veroni. Colour to base colour. Shade this down. Just make kind of a wacky pattern on there. And then we're going to go with add, and then we'll go colour ramp. And we're going to add some blues and some just pale kind of colours to it. Just get some blues in there as well. Or maybe some rich greens. So this, we will go back to layout. Shift D. Just duplicate that across. Take these two, duplicate them across. And then duplicate these across as well. Just try and get them roughly the same place. Shift D, move these across. Shift D, move these across. And just keep going. Until you have roughly a floor to work with, so to speak. Just select them all, scale them down a little bit, and then we can start putting them into the bathroom itself. So you just want to make sure that these are just above the flooring. Just press G, move them on in. Scale them to the side. Just make sure they go all the way to the back. And they also don't clip on the outside. Yeah, I think that'd be okay. And then press Shift D, and then bring across another set. Or you can press 7, just to see where you're at, and X-ray if you want to. Just going to move these up just slightly. And then maybe we could make another row just for that mirror image. Okay, so this is roughly what it should look like. I'm hoping that these look a lot better. They do need some variation to them though. Definitely need some variation. We could turn some of these tiles around. We could pull the colours a little bit so that they're more uniform. The lighting is going to help greatly as well. In variation of tones. Okay, I think we should start putting some of the lighting in as well. I'm just going to go to the shading tab right here. I'm just going to edit some of these tones out. I'm just going to put some of these, just make that a little brighter. Maybe make that one a little brighter as well. Bring this white up just slightly. Maybe minus that one off. And that one. To be honest with you, I think it's just more about experimenting with the colours and just seeing what you can get in certain places. Because you could just do white tiling if you wanted to. I think we should just do that. Just white tiling might actually look better. Yeah, I definitely think white tiles would definitely change this. Make it a little bit more open and maybe bring up that metallic just a little bit, bring down that roughness. Yeah, I think that looks way better than a Veroni texture. Let's see, I'm just going to elongate this wall, so edit mode, just select this one face and just press G, bring it over. Just to the back there. Oh, let me see. What was I going to do? There was something. I've missed something. Oh, lighting. Yeah, so let's go back to layout. I'm just going to go ahead, scale this outwards and bring that back. So we're starting to build the bathroom in now. Yeah, so the lighting, let's take this off X-ray mode. The lighting can be cylinders. Scale this out, scale it down. Right click, shade smooth, scale it out, and then rotate it by 90 on its side. And then we'll place this just underneath the skirting board right here. So this little strip that we just put in, we're going to change this to an emission. You can change this up to any colour that you want to. I'm just going to go to the render tab right here. So maybe we could do a blue with this one just to offset that pink a little bit. I just need to turn that up just slightly. That actually looks quite cute with that blue. We could also take this as well and go Shift D, bring it down underneath the cabinets. And then maybe we could have some external light just on this side. So if I just cancel this off just for 1 second, just scale this in. So we've got that nice little blue coming from under the cabinets. And then maybe we could have a red on this side. So we could take one of these, Shift D, bring it over, and just have this kind of red ambience, whatever you want to call it. Scale this in. And just have some red lighting just running across the bottom here or the top. Just pull that across. Oops. Just move that down just slightly. So when we're changing this, go to edit mode, press plus, and then go new, and then go to emission, and then press red. And then we can render this out, assign it as well, go to object mode, object mode, and then we can turn this red light up a little bit. So we have this kind of mix of red and blue. Gives it a little bit more depth. So the hills in the background we can do with an ocean again. I just wanted to remove that before because I think it was a little bit too distracting. And then we just need to finish off the rest of the room so there's no external light pollution coming through. Maybe turn the sun up a little bit. So we take the sun right here. Just give it some more power. Yeah, I'm just going to stop this render just for 1 second. I can smell burning. Like my CPU's overthinking here. I'm just going to remove the ceiling right there. Move this back. And then I'm just going to bring this ceiling up. It just makes more sense to have this in than that one. Okay, so take this wall right here. Once you're finished with everything and you're happy, press G. And just close off this room completely. The next thing we want to do is add the hills into the background. So go object mode, add the plane, and then go to modifiers, and you want to go to ocean. Add your little parts in, scale it up. So there's hills, rotate it just slightly, and then just bring it down. And then for the texture on this, we could actually add just a regular kind of texture. I'm just going to scale this up just a little bit more. So we've got some more hills. Maybe rotate it just slightly as well. Just got G. Just going to rotate that around the sides too. Okay, so on this background one we could go shading. Then we could go new and add noise texture, color to base color. Let's get that noise texture. So you want to do it not too much, but you kind of want this kind of weird haze to it so it looks like trees. Add colour ramp, add green, just very faded green, and then add some blue tones in there, just little bits, and then add brown as well. So in this part we want to go brown, just move that over to the light a little bit so it kind of gives that texture going on. You could also add some trees on the outside here, so we could go add a curve. Let's see, sample tree. You're not going to be able to see it in there. If we go wireframe, you'll be able to see it. It's just there. We could go fern. I think we should go geometry. And then go Douglas fern. So you've got this huge tree coming out right now. Add leaves. You can add as many leaves as you want to. Show leaves. So you've got all this. Or you can go geometry again. You could have birch trees. You could have anything that you really wanted. I just want to make something real quick. Let's see. It's the only problem, they're all different sizes, so with this one, go to leaves, show leaves, and then you could take this tree, press G, bring it outside, scale it up. You might want to do this on the layout so you can see what's going on through the window. Press G, bring it down, bring it across. Let's have some bushes outside. Let's take this one, go to materials, make this kind of like a green colour. This one we could go with, what else have we got? We've got this one. Take these two, you can duplicate this across. So what you should end up with in the end is this kind of a scene. Hopefully it renders in. I think these hills, they need to be a little bit less reflective. So I'm just going to turn the roughness up just a bit. And maybe we'll turn that alpha down just slightly as well, so they kind of disappear into the background. And for your scene, because it's a grey sky right there, we can make this blue. Or we can make this yellow actually, because it looks like a sunrise rather than a sunset. Just click that hill off. Yeah, and I think that's roughly the tutorial. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. Like, subscribe, do all that jazz, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next tutorial. So today we are making a mustard ketchup bottle, kind of stereotypical thing that you would find in a chippy. So we're going to go ahead and just delete off the default cube, and we're going to add a circle. We'll scale this out, and we're going to go to the edit mode, press F for fill, E for extrude, just slightly, and then scale it outwards. And what we're going to do is I'm going to put a side view on here so you guys can see what's going on. So just one for the side view if you need that. Right, so we'll take this from here. So we're going to go E for extrude again. We might want to just scale this outwards slightly, and then E for extrude again, scale outwards, oops, Scale outwards just slightly. We kind of want a soft plastic with this. And then we're going to go straight up. Let's press G to bring that back up to roughly there. Then we're going to go E for extrude. Scale it inwards just slightly. E for extrude. Scale it inwards just slightly. E for extrude. Scale it inwards just slightly. I'm going to go back and just scale that one just outwards just a bit. E for extrude and then scale inwards just slightly. And then what we want to do is just bring this one down. So we've now we've got this nice little base going on. We're going to go E for extrude again, scale it in. And then we're going to go E for extrude. And this is where the lid's going to sit. So we're just going to do a little extrude right there, a little extrude again, don't move it. Scale it outwards just slightly. And then we're going to go extrude upwards just for the lid. And then E for extrude, scale in a little bit. E for extrude, and then scale in a little bit again. Just press G, bring it down a little bit. And then we're going to go E for extrude, put it up just slightly, and then scale it all the way in. And then we're going to go E for extrude, and this will be the nozzle. So it's going to be almost like a triangle, so all we need to do is just extrude it just at the edge, as so. So, when we get to this part, and we're, right at this bit, we're going to go E for extrude, and you don't have to do the inside of it, but I just like to do the little kind of hole at the top. So I'm just going to go E for extrude and just bring it down to where it needs to be. So, once we've done this, go to object mode, we're going to go click right to shade smooth, and this will be our condiment bottle. So usually these are red in colour. I'm just going to go ahead and change my render engine to cycles, and this is what we should have. Obviously the lighting's a little bit poor on this. Just grab this light right here, just bring it up and just bring it back a little bit, and then we can improve this light right here by clicking here. And just scroll it up. Alternatively, you can type in here, just add a couple of extra zeros, and you should have a pretty bright light. Now that's maybe a little bit too bright for our scene, but it'll do for the moment, just so that we can see what's going on with everything. Dipping pot sauce wise. So with this as well, we can go to edit mode, come off the render mode. Let's go to, click on this, go to edit mode. So sometimes we have ridges going around the outside, so we can just Control R, make a little loop cut here, Control R, make a little loop cut here. And what we can do is we can take, say, every one or so, just as such. Then we can go E for extrude, leave them where they are, and then just scale them inwards just slightly. So now we've got this little bit of a grip on the outside. You don't have to do that, but sometimes they do have these little bevels going on just on the outside. So I'm just going to scale this down just slightly and then scale it outwards. So now we have this kind of grip on the outside of the bottle. So what we can do now is we can go Shift D, move these across, and now we have two red bottles. So to change the colour of this bottle, we're just going to go to edit mode, press A to select everything, go down to your materials tab at the bottom of your screen right here, and we will go plus, we're going to go assign, and we're going to go new. When it catches up, and then we're going to change this one to yellow. So roughly about that. So now what we have is two sauce bottles all ready to go. Yeah, mustard and ketchup. So that's the end of the tutorial. Nice little props to put in the background on any scenes that you've got or in any games that you're making currently. Yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So we're going to be making a water bottle today. So the water bottle, we're just going to go ahead and delete the default cube. Add objects for mesh. Add circle. And what I'm going to do with this circle, this is kind of in the way, but I'm just going to improve my vertices just right here at the bottom to make it look a little bit smoother. Because last time I didn't do it, and it was kind of squared off a little bit, and I didn't like the way that looked. So with water bottles, what we're going to do is we're going to go to edit mode, press F for fill. So what I'm going to do is E for extrude. Let me think. And I'm just going to scale it around. We're going to do a flat water bottle. E for extrude again. Just bring that out just slightly. E for extrude. E for extrude again. And I think I might put like a little kind of dent in the middle of it. So you just want to take it, E for extrude, bring it up. E for extrude if you're going to make this little dent. You don't have to, you don't want to, but I'm just going to do it. E for extrude again. Just like kind of scale it inwards a little bit. Just kind of have it like as a sports bottle, I guess. Scale it inwards again. E for extrude. Just gently scale inwards, and then we're just gonna make this come upwards towards the top, and then just scale it out a little bit more as we reach the top. So this is gonna be kind of like a sports water bottle, I guess. E for extrude. Actually, you know what? I'm going to make that a little bit bigger. Scale outwards. E for extrude. E for extrude again. And then we're just going to go E for extrude, but on the slight. Scale it inwards slightly. E for extrude again. Scale inwards. E for extrude. Scale inwards. E for extrude. Scale inwards. You get where this is going again, I guess. If you've seen the rest of the tutorials, like E for extrude, blah, blah, you know. Okay, so we're gonna go E and just go straight up. You can make like a little curve if you want to, just kind of balance it out a little bit, and then E just straight up. So I'm gonna go an X-ray view right now so you guys can see. So want to go E again, just slightly, just bring it in. This will be the lip of the bottle. Yeah. G downwards, let me see, yeah. So go inwards, E for extrude, and then we're just going to go in there. Now I'm going to press 1, so you guys can see. So now we're inside of the bottle. I'm going to go E for extrude again, E for extrude, and then we're just going to scale outwards. And then E for extrude, just leave like a tiny little gap at the sides, so that you don't clip in the outside. E for extrude, scale, E for extrude, scale it outwards, and just carry on doing this like the whole way until you get to the bottom. And just make sure you keep scaling inwards every so often if the bottle changes, such as my one does here. So I'm just making the inside of the bottle now, and then we can do the rest of this. And now when you come to the end, just kind of scale it in a little bit. Not all the way in, but just like enough that you kind of got this round bottom to it. So you should have something like this. So now we're going to make the lid, which is just real simple. Just go back to your object mode. I'm going to just right click shade smooth. And then we're going to add the lid, which is just a cylinder. Just basically scale it down. And then just place it on top. If you got the X-ray mode, you can kind of see how big your lid is. Let's have mine like there. Okay, so, and then right click and smooth that out. So that's your basic bottle shape. You can add to that if you like. Let's see. So you can add labels on here as well. So the best way of doing this is to go to edit mode. Just click 1 on your number pad. Make sure that you've got the X-ray mode on for faces as well. And then just select a couple of vertices, and you can change the colours of these as well. So you just go into the materials tab. You just press plus. So this one will be the original colour, I believe. Yeah, so this one's the original colour. So what you want to do, just to make it kind of slightly invisible, I'm just going to change my render engine real quick. So come back to the materials tab. You can move the alpha, and you can make it like slightly kind of invisible. I'm just going to go ahead and just assign this 1 second. So for this material that's selected right here, you want to press plus, assign, and then this will be your new material. So this will be your label. Let's go object mode. So you notice that the bottle's kind of slightly see-through. I mean, you could use that if you wanted to, but to be honest with you, if you go to the original material and you go to glass BSDF, you can make this bad boy glass. Just turn down the roughness, and then it turns into kind of this glass bottle effect. But we don't want glass, so we're just going to bring the roughness up a little bit, so it's more of a plastic kind of look to the bottle. Yeah, and that's your basic kind of bottle shape. I hope you guys enjoyed. Please leave a like, subscribe. If you're on Facebook, give me a follow. Thank you. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. It has been a while. One of my hard drives decided to completely give up on me. I can't bring the hard drive back, unfortunately. I'd done so many tutorials within that morning, and I was like so happy because I was like, right, I just need to upload these tutorials. And then the very end tutorial that I did, everything just stopped working, and nothing was recording, and I thought, oh, it's the hard drive, it must be, you know what I mean, it must have just run out of space. But no, the entire hard drive's just given up. So we're trying to get it back with rewiring and stuff like that, but we don't know whether we're going to get it back. So I have to redoing basically most of the tutorials that I did. So we're going to be making a record player today, just one of those basic kind of oldie worldy record players. Now I am taking inspiration from someone who's made a record player online, kind of drawings and stuff like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to go S, just scale up your default cube just a little bit. S again, scale it down. Gosh, there must be a lot of pollen in the air today, my nose is killing me. Go to edit mode. We're going to go E-fret extrude, but don't move it. Scale inwards, just slightly, so you've got a bit of a lip. And then we're going to go E-fret extrude and just bring it outwards. Now, you kind of want like a little box thing going on. So it kind of looks like a kind of gift box, if you will. So what we're going to do, we're going to do wooden texture on the top here, and we're just going to do black on the bottom here. But what I want to do, go back to object mode, and then we're going to go add. And we want to add cylinder. Now, the cylinder is going to be the feet, so to speak, of the box. So if you press 7 on your number pad, you should go straight to the top. If you don't have 7 on your number pad, go to view. Line view, it should be the top one. So it should just be straight down. Let's see, viewpoint, top, number 7, yeah? So, with these little parts, we want to go G, and we're just going to bring them down. Bring them across. And then from this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Shift D just duplicate it upwards. And then we're going to click for both of them. So you notice now that the square has been selected. So what you want to do is just double click and that will come straight off. You want to press Shift D and just move these across. Now what I need you to do is just select all of them because we're going to put them at the same height. So when you do click, obviously, centre part, this square is going to be selected. Just press Shift, double click, and then it'll come straight off. So now we've got all these. We want to go to G and just bring them down. And these will be the legs of our record player. Now if you want to, you can select them all. Just select, just click and then drag. Press G, just bring it up to the plate base. And what I'm going to do, you don't have to add this, but I just add it so it gives it a bit more perspective, is a plane. Just scale it outwards. If you've not already, your gaming engine should be Cycles. When we take it off X-ray mode and we go on to this mode, you can see that there's just the box and there's no feet underneath. Now to correct this, select the plane underneath, come back onto your regular kind of rendering so you're not wasting your computer. Press G, just bring it down a little bit so that your box for your record player is just sitting just above. Now for this part, we want to start making some of the dials on top. We also want to put some speakers at the side and stuff like that. But what I'm going to do first and foremost is I'm going to make some material textures. So if we go down to the material properties right here, we want a black for the base. Actually no, you know what we could do? We could actually do this as wood. So if we put this material as, just type in wood for now, and then we'll do the nodes afterwards. Just press enter. We'll put this as a dark brown just for now, so we know that it's wood. If you go into edit mode, we're going to select all four sides, scroll with your middle wheel, just press it in, and then just move the mouse. And then just select the bottom as well if you can. You see that my bottom's selected there. What we want to do is press plus, and then we're going to go new. And then this one will be our black. So what I want to do now is click assign, and then we're going to change from this colour wheel to black. So in the end, you should have something like this. Now, as for our feet, you can have them as silver, you can have them whatever you would like. You could go to the drop down menu here, you could select wood or you could select black. To be honest with you, I'm going to make a silver. So I'm just going to put silver. We'll make this slightly metallic. Turn the roughness down just slightly. I'm also going to right click and I'm just going to click shade smooth. So we've got this nice metallic look. So now you notice that the rest of the feet don't share the same metallic look. So what you want to do, I'm just going to go right click, shade smooth. Go down to this drop down right here and you should have silver. And this is the one that we've just made. So shade smooth, drop down, silver. Take this one, shade smooth, drop down and silver. So now all the feet are the exact same material. So for this wooden part right here, we will go to the nodes section. We will basically work out what we need to do with that. But as for the time being, we need to make the actual record player itself. Now, for the actual player itself, we want the disc to come right here. So for size comparison, I'm just going to put a cylinder in. I'm just going to squish it down. Press G, move it up. Scale it outwards as much as you need to. Now this won't be our disc, but this is just the size comparison. So we're going to put this at the back. So the record just sits just there. Then we can work from that. So that we can get the rest of the positions in order. So I'm just going to put mine there actually. I think it looks better on that side. So what we need now is we're going to add 2 cylinders. So just do 1 cylinder for now and then we can clone it. So scale it downwards, G, and then we're going to move it to the side. Now at this point I'm going to put these as the silver because it just matches the colour scheme that we've got going on. Just move that across. Make sure that it's flush with the piece. Scale it down. Let's go G. Now with this cylinder we want to round it off just a little bit and give it maybe some prongs. So what we'll do, we'll go to edit mode. We'll go E for extrude. Just scale it over a little bit. And what we're going to do is Control R. And just put a little loop cut in there. Control R again. And then put a little loop cut in the bottom as well. So now what we're going to do is go into the faces. And we will select, I think it's every 2 faces to every 3, I believe. But it doesn't have to be perfect. So, no, I don't want that one. So we want to go 3 gap, 2 selected, all the way around. So 3 gap, 2 selected, 3 gap, 2 selected, 3 gap, and then 2 selected. And then we've got the 3 gap, 2 selected, and then we should be coming around to the other side. Now at this point you notice that there's a 3 gap, but you kind of don't have the space to do that pattern. Now at this point, we can actually use this as a dial point. So this is where the dial will stick out, so we know where the dial is moving to. So if you go E for extrude, just leave it where it is. Scale inwards. So we've got some texture coming onto the outside, or you can scale outwards if you'd like. Yeah, let's try the scale outwards. So we've got E for extrude and then scale, just S for scale, and then S downwards. I think that actually looks a little bit better. So for this section right here, let's take this part. I'm just going to go G, move it forward, and then just scale it inwards just slightly. And this will be where the dial is pointing to. Now you could take these little points inwards just a little bit if you wanted to. So you have texture, but you it's not overly powerful texture. So you just press S, just scale them in. So you should be left with something like this. Now from this point you can go and click for shade. Shade smooth, right click shade smooth. Now at this point I'm going to change this to a silver texture to keep up with appearances on here. So press G, just move it across. And then we're going to go Shift D and make a secondary dial. Now we don't want the dials pointing in the same way because that looks a little bit samely, but maybe you could point the dial in an opposite direction. Now on this part where we've got the dials, we want to put some text. So it should be a volume up, volume down button. And we should also have a speed button as well. I believe that they did at one point have a speed button. So yeah, let's go with if you go to add, and then we go to text, and then what we're going to do is go to edit mode, delete everything with backspace, and then we're going to type volume. Now don't worry that it's not in the right place at the moment because we can move this. So for volume. So 1 second, I'm just looking at this. 1 second. You can do it bold. I'm actually thinking of doing it bold. So bold actually might look better. So just type volume. Go back to your object mode. Did it? That's not typed it properly. Just press G, just bring it across, and then I'll just rotate this around. For some reason my thing's not working. Hold on. How bizarre. That's really weird. I swear I just typed that in. So take this, rotate this by 90. Just press R for rotate. 90. Should go 90. So you'll notice that it's upside down. We're going to press R again and just press 180. And that should bring it into the right position. So S to scale, just scale it downwards slightly. G, bring it towards one of the dials that you've just made. Now at this point we can see that it's right underneath the dial. However, it's not at the correct position. So we're going to go G, just bring it up so that it sits flushly on top of the machine. S to scale. And then we're going to press G. Again, just to bring it up. I'm just looking at my notes there. You know what, it's super weird. When I learn other languages, I look at English and I go, that's not spelt right. And it's like, it is spelt right. It's like my brain's just completely in a different world. So if you go to your geometry and click exclude, extrude even, we can bring this text up a little bit. So I'm just going to press G, just bring it up. For some reason it's on an angle. Just going to level this out a little bit. Just about there, I think. That should be fine. Let's press G, just bring it across. So now this will be your volume. You're going to put low and high on this side. So we're going to go Shift D, so duplicate it. Press G, just bring it across one. Go to edit mode, and we're just going to go low. And maybe just scale this down just a little bit. And then we're going to take this one, Shift D, move it across, and then we're going to put high on this one. Go back to your object mode and you should have this. Now for some reason, although I have typed it in, my text is off just slightly. So I'm just going to rotate these back again. Press G, bring that up. That is bizarre how it's off center unless I press something that I shouldn't have done. It should generally be 90 degrees. But for some reason it's on an angle. Don't ask. So I'm just going to move this dial over just a little bit. Press G. And then just move these a little bit more closer together. Maybe just shrink them down just slightly. I could do min and max, to be honest with you. Min and max might actually look better. So we just put max on this one. Yeah, it looks way better if you put max. I put min on this one. Scale this upwards just a little bit. Yeah, I think that looks way better. Okay, so we have the volume part of it. So now this second dial, we want speed. So you could put, for this one, Shift D. And then we're going to go to edit mode and just put speed in that one. So, for the arm, it's a very peculiar shape. So what you wanted to do with this one, I'm just going to take this circle right here that we had for reference. I'm just going to press G, just place it inwards a little bit. So, I think what I would like to do is shade smooth. I'm going to change this to black. to go with the theme. And then what we need is a little bit of a hook on the side right here. So we need a cube, I would say. It's going to shrink it down from the top. Press G to bring it up. And what you want is the cube to go, say if you've got the circle here, you want the cube in kind of an angle at the side. So I'm just going to go to X-ray mode. Oh, you can't go X-ray mode here. Go to X-ray mode. There we go. Press G to bring it up a little bit. And then we're just going to manipulate the sides. So I'm just going to scale this downwards. Bring it up. So it sits flush. You want it just at the exact same size as your disc. So from here, you're going to go to edit mode. Take this side just here. We're going to go E for extrude. And then we're going to take this little face right here. And we're just going to go G and move it downwards. Just slightly. And then with our X-ray mode, we're going to select this face right here. And we're just going to press G and just bring it across. And this will be the underside. This is where the arm's going to sit for our piece. So, this is what you should have so far. Maybe just bring these two up just a slight touch. Just press G, and you can press S to scale them outwards just a little bit. Oops, just going to scale this just slightly. I can't really see the edges on this. Come on. Yes, that should look roughly right. Okay, so now we want to make the arm, but I just want to bring this down. Just select the end face right here. I just press G. And, oh my gosh, just bring it down to maybe about there. I would say that's correct. Then we're going to go into materials, go to black. Okay, so now for the arm. So the arm is quite intricate, so it goes upwards and it rotates around, from what I've seen from old record players. So what we want to do, want to make, I think, I think we'll go with, hold on, I'm just looking at my reference photos here. Yes, we want to make a little oval. I'm going to make a little oval. Let's go with cylinder. Stretch the cylinder out just slightly. Pull it inwards. Press G, just move it across. Scale. Press G to pull it up. Even flatten it beforehand. Then press G to pull it up. Just move it across. I'll place this right here. Scale. G again to bring it up. I'm going to shade this smooth, and then we'll go to make this black to go with our theme. Then we want to go add, and we want to go cylinder again. Scale it down. Press G to bring it up. You want to go on par with what we've just made. So go G. And this is where the arm's going to be caught on the end. Scale downwards. G. Just flatten it down just slightly. G, go down. We're going to go to edit mode. E for extrude. Just slightly. And then scale inwards. E for extrude. Scale inwards. and then E-fret extrude just upwards. Now this point is going to be an arc where the arm can be caught by our stand. So right click, shade smooth, we're going to go over here, go black. From this point on, we want to go to add cylinder again. Now this is going to be your silver, so you want to shade this upwards, scale this upwards, scale it down, press G to bring it up, rotate 90 degrees, and then we're going to slowly bring this over to here, press 7, so you're right above, G, scale it down, and then scale it across, scale it down again, and then scale across to roughly that size, I would say. Right click, shade smooth, and then we're going to put this as silver. Now, this point we need to just bring this down a little bit so it sits just here. Just looking at my photos that I have right here. Okay, so on this part at the end, what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this part so that we don't have to remake it. So Shift D, just duplicate it, and we're going to rotate it by 90. Then we're going to rotate it again by 180. G, and then just get it onto the end right there. Now what we want to do, edit mode. So you want to go to the side here, X-ray mode. Make sure that you're selecting the entire barrel, just at the end there, if you can see. So we just want this part and the end. Just going to scale this down just slightly. Scale it across slightly. So we're manipulating this part. Yeah, scale down just slightly again. Now at this point we're going to put a cube at the end of it, and then we're going to have another cube at an angle at the end of that one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the piece that's supposed to be at the end in a straight line so that you guys can see what you're doing, and then we'll take that straight piece and then we'll put it at the angle. So it makes more sense visually wise. So let me see. So we want another cube, so let's add a cube. Scale it down. G, bring it up. Bring it across. We go right here, scale it down. Now you want your cube roughly bigger than this. So scale outwards. We might actually end up scaling this arm down a little bit. G, right there. So that's roughly how you'd want it. But you're going to have to flatten this out just slightly. So scale downwards to roughly there. That should be absolutely fine. We're just going to scale it outwards just a little bit on the sides. And then we're going to go to edit mode, select the end face, E-fret extrude, sorry, select the end face, scale it inwards just a little bit, E-fret extrude, and then we're going to turn it, so rotate, E-fret extrude, and then we're going to go rotate again, and just bring it round, and just make it slightly smaller every time that you do so. Press G, just move it across a little bit. Then we can go E-fret extrude, and this is where the other part of the arm is going to sit. So this vertices right here, you can see that it's a little bit wonky, so what we're going to do, just go to the ends, and just move them around a little bit so that they're more or less rounded. And just make sure that everything's relatively smooth nothing's jutting out in any odd direction. So at this point we're going to have the parts that will sit right here. That will be the arm. So I'm hoping that I got the angle correct. I'm just going to shade this smooth. Going to add the black to it. Now, the arm part, I have a photo of what they look like, but it's a very one-sided photo. So what we have is we have an arm with a little needle on it, and we have a little piece where you can pick the needle up with your fingers. So from what I remember, my dad used to have a record player when I was a kid. We're going to go to add. We're going to go to cube. G, bring it upwards. I think our platform might be a little bit too short, but we can fix that afterwards, it's fine. So we want to scale this outwards a little bit. And what you want to do with it, go to edit mode, go to Control R, and just about here, we're just going to take this and we're just going to go to G and move it upwards. Someone with a very loud motorbike. And then this side we're just going to shrink this down just a little bit. Scale. Shrink it down just a little bit. It's going to take some tweaking to get this correct. Just pull this up. Just slightly. G, pull this one up. And then this part we're going to drop it down. So we're going to go for, sorry, 1 second. This face at the bottom right here. E for extrude. And we're going to go extrude it. But the only problem is we have a red part as well. So what we want to do is we'll go for Control R. Just cut that one in half. Go to faces. Bottom one here, E for extrude. And then this one, we're going to go E for extrude, but we're going to go a little bit further down. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to grab these two front faces here as well, and I'm just going to press G and just move these down, but I'm also going to scale them down as well. You want to make sure this bottom part is flat as possible. So this part right here is going to be red. So we don't have the colour for red, but we do have black. So we do all this black. Select these faces on the bottom. Oops, not that one. And then what we're going to do is press plus, assign, and we'll go red. So this will be the end where the needle is. You can place that in if you want to, or you can just leave it as that. So now we've got the sticky out part as well. I'll place the needle in actually. So what I want to do is go E for extrude. We're going to scale it down to a point, and what we're going to do with that point is we're just going to go G forward, and then G towards the front. So we have this kind of little thing coming out. And then we're going to go Control R, just clip it around the side there and just press G and bring it back. And this will be the point where you lift the needle from the record itself. So they generally have a little bit of a groove on the top here as well. So I'm just going to go and Control R, just roll your scroll wheel. Control R, go for the middle, roll your scroll wheel again. And what we'll do, we'll take that centre part right there. We'll go to your faces, click the centre, and just press G to move it downwards just a little bit. And then E for extrude. And just slightly pull it in. So when you go back to your object mode, you should have something akin to this. It doesn't have to be perfect. So we're just going to scale this down. I think I think. Mine may be a little bit too long, but we'll see what it looks like on the piece. So I'll just bring it over. Now, the way that you want to angle this depends on where the rotator is. So, for me, you know what, I think I did this the wrong way around. It's okay though, we can flip it. So, generally with record players, the needle points more inwards. So this part right here is having the record player point outwards. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to rotates, and we'll just rotate this by 180. So we bring it over to this side. Now this piece, I do realise is now the opposite. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to mirror it. I'm going to flip it with the y-axis. Because for some reason I have a left-handed one. I decided to make a mirror image of the one that I was looking at, so it was kind of, it was a unique one, but I think, yeah. I just kind of wanted to make something unique where it was on the opposite side, but I think I kind of messed up the angle on it. So, anyway. So it's a left-handed record player. Many of them are right-handed, because most people are right-handed, but this one's a left-handed one. We're just going to move this across. It's right there. I say it's left-handed because you're having to go like this with your left hand and pull it across rather than grabbing it with your right hand. I wanted to make it different from the image that I was looking at on Pinterest. So that I wasn't infringing somebody's copyright. So, if I scale this outwards just a little bit, I just move it over. It should be fine, I think. Scale. And then for this part in the middle, we're just going to make some ridges. So, go on to the top face right here. Go E for extrude. Scale it inwards just slightly. E for extrude. Scale it inwards, just go down slightly. Scale it inwards. Press G, go upwards until you're not clipping the piece right there. E for extrude. Scale it inwards. E for extrude again. Just bring it up just slightly. Scale it inwards just slightly. E for extrude, keep it where it is. And then we're just going to scale inwards. E for extrude. Bring it up slightly, scale inwards. It should be relatively flat. And then we're going to go E for extrude, scale inwards, and bring it up just like that. E for extrude again. Scale it inwards. And then we're going to drop it. And then E for extrude, scale inwards. And then we can go E for extrude again. But this time we're just going to make it a small point. So now we kind of have this little part where you can place the record onto. So, the next part is finishing off this arm, actually. Let me see. I think I'm trying to differ from the design that I'm looking at because I don't want to infringe. So let's go with we'll go with a cylinder. Rotate on its side 90 degrees. G, bring it over. I'm just going to place this one on the end. This will be the end of the arm. So it should just go there, just flush. Then we're going to go with this face on the front. E for extrude. Scale it downwards. so it's just touching the pole. E for extrude, so it's kind of got a little bit of a sleeve to it. And then just scale it inwards just slightly. Now you might have to take the whole thing and just press G and move it across and down. So you've got this cylinder look. Now, with this one, shade smooth, and we're going to go with black. From this point, we can go for the end right here, so E for extrude. Take this last face, E, scale downwards, and we can kind of have this fancy kind of end to it, I guess you could call it that. So it's almost like you could just grab hold of it and then move it across. Scale that downwards. And then we'll have the joint underneath that will rotate the arm. So what we want to do is go to object mode, add a cylinder, scale it downwards, scale it up, G to move it, and we'll scale it all the way down, G again to move upwards, and just get it so that it is on the cusp of the arm, just right there. So it's kind of like a posh version of a record player, I guess. Not your average one. So there's the arm for the record player. Maybe make some speakers. Maybe that's an idea, but I want to put the wood texture on, so we're going to go to shading. Let's see. Shading, we want to go with, just going to move that to the side. I'd say it's noise texture for sure. Let's add a noise, see what happens. We go colour to base colour. The rendered version, do I have it on cycles? Yes, I do. Ah, okay, so let's see. 1 second, I think I messed up. So let's just undo what we did. Clicking this one. Want to go to wood. This is the reason why it's not working, because I've not selected wood. Add the noise texture. We're just going to scale this upwards. You can distort it as well. See what that one looks like. Scale it upwards, scale it downwards. You have some funky patterns on it. Change the roughness out, the detail. I do kind of like that pattern that it's got though. Maybe we'll keep it. So yeah, you've got the noise texture, and then we want to add the colour ramp. So let's go plus, and then we'll add the brown in. Or at least shades of. Plus again. Bring those across. So just turn down the roughness just slightly so it gives it that kind of wood look. Now don't worry about the bottom here, we can fix that in a moment. So if you wanted to mess around with the roughness, you could actually add a Veroni texture and place colour to roughness, and you'll get this. So you see that these parts are kind of shiny and these parts that aren't. So if you scale this up, you actually get this really funky pattern going. You can also place a bump So if we add a bump texture in the middle right there, and we place colour to height, as such we can get little cracks running across the top. So if we just pull this out a little bit, it looks like it's a bit scratched up. So it's had some wear and tear. We could also remove the randomness. Make it a little bit more squared. We could change these settings. Detail as well. So you've got this record player with a little bit of scratching on it from wear and tear, and you've also got the detail in there. So, as far as this wood texture goes, we might want to use a mapping tool. Just go for the scale right here. You can map this outwards, stretch it out a little bit. I would remove this distortion though, if you're going to do that. Have this wavy kind of texture with it. I'm just experimenting at the moment, so you guys can follow along with this if you'd like, or you can experiment yourselves with what I'm doing. But I'm just showing you in general what these settings can do. Yeah, I quite like the distortion that it's got. That's quite funky. Maybe we could add some purple in there as well. Maybe just lighten it up a little bit. Or some greens, like make it a bit funky. Psychedelic. I kind of like that. So we'll go with that. So for the base, for the black, we want to keep the black as black. For this back piece right here, we'll take the arm. We're going to go Shift-D. Oops. Go back to layout actually. Go Shift-D. Scale it inwards just a little bit. And then we're just going to scale it outwards. Now this is going to be the back part where we're plugging things in. So just Shift-D it a couple of times. And these will be the points where you put the speakers in, the ports and all that kind of stuff. And maybe we want a glass lid as well. So if you go to Cube, it's already in the centre. But press G, bring it upwards. And what we can do is we can go edit mode, Control R, oops, wrong side, Control R into the middle. Scale it outwards, just slightly. Select his face at the bottom right here. Scale it outwards so that it fits over the top. Press G. So that it sits and fits. Press A, scale downwards, press G, and then what we can do is we can rotate it. Press G, move it across, press G, move it up. And then what we can do with this side, because obviously this is going to be solid at the bottom here, press for the bottom face, E for extrude. And then just follow the contours of the outside one. So just pull this in. G, move it upwards. Scale it down. It's a bit fiddly when it's on its side. I should have really done this. when it was flat. Yeah, you know what, we could do this when it was flat. So we know the size. Just backtrack just slightly. Press G. Move it upwards. Press this middle face right here. E for extrude, don't move it. Scale inwards just slightly. E for extrude. Bring it up to the top part here. Scale inwards. E for extrude. Bring it up to the top part again. Scale inwards. Just bring it down just slightly. G. And then we'll rotate it so that it sits on the side just there. Just leave a little gap at the back. We're going to put hinges in. So what we can do for the hinges, actually, we can take these parts at the back that we've already made. Shift D. Just scale them out just slightly. Scale them downwards just slightly. Press G. And then rotate them by 90 degrees. Press G again, move across, G downwards, scale, and then we're going to go Shift D, select both of them, Shift D, and then move them across to the opposite side. Now as for this top right here, we can go to New. We could go glass, and then we could go principal BSDF, and we can change this to glass BSDF. Change down the roughness as well. So when we go to the render tab, we've got this. Now we bring the roughness up just slightly, so it's got a couple of scratches on it, I'd say. A little bit worn down plastic that's been used over the years. I'm just going to change this background a little bit to more of a grey. See if that enhances it a little bit. That's what we should have at the moment. So the next piece that we could make for this, we could take one of these again, Shift D, and we could just place it on the end of the lid. So just rotate that round 90 degrees, scale it outwards, scale it down, G go across, scale downwards, we kind of have the silver piece just here. And from that, go Shift D again, G, and then rotate it 90 degrees, scale it downwards, G, and then we want to put this just on the edges. So there's a buffer zone between the glass and the actual record player itself. Shift D, duplicate it across, put it onto the opposite side. And now it should look something like this. There's a little bit more detail on it, there's a little bit more care with it. Okay, so once we've got to this stage, we want to make some speakers. Speakers. I'm trying to find some speakers that would look really good with something like this. So if we go to we'll make some basic ones actually. So we go to cube, scale it upwards, G, bring it across. Take this, edit mode, E for extrude, just scale it outwards just slightly so it's got a little bit of a bevel. Take this face right here, E for extrude, don't move it, scale it inwards, and we're just going to bring this up and across and then we're going to go E for extrude, E for extrude again, and then just scale it inwards. And then from here, what we'll do, we'll take a plane, press G, rotate it 90 degrees, press G again, just bring it forward, G in the middle, scale downwards, scale across just slightly. Now what you want to do is make this as central as you possibly can, and what we're going to do is scale outwards, edit mode, and we're just going to go subdivide, 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 until you've kind of got this kind of pattern right here. And then what we're going to do is go to your modifiers, and we will go for wireframe, and you'll end up with this kind of look. So change this to black. Yep, we got black right there, and then we're going to put this as wood. So that should change that one to wood. I'm going to also shade that smooth. Press G, just rotate them inwards or outwards, wherever you'd like to. And then we should end up, with all said and done, something like this. That would be a basic premise for a record player, so to speak. A little bit more advanced, but I would definitely say that I'd use that. You could add some wires into the background if you wanted to as well. I think I remember how to add wires. I could do that for you right now, actually. But yeah, this is basically what you should have. Let's go back to regular viewing. So these little points right here, if you go Shift D, just place them into the back of the speakers. And from what I remember, it's been a while. It's been a while. I have done this during the tutorial, but there's certain things that you do, just rotate it in if you need to. But there are certain things that you do within your tutorials that you do forget about after a while of doing other things. So I do believe that if you want to make wires at the back here, you go to add, and then it should be curve, if I got it right. We're doing knots. No, we don't want knots. Curve profiles. Oh, I'm pretty sure. Catenary. Got to be. It's got to be. Right, you notice that my my stuff's in the way right now. I'm just going to turn off the screencasting keys. Has to be this one. I do believe it is. Let's extrude this just slightly. Yep, there it is. But we want it kind of straight. Bevel it. Ah, there we go. So we do have a wire coming into the back of here, but it's not quite the wire that we want it to be. There we go. So that's kind of a wire. I'm not too sure how to pull it from this side, but if we just maybe move this, no. Well, that's your basic wires anyway for catenary. If you can get those working, that's excellent. For this one, probably put this right at the end here. You could probably use grease pencil actually to do this with. So we're going to add. I'll find out how to actually get it to curve, because usually when I do catenary kind of connections, it's wires that I do for street stuff. So if we go to curve, knots, catenary. Modify this a little bit, maybe make it a bit thinner. Drop it down just slightly. think that would be roughly correct. Just place it as the black. So yeah, if you guys enjoyed the tutorial, please like, subscribe. I'd really appreciate it. Yeah, so have a great day. See you in the next one. Okay, welcome to the next tutorial. So today we're going to be making an Erlenmeyer flask. So we will start by deleting the default cube. We're going to go to add a circle, scale it outwards, and then we'll come to edit mode, F to fill, E to extrude, scale outwards. I'm just going to put this on the side right here. Let's press 1 so we can see what we're doing. As we will go to E, scale it outwards, E for extrude, scale it outwards. If you want to make it nice and bulb-like at the bottom, E for extrude, and then we're going to start to scale inwards just slightly. And then we will go extrude all the way up. And then we want to scale inwards. And then, sorry, 1 second. E for extrude, again, just to kind of bevel the glass a little bit. Just scale it inwards, just slightly. E for extrude. At this point, you can just bring this straight up. E for extrude, go outwards slightly. E for extrude. And then we can come outwards again. E for extrude, outwards. E for extrude. And then we will start to come inwards towards the top. So if I just put this on X-ray so you can see what's going on the inside, because we will be coming back on the inside. We could go E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale it inwards, so you've got a little bit of a top. E for extrude, scale it inwards, and then we're going to start going inside the glass, so we can go E for extrude, scale inwards just a little bit more, and then go straight down into the glass, scaling and making sure that there's a slight gap between the edge and where you're placing the inside vertices. Just going to scale that one outwards just a little bit. Make sure it's a little bit thicker at the bottom. Scale outwards. And then we're going to go E. Scale outwards. E. Scale outwards just slightly. And then we'll start to bring this back in. And then for the bottom of the glass, we can take, let's take this off X-ray mode just for 1 second. We can go E for extrude, scale it inwards, and then E for extrude, scale it inwards again, so that we've got this kind of little bevel just going on in the bottom. And then once we've got the glass the way that we have it, we can go back onto object mode, right click, shade smooth. And then we can go on to the principal BSDF, go to glass, and just take down the roughness. Now make sure that your render engine's from Eevee to cycles. And we should have a nice little glass going on. So I'm just going to add a plane at the bottom here, just so that you can see the glass a little better. Press G, bring it up. And that's it. That's the scientific glass for you. Basic kind of thing. You can add text to that as well. If you press add in the corner, you've got text just there. Yeah, that's the end of this tutorial. I'll see you guys in the next one. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're doing an egg. It's a pretty basic one, but sometimes people struggle with this one. So I'm going to start with just a circle. Just going to scale this up. Press G, bring it up. Edit mode. Press F for fill. I'm going to go E for extrude. And we're just going to make the base round. So what I'm going to do, make a double plane for you guys so you can see. Press 1. Going to shift that down. It's pretty basic build, really. So go to E for extrude, scale it in. E for extrude, scale it in. E for extrude. So we're just going to scale in all the way to the bottom. Until we reach just there. So select this top face right here. Go to the face if you can't select it. So that's the base of the egg. We're going to go E for extrude. Scale it in just slightly. You just want to make this side a little bit longer. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to select everything. I'm just going to scale this up just slightly. So we can just pull these vertices out. Select your top face. E for extrude. Scale it inwards slightly. E for extrude. Scale inwards. E for extrude. Scale inwards. And then we're just going to continue doing this kind of all the way up. I'm just going to backtrack a little bit, just scale it out. E for extrude. Scale inwards, E for extrude. And then we'll scale. And then eventually just round it off at the top. Kind of thing. So we have this kind of shape. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to press 1 to go sideways. We want the X-ray version. I'm just going to bring out some of this just slightly. Bring it up. Let's go with the center right here. Scale that outwards. Bring this down. Not all legs are perfectly round, so I mean. And then I'm going to select it all and just like scale it up just a little bit. Okay, so that's like a basic kind of egg, if you will. So I'm just going to shade it smooth. It's a little bit wonky on one side, but we can do add modifier, you can do smooth as well. Just smooth it out a little bit. Because not all legs are one singular shape, they're kind of odd shaped. So that's something that you can totally do. For your texture for your egg, we can do shading. Just turn the texture on. Okay, so right here we can do bump. Normal to base colour, and we'll notice that it goes this kind of weird hue. So now we want a noise texture, colour to height, and this will give us the bumpiness that we need for the egg. And then we want to add a colour ramp, and we'll add like a kind of very pale orange kind of colour to the egg. I'm just going to bevel, maybe use a bevel. Just bevel this off just a little bit. Okay, so that's kind of like our basic kind of egg. Just gonna select those vertices right there. I'm just gonna scale this out just slightly, and then take these, just bring it down. I think it's a bit too sharp on top. Oh, okay. Bring that in slightly. So there's our basic kind of egg. And yeah, that would be it for the tutorial, I guess. Thanks guys for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, welcome to the next tutorial, guys. So, we're doing hidden lighting today. Just to let you know, like, this is going to be behind objects. So, you've got your general lighting, which will look something like this. I'm just going to make sure that I'm in the cycles engine. Excuse me. So your general lighting should look like this. You move it across the room. But what happens if you want some hidden lighting, you want some lighting on the shelves and stuff like that. So the lighting that we're going to be doing today, we're just going to add a cube. And you're just going to elongate it. I mean, this is so simple to do. So we're going to put it up against this wall here. Just move it inwards just there. So this is going to act as our temporary shelf, and instead of having our lighting right up against the wall like this, and you know you can't see the bulb or whatever like that, if like you don't want to make any lighting like that, so basically what you want to do is take your default cube that you've just put there, go into edit mode, make sure it's flush up against the wall. What we're going to do is just go Control R, and then we're going to bring this one down. So press E and just bring it down, and then here's the clip of it. We put our lighting underneath, so it's hidden within the scene. So now what we have is something like this. Hold on. Oh, it's behind. Hang on. My mistake. Alright, so it should be there. And on the inside. Okay. So now we should have lighting like this, where it's covered by a shelf, it's hidden. So we can actually put more lighting in here as well, so I can go Shift D, move that across. So let me just show you an example here. So this is your general lighting that doesn't have a bulb in there. There's nothing special about it. We delete that. This would now be your posh hidden lighting that'll look great on bookshelves and stuff. Obviously you've got all the fuzziness because it's rendering in and it's not a full-on render, but yeah, so this is your hidden lighting. Thanks for watching this tutorial, guys. That's it for today. I'll see you in the next one. Hi guys, welcome back to another Blender tutorial. So today we're doing cloth, and I think that I'm going to be showing you vertices basically in how many faces cloth should have to make it look a little bit more realistic. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep the default cube, keep the lighting and stuff like that. I think I need to actually make another one here. File new, we'll go for general, there we go. Okay, so cloth, it is what it says on the tin. We're just going to go to mesh and then plane. We're going to go G, bring this up, and then just scale it outwards. Right, so I'm going to show you a couple of simulations of what basically cloth does. So what we're going to do, we're going to go for the default cube that's underneath. I might be in the way here, hold on. Gonna move myself out of the way. I think I'd be best up here. Okay, so we have the default cube. What you're gonna want to do is go to the physics tab, which is at the side right here. Go to collision, and your cube's gonna be a collision, and then this one is going to be your material. So just click your plane. We're gonna go cloth. And then if we press the space bar, it should fall, and it should just hit the front of the cube. Now that's one plane, that's just one face, and you notice that it doesn't go very far. It just goes dink, and then that's it, right? So let's give this two faces. Let's see what this does with the two faces. So we want to sorry, four even. So just right click right there, and then just click subdivide. And then we go back to the original object. Make sure that your timeline is at 1, right at the bottom down here. And then we're going to press spacebar again. And you notice that we can see the little crease. And it's got a little bit give to it, but it's not a lot, right? So, go back to 1 again. And we'll go to edit mode. Just edit this out. Right click, subdivide, right? So now when we go to object mode, we're going to press spacebar again. If I got a little bit too fast, sorry. And we notice there's a little bit more give to it. It's bowing a little bit. It's good. Okay, so you notice that the more faces that we have, the more that your cloth likes to move. So what I'm going to do, we'll go back to part 1 again. And then I'm going to subdivide. That'll be the 3rd time, I think. 4th time subdivide. And then we'll run this simulation again. So down it goes. And you notice that it curves. It caresses that cube so nicely. So you'll notice that there's a lot of it's very pixelized. It's pixelizing a little bit. So what you want to do is right click and then shade smooth. And then this is how it'll look. Now if you notice that there's bumps here. So what that is because you've not got enough subdivisions. The computer's just rendering it essentially in cubes. So what I'm going to do is go back to 0 again. So I don't know how many times I've subdivided now. I think this will be the 5th time, 6th time, 7th time. So the more that you subdivide, the more RAM it's going to take up, and the more that it's going to put pressure on your graphics card and processor. So depending on what your computer can handle, is dependent on how many subdivides that you can do with your materials. If you can only do a few, I mean, it's good. Like, I started on a laptop where I could only do a few subdivisions, and that was my materials. Nowadays, I have a gaming PC, so I can do a lot more with it. So, I don't know how many times that's subdivided. I think we were on 7, I think, if I am not mistaken. But if we press spacebar again to complete the animation, you notice that it slows down. That's because there's quite a lot of data coming through at once. And yeah, I just want to show you the basics. Obviously, it's gone straight through. So we'll notice that the material, as it's coming down, and I can just play this for you guys. it's interacting with itself. So these little bits here is that the material, instead of being like this, so you've got your outer material and you've got your inner material. You know, I'm going to make myself bigger here, hold on. So as I was saying, you've got your outer material, you've got your inner material, and what this is in the corner is the material going like this. So what you need is a self-collision. Let me show you. For some reason, this new update, everything just falls through an object. I think it's too much weight. I've not quite figured it out with this program, but if you go down to collisions, which is at the bottom here, you want to click self collision, and then you've got your friction. If you put it upwards or downwards, it will alter the way that the material goes. So we'll press spacebar again just to simulate this. But it's like, you notice now it's a little bit smoother on the edges. It's not perfect, but it's smoother. So we also have this, which is this kind of cross-hatching effects that's going on. Now this is to do with how many subdivisions we have, but we can edit this. So if you go to modifiers, add modifier, and type in smooth, you can actually edit that a little bit. Now I wouldn't go all out with this because it can mess up your stuff like it does there. I wouldn't recommend it, but if that's something that you want to use, I mean, that's a minus 10,000, right? But if we put it back to 0, if I can get it there, that's roughly 0. It's a lot smoother. But obviously if you go out on the sides, I guess, it's a little worse. So that's an option for you if you want to use that, but you know, maybe don't. But it's out there if you want it. Yeah, so that's just basic materials for you guys. I hope you enjoyed. Like and please leave me a subscribe. Like, hit that subscribe button. The one that should be flashing right now if Google's working properly. Apparently Google can't understand my accent very well, but please do hit the subscribe button. I'll see you in the next one, and if you're on Facebook, please give me a follow. Bye! Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're doing a battery. So we're going to start off by deleting this default cube. I'm just going to go ahead, always forget this. Right, here we go. So we want to start off with circle. Just scale it outwards just a little bit so you can work with it. Let's go to edit mode, press F for fill, E for extrude. And I'm going to split the screen actually, so you guys can see what's going on this side. So if I just press 1, pretty simple build. Just select this face on top just here, press G, just bring it up. About here, I'm going to go E for extrude, it goes to there. E for extrude, just move it just slightly, and then we're going to just scale it in just slightly. E for extrude again, just scale in slightly, and then we're just going to go E for extrude, and this will be the middle part of the battery, so the silver part of the battery. So I'm just going to go, I'm just going to extrude that in just a little bit more, just scale it in even, a little bit more. E for extrude, bring it up, and you just want to make a tiny little lip at this part, so E for extrude. Make it as small as you can, just scale it in, just for a little bit of a bevel. And then we go E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale it in. And then at this point we are going to make the center part, so to speak, just about here. E for extrude. And then we're just going to scale it in just slightly, so E for extrude again, S for scale, E for extrude, S for scale. It's going to be the top of the battery. So when we come to the bottom of the battery, I'm just going to click the base here, E for extrude, scale it in just slightly to give it that little bit of bevel, And then we will do E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale it in, so you get about midpoint just here, and then E for extrude, because they do have this kind of little bit of a bump at the bottom, and then E for extrude again, and then we'll scale inwards. So that's your basic battery shape. We can then auto shade smooth. So if you want to add materials to this, we can go to new, click for the new material. We'll go silver on this one. Go back to your edit mode, and what you want to do is select everything right here that's silver. So if you go into 1 on your number pad, and then we go into X-ray, we can actually do this very simply. So you want to get this part right here, and then this part right here, if you can see that. Just click, holding your left mouse button, and just drag it across, and then it will select everything on top. So this will be your silver. We want to just press plus for a moment, and then just assign new. This will be body. So we're going to change this in a moment, but the silver one, we want to assign this as silver, and then we want to go to the bottom here, and then do the exact same thing. So press 1, zoom in, and then just select the space right here. Assign this to silver. I think that's all assigned to silver right there. We're going to do silver in the middle as well. So just go ahead, select these faces right here. Assign this to silver. Now when we do the silver, just bring this down just a little bit. Bring your metallic up, and then bring your roughness down. Just click assign just to make sure that you've got all that. We'll go back to object mode. Now if your render engine is on Eevee, change it to cycles. And then if we switch to here, we can see that everything's silver, which we don't want everything to be silver. So if we go back to edit mode, you notice that in the materials tab, I made silver first and I made body. So body will be this one in the middle. So we press 1 on the number pad, and we get this one assigned to body. We can also assign, if you turn off your X-ray and just click around here, this one's also going to be assigned for body. So body assign. And then we will make some different ones on top here as well. So let's get this in as well. Kind of did it a bit backwards, but yes, that's okay. So select these ones as well, assign these to body. And then we're going to do a body 2. So body 2, if we go to new, type body 2, and this will be like the labeling and stuff like that. So you can put anything on here. We'll go with orange. Press 1. Select these faces with X-ray turned on. Click assign. We can actually scale this upwards if you wanted to. Just bring it down when you do. So now we should have this kind of battery. Now, on my battery, we actually have this bit as orange as well, and we have kind of these little advertisements going on. So with this battery, we could go edit mode. Let's take off the X-ray just for a moment. Select all the way around here, and then all these faces right here. So we'll assign this to body 2. And then we've got the white here. So you can put any labeling on this if you want to, if you know how to do the labelings. But yeah, that's just your basic battery kind of thing. So yeah, you can change like the patterns and stuff like that. I don't know what labels you have on your batteries, but this is just a basic tutorial on how to make a little battery prop. Hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today I'm going to be teaching you how to build a walkway. Just a little sci-fi thing that I thought of. So I'm going to go ahead and just delete the default cube, and then I'm just going to go ahead and delete everything else just for the time being. I'm going to start with a plane. We'll rotate this by 90 and just scale this out. So, with our walkway, we're also going to go with another plane as well. So I'm just going to go Shift-D, duplicate this. We will rotate this again 90, and I'm just going to scale this in. So, once we do this, what I'm going to do is just pull this up to the side right here, and just scale it outwards again. So what we want some little sections in the middle that we can work with. So I'm going to subdivide it and subdivide again and subdivide again so that we can make these little holes that are coming in the middle. So we'll take this one, this one, this one, and this one, this one, and we'll just kind of do it 2 by 2 all the way down. Let's see. So I'm going to need another extra bit just on the end there. So what I'm going to do is just take this, select all these, E for extrude, just bring it outwards. And then we're going to go with the faces again. I think someone's burning something in the area, like I thought that was my computer there. Right, okay, so we've got these two, these two, these two, these two, and these two. So we're going to go ahead and click delete faces. So now we've got these holes that are in the middle. We're going to go A, select everything, E for extrude, and then we can go E for extrude again, and we can just scale this inwards just ever so slightly on the bottom. And then we can go ahead and select this side, just all of these bits at the bottom right here, just shift just to select them. Let's see what we got. Right, sorry, just 1 second, just selecting everything. Okay, so on this section as well, we're going to go E for extrude, and then we'll scale this in ever just so slightly. So now we've got these little holes in the middle. What we're going to do is we're going to go and add, and we will add another plane. Bring this up just so that it's midway through the platform. Scale it up and then scale it across. We'll go back onto the edit mode. Let's go subdivide, subdivide, subdivide. So we've got this nice little grate system going on here. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go to, let's see, we'll go to object mode. We'll add modifier. Search, wireframe. We're just going to pull this down just a little bit, so maybe about 5 meters. Just across right there. Object mode. So now we've got this nice little grating going on. I'm just going to go ahead and bring this up. Press G, bring it up. So now we've got this nice little grating system going across. So the next thing that we want to do is I'm going to take this, we'll leave it just as it is, we won't smooth it out. We'll go add, and we'll add a cylinder. So just pull the cylinder outwards, scale it up, we go G, just line it up with the edge right here, and we will shade this smooth. So what we're going to do with this, I'm going to put this just right here. Press G and bring it across. So just make sure that it's nice and thin, and it's roughly walking height, so to speak. So imagine that you had someone walking down here, and you had this. We're going to go edit, take the top part right here again. If someone was walking down here, I want to see this is at the right height. So I'm just going to put this down a little bit. E for extrude, bring it up. You want to press G and bring it forward just ever so slightly. E for extrude, G, bring it forward again ever so slightly. We'll rotate this as well at the ends. So now we've got this nice little pole. Right click and shade smooth. I'm going to go ahead and put this at the end right here. So what we can do with this, we can actually add a material to it. So I'm going to go with a nice grey material. So we'll go grey line. And then I'm going to go Shift D. And maybe we could go, let's see, we could go 1. Or you could go 5. So Shift D, 5. Shift D. Go 5 again. Shift D. We'll go 5. Shift D and 5. So you can see that it's just off the edge, just slightly here, but that's okay because we can elongate this just ever so slightly. So edit mode. And just select everything that's on this side. So maybe the platform just changes as it moves around. I'm also going to move this just outwards ever so slightly. So we're right there. So now we need some poles that go across. So we're going to go mesh, cylinder, G, bring it forward. R for rotate and we'll go 90. Scale it outwards. And then scale it in. And then scale it outwards again. Up to the point where this fits all the way across the bars on this side. So you can have these on the outside if you want to, on the inside, wherever you would like them. So, just going to shade this out just slightly. Right, so now we've got a bar coming across. Also what I'm going to do, I'm going to change this to cycles in a moment. So we've got this bar coming across right here. We could do drop down, we could go grey line. And Shift D again. And then Shift D again. Just go at the bottom right here. So we've got this nice little balcony, nice little kind of overlap. And then we'll go Shift D. And then we'll place one of these bars a little bit bigger. Just at the edge right here. Now at the edge right here, what you could do, scale this inwards just ever so slightly. We can change the colour on this one, so we can go with, let's minus that off, edit mode, minus that, let's go plus if it's not going to come off. We'll go with black, make this slightly metallic, and we'll assign this black to all of this. So now we've got a black railing. At the bottom here we can put some lighting on there, so I'm just going to go to add and we'll go cube. Scale this cube out, scale it down, press G, bring it up, press G again, bring it up just to the side right here. And what we can do, we can then stretch this out to the sides, and we can also make this an emission. Let's see, just going to move that to the side right there. Okay, so let's go to, let's take this wall, I'm just going to duplicate this, rotate this around 90, press G, bring it down. And then we'll select this just underneath, and then we'll go with emission, maybe red. So when we render this, you'll notice that nothing's happening currently, which means that we are still on Eevee. We need to change the cycles. So now we have this nice little red coming in, just at the bottom. I'm just going to intensify this just slightly so you can see through the grates. So if we come over to the grates right here, we can actually see through these. This could be great for, say, if you wanted some bad guys. Maybe it's a bad guys base. You know, this nice little red undertone. And we could even increase that red undertone actually. If I take this and I just go ahead, Shift D, and I duplicate it just on this side, and then Shift D, duplicate it on this side as well, just in the middle. And we should, in theory, get some red hue on the wall right there. So it's nice underlit red. Maybe we can intensify that just a little bit. And you could also possibly put another balcony above here if you wanted to. But to be honest with you, I think with the ceiling, you could probably put some strip lighting. I think that would look a little bit more attractive. So, with this as well, what we can do, we can go to the shading tab. We can get some texture on here. So if we go new, let's add a Veroni. So we go color to base color. We scale this up just a little bit. And then we can go and add a color ramp. Just right here. We can intensify this a little bit. Say take down the roughness. Pull up the metallic. Pull up that roughness just a little bit as well. Okay, so if you want that flat, that's a pretty good kind of thing. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to randomize this a little bit and then just turn these up as well. Let's see. And then maybe we could add a bump just to that as well on the height. So we've got that nice little texture coming in. Just put a little bit diffuse roughness on there. And then these grey bits as well, we could add a little bit of metallic so that they reflect a little bit more light. This wall, make it black. So now we've got this nice little kind of balcony thing going up. We also need some lighting on the other side as well. So maybe we could do that strip lighting actually. Take this white right here, pull this up. So there's this ceiling, and then the strip lighting that we could add in here. We can do cylinder. Rotate this by 90. Scale this outwards. Oops. So right here, just scale this outwards. Scale in. And then G to bring this up. Add. And then we can go emission. Now we've got this little emission that's coming up from above. You could also take this and you could place it onto the platform itself. Scale it down. Press G to bring it in. And we will get it just in the corner. What we can do from here is just turn it up just ever so slightly. This floor as well, we can make it a little bit more lighter so we can see the detail. Maybe have some more strip lights just within the scene as well. Let's see if we can just grab that real quick. place these across, just to give it a little bit of extra light just at the side. And maybe you could tone this down just a little bit, just to give it some moodiness as well. So let's see, layout. Whoa, that's a bit bright. So this would be your balcony that we've just made. And this could be used in anything really. It could be used in a small project, it could be used in like game design or anything like that. I know Blender doesn't have a game engine anymore. Maybe they'll bring that back at some point, I don't know. But yeah, that was the tutorial for today. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take this and just put it sideways as well. Let me just check that real quick. So, select all of this. Select that light, select that light, and also the wall. I think that will all come together. Shift D, rotate this by 90, rotate this by 180. I kind of bring this together just at the side, and then all you need to do is just elongate this one just at that side as well. Let's see. I'm just going to go ahead and just remove one wall for a second. I just take this one, we go to edit mode and select all of this. E for extrude, just bring it across. And then we're just going to go G and bring this down. So now we've kind of got this double wall thing going on. So you've got a little bit of background. So imagine you're stood there. Let's elongate that bit just ever so slightly. And then this should be the render that you've created. If you can see that. Yeah. So I mean, you could add more to that if you wanted to. I think I might neaten up just this kind of corner right here, and maybe put a corridor or something like that just going into the abyss wherever it's going. But yeah, that's how you make a balcony in Blender. So let's just scale this one, scaly, scale this one, and this should look better. And then we'll take the floor right here and just scale that outwards as well. So when all is said and done, this is how it should look. I don't know whether you want to stay for all the kind of flies to go in and stuff like that. I mean, like, you've got denoise as well. Up in the render section that looks like a camera. It will render in a load of detail, it's just it takes a little bit more time. It just doesn't put the fuzziness on there, it just kind of just blurs everything out, it denoises essentially. So yeah, if you guys like this tutorial, please like, subscribe, would really help me right now. I guess I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be doing a little bit of lighting. So what I'm going to begin with, let's just mosey on that down. What I'm going to begin with right here is I've got a cube. I'm going to press delete on this. I'm going to get rid of the lights just for the time being. And I'm also going to get rid of the camera as well. So what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and you can use a cylinder for this, you can use a circle for this as well. I'm just going to go S and just scale this down and then scale it up. So this will be the base of the lights. We're going to go ahead and go to edit mode. Select your faces just on the side here. E for extrude. Scale in. E for extrude. Scale in. And just leave it where it is. and on the back we don't really need anything. So what we're going to do is, let's go for E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale it in, and then I'm just going to go E for extrude and just drop it. So we'll go to object mode, we'll go to add, and I'm going to go with another cylinder. Now what you want to do is make sure that this cylinder is just about the right size to fit into the little drop down that we've just made. So we're going to press G, bring it up. And what I'm going to do is we're going to go to edit mode. I'm going to take the top face right here, press G, bring it down just ever so slightly. E for extrude, scale it inwards, just ever so slightly. E for extrude, scale it inwards, and then E for extrude, scale it inwards, and just keep going until eventually you reach a point just at the front right here. And then I'm going to go Control R and just roll your center scroll just to make these little lines right here. So this, we're going to go right click, shade smooth, the bottom one as well, right click, shade smooth. So this one right here, what you want to do is we want to go Shift D, and we're just going to duplicate this. So what you can do is just bring it up just at the top there. This one underneath will be our emission piece, so we'll go with material, we'll go add, change this to light, and we're going to set this to an emission. Now before I set this to an emission, what I'm going to do, let's just undo that one. You don't need to undo that. So I'm just going to place a plane so you guys can see the emission. And I'm also going to go to the render engine and change out EV to cycles. So let's go back to our emission piece right here. And I'm just going to place this on render so you guys can see the emission that comes through. So we'll go to Principal BSDF just here. We'll go to emission. And now we can see that we've got this nice little glow going on. Because this is an outdoors light, I'm going to change this to a kind of yellowy orange. And I'm just going to increase the strength just ever so slightly. So this would generally be a wall light. Next thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to take the base and we're going to go new, and we're going to go, this will be black. So let's change this to black. This will be part of the plastic. We'll change this roughness upwards just a little bit. So once we've got that done, we'll take the top part that we've made right here. We're going to go into modifiers and we're going to type in wireframe if it's not down here in your Dropbox. So now we have this nice little wire. So I'm just going to press G and I'm just going to bring it back over the top. Just as such. And we can now mess around with the thickness of the lines that we have. Just going to press G and just bring this down just ever so slightly. So now we have this nice little light going on. So what we can actually do, if you wanted this as a floor lamp, we could take this. Let's see, so if I just go back onto this mode, I'm just going to go ahead and select everything and just bring it up. We could take this one, we could duplicate this, scale outwards, and we could kind of have a double bubble kind of setting for this. Also with this little frame that we've got on here, what we can do, we can go down to materials, click new, and we can make this black. Or if you want to make it the same colour as the stand, just click the black there. That way it's all uniform. And that's just basically how you make a wall light. If you want it against an actual wall, we can take this. I'm just going to go ahead, just rotate this by 90. Right, so if you wanted this as a wall light, wall mount, we could press G. I'm just going to go ahead and rotate it by 90, and then we'll go ahead and rotate it again by 180. Let's press G. Place it up against the wall like that. And then you could do this, just upwards a little bit. And then Shift D, duplicate, maybe have it as, let's go with, maybe -50 apart. Shift D, -50, Shift D, -50, Shift D, and then -50. I don't know how much you guys have got, the distance wise, but we could do this and we could go 50. So everything's going to be minus on this side and plus on this side. So just type 50 on this side, minus on this side. So Shift D, and then we press 50. So now we've got all of these. We can do a little render. You can see that we've got these wall lights going all the way across. So what you could also do as well, if you wanted to do a wall right here, let's turn this around. This is a shading tab, by the way. We can go brick texture. Just click that there, color to base color. You got your nice little brick texture going on. Let's scale that down a little bit. And then what we can do, just move this to the side, we can actually add a bump texture, just right in here. Color to height. You also want a color ramp on this as well. Just to go in the middle, just right there. It should pop up. If it doesn't, just delete the bump node. Let's go bump again. Right there. Get that to height. Might just be taking a while to load in. Or maybe not. Maybe I've glitched it up a little bit. But anyway, if you can't get the bump node to work, you always have this as a brick texture. And then we can go ahead and add some noise. I might try the bump texture again in a second. So you get some noise on here, bit of diffusion. You see how that's noise right there? And then we'll try the bump texture once more. Just to see whether this works or not. Yeah, I don't think this one's going to work, but what I can do, let's go ahead and stick it here, height. We can change this to the roughness, just in the background as well. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of that bump node and maybe just have the wall tiles just for show for the moment. So let's go with layout. I got rid of the camera, didn't I? So let's go with where have you gone? Let's add camera. We'll go to view, align camera to view. We'll go G, bring this back. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to focus on this one right here. So if we go to depth of field, take this little dropper right here, select this, and then just lower the f-stop ever so slightly. And we should have this nice little blur that happens around the outside. See, ratio. Just going to pull that ratio down a little bit. And you get these nice little bits at the side as well, quite artistic. This nice little blur of light. So, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go ahead and just move this slightly. And I'm just going to tone this down just ever so slightly as well. I think that should be okay. So when we go to this render tab right here, we can now get this kind of look where we've got nice little blurs on this side, and we have the blur on this side, and then we have the light that's in focus. And usually I would say to give the brick a little bit of texture, but today it's not working for some reason. So that's the tutorial for today. I hope you liked. Yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Please subscribe. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So this is going to be a huge tutorial today. If you've got a good couple of hours, I would suggest doing this. If you don't have a good couple of hours, maybe save this video till later. But to be honest with you, I guess like you could just kind of watch what I'm doing if you're not going to be building this today, and just see what I get up to really. So I think what we're going to start with, I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of the default cube. I'm going to get rid of this light, and I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the camera as well. We don't need those right now. I'm just going to go ahead and put the screencasting keys on. So in June, July, I'm kind of doing themes of kind of Athens, Rome, kind of Greece kind of thing. You know, Athens, capital of Greece anyway, but you know, Greek, Roman kind of things, because it's summer and I just kind of want to put that stuff out there, and it just looks nice. So I've started making a few videos of that, but today, this particular one, it's almost kind of Greek Roman, but then it also kind of has a Middle Eastern vibe to it as well. So yeah, let's start off. I'm going to go ahead and make I think we should start with the chandelier to begin with. And then we'll work on everything else. So this might be a couple of hours worth of tutorial, but hopefully it's worth it for you in the end. So this particular chandelier, we've made chandeliers in the past. We're just going to go with a circle. Let's just pull this out. So don't worry about the size of everything at the minute, because we can just like size it all back down. So what we're going to do, we've got our circle right here. We're going to go ahead and add, let's go with I think we're going to be going with circles maybe, or, I think I did it with the cylinder last time. I'm going to do it with the cylinder this time. So this is going to be one of our jewels that's on the side. I'm just going to go ahead and just squish it down just slightly, so that we've kind of got this oblong, almost shape going on. We'll go to Shade Smooth. And then what I'm going to do, go to edit mode, and we will take this, and we're just going to go E for extrude, and then rotates this part just in slightly, so that it's got this nice little kind of point bevel thing going on. You can just bring that down just slightly and rotate it again. You want to just scale it outwards just slightly, so we've got that nice little point going on. And then we'll do the exact same to the top as well. So we'll go E for extrude, and then we'll rotate this one. Just bring this roughly around to the top. Just again, scale it out to where it needs to be. So you've got almost an object just like this. Doesn't have to be perfect, but we just need something for the glass. So we're going to go, sorry, ignore D. So it selects this, scale it down. Press G, bring it over. Let's go 7 to heaven. And we're just going to place it here. Now, before we do any editing and duplicating this around the ring, we need to put a material to it. So we'll come over to your materials tab. We're going to go with glass. You can go with Principal BSDF for this again, or you can go with Glass BSDF. So just turn down your roughness. Remember, if you put this material to any other object, it's going to be the exact same material as the original. So just bear that in mind. You can also change the colour to this if you want to. That's totally up to you. I'm just going to take this ring right here. I'm going to go edit mode, and I'm just going to go F for fill, E for extrude, and just bring it up just ever so slightly so that it's got this little ring around it. Just press G to bring it up if you've not already. And then I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this face and this face. We're just going to delete. So we've got this delete faces right here, press A to select everything, and then E for extrude, leave it where it is, and then scale inwards, so we've got this nice little ring going on. So now what we want to do is take this ring, shade this smooth, and we're going to go with gold for this one. So we've kind of got this other material that's kind of come into play right here. I'm just going to go ahead and change this to gold, so that we've not got any rogue materials. You want to just go for a nice orange, turn up your metallic, turn down your roughness slightly. So, once we go on to the render engine right here, we'll change from EV to cycles, because I work in cycles. Excuse me. And we'll notice, obviously, we've not got any lights in here right now, but we've now got this kind of glass theme that's going on. And we've got the little gold ring that's going around. So, what we want to do is let's go 7 to heaven. We're going to take this glass right here that we have. I'm just going to go ahead and call this the glass 1. Oh, you can just call it glass. Usually it'll number it afterwards. Let's go ahead and we want to go Shift D, bring it across to this side. Now this is going to be facing the wrong way. As you can see, the points are up on this side. So what you want to do, go rotate, and you want to go 180. Press 7 to heaven again, and now you've got these two on each side. As long as you stay within this little crosshatch right here, each one should be fine for this. So we're going to go ahead and select both of them. Shift D, leave it where it is, rotate, and you want to go 45. Oops, where's that? Oh, sorry, you want to go 90. Let's go 90. Sorry, and then it's 45. So let's select these ones. We're going to go Shift D, leave it where it is, R for rotate, 45. And then we'll take these ones in. And then we'll go Shift D, and it's for, if we just keep it where it is. Oops. Try and line that up as best as I can. Rotate, and then I think it's 22.5 that should be there. I'm just going to go ahead and grab my calculator just to make sure that calculation was correct. So we had 45, we divided by that 2, yeah, 22.5, then we're going to divide again by 2, which is 11.25. So we need to select all of these points just around the edge right here. Then we want to go for Shift D, leave where it is, rotate, and we are going 11.25. And that should be the basis of one of the tiers of the chandelier that I've got on here. So, we're not going to have light to it, but if I do this, we can now see we've got this kind of glass thing going on. So we will add the lights into this. So the light is actually a central light that comes down. And the great thing for us right now is the chandelier isn't multiple tiers where everything has to be the same size. The chandelier is actually multiple tiers where the tiers are actually different sizes. So we can actually take this design right here and we can just make a little chandelier right out of it. So if we press 1, which is a side view, take this and we just Shift D it, bring it down, make sure there's a little bit of a lip, scale it in, because the jewels on my plan actually get smaller as they get to the bottom. So again, Shift D, and then you can just scale this in as much as you want to, whatever seems correct for you. And what it is, we get smaller and smaller and smaller to the end. What I want to do is Shift D again, smaller, Shift D again, smaller. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to just scale this one up. So we've got this nice long tier at the bottom. And then we're going to go Shift D, bring it down, scale it inwards, and then just bring this just a little bit shorter, and then we're going to make it up to a point. So this is going to be kind of one of those weird fancy chandeliers. Shift D, bring that in. And then, once we get right to the point right here, go Shift D, bring it in. Actually, you know what, I'm going to take this one. Just elongate it, press G. Obviously now this is your chandelier, you can do whatever you want with it. And then I'm just going to go ahead, put another one of these here, and then even thinner. So it's almost like one of those really posh chandeliers where it's kind of very artistically made. So once we get to the top again here, I'm just going to go ahead and select this ring up on the inside right here and just go to the side view for you guys. So these are actually, this is going to be a double tier right here, so we're going to put these ones right here, and I'm just going to slightly pull it out, just slightly, and then we're going to go back in again. So Shift D, scale it in, and then Shift D again, and then you would just want to scale it in, Shift D, scale it in, and just slowly start going up the tier, really, of what you would like. Oops, Shift D, let's go up there, just into the centre, and then we've got this nice little kind of weird looking chandelier, but trust the process, because this is going to be hanging in the main lobby that we're going to make in a moment. So we want to go ahead and just add a cylinder just at the bottom here, bring this up. Just press G, bring it down, scale it so that it just clips the edge of your jaws right there, just in there. Shade this smooth, go to your edit mode, take this face right here, just go G, bring it down, then we're going to go E for extrude, scale outwards, and then E for extrude, and then E for extrude again, and we're just going to make this into a nice little point just at the top, so we've got it kind of got this fancy light feature hanging on. And then once we've got to that, we're going to go E for extrude and just bring it straight up. So now this is where the light will hang from. And even you could put a square on here, and then you could put a square on the other side of the building, because what most chandeliers have that I've seen, at least in places that I've been where they've got chandeliers, they actually have, I don't know what you call it, maybe like a stress line. So what it is, if the main chandelier bracket breaks off the ceiling, they actually have a secondary chain, and it allows the chandelier to swing away from people rather than fall straight down. So it's kind of like a safety feature kind of thing going on. So with this particular material, I'm just going to go with black plastic, because that's what essentially it is. It's just black plastic on the outside here. So you can add a chain onto here if you'd like to. You can switch this out. To add chains, all you need to do is just go to add, and then we've got you've got meshes, you've got torus, and then you just interlink them. To be honest with you, I think that's a really good design. I think I might actually incorporate that. So if I just go to edit mode, if you guys want to do this, you can do. If you don't want to do this, you've got the original anyway. Just press J, bring it down. I would advise people who've got powerful computers to do the chains, and if your computer isn't so powerful, just leave it the way that it is, because I don't want you to overrun your computers. So we go to add, and then torus, press J, bring it up. I know what it's like to have a laptop or a computer that doesn't quite run things correctly, and it's quite slow. So, you know, if it does get to the point where your computer's slowing down because there's too many objects within it, I would highly recommend that you just keep it straight rather than adding this additional detail. So you'll notice that this is right in the middle right here. So because we're still on the crosshatch, so that shouldn't move. Right, so this ring right here, we can have the first ring as black, so we can take that black plastic if you wanted to. Have that as black, so that's that connecting. The second one that we can have, bring it up. You want to rotate this by 45, I believe it is. No, 90. Where's my head today? Right, so take this one particular ring. We're going to go to edit mode. Make sure that everything's selected. If it's not selected, press A to select everything. We're going to go plus. And then, you know, we could either do the gold that we originally had, or we could do another assign. We could do new, and we could do kind of like old gold. So it's kind of like a faded gold. Could you imagine if this has been hung up for quite some time, maybe no one's cleaned it? So you can call this one the old gold, and then maybe it's a bit more duller. So you can pull up your metallic right here, bring that in, maybe pull the roughness up a little bit. Maybe it's dusty. And now what we can do is we can go Shift D, bring this up so that the link's just there. We're going to go alpha rotate at the 90-degree angle, and then we'll take these two and we'll go Shift D, bring it up to the point, take these two. Let's go with, where am I going here? Yeah, so take these four, bring this up, and you can just go all the way up the chain right here, just on multiple. Bring this up. Now we have these nice little chains that are going on, holding up the chandelier. You can make these smaller actually, they look a little bit too big, but 1 second. I can do that. If we select them all and then we just shrink them down a little bit, we can make those a little bit different. Just box selects them all, I guess. So it is a little bit too big for the chandelier. So I'm just going to go ahead, scale these down to a point where it looks relatively good on the chandelier. If we press 1, then we can see how big the chain is in comparison to the chandelier. So scale it down just a little bit. Maybe you want big chains for this because, you know, it's a big chandelier. You don't want little chains holding it up. So just pull that down just a little bit so that it fits and sits. So if I go on 1 now, hopefully from this point on, I should be able to just add to the next one. So let's see, I need a chain going that way, chain going that way, chain going that way, chain going that way, chain going that way. Just trying to figure this out. We keep going, box select, just hit shift just to keep those in line, and then we go Shift D, duplicate, and then we can add onto that chain just right there. So I would definitely implore at this point that you go to your save and you definitely save that. You can go ahead and save this as chandelier if you wanted to. We could just call this chandelier. I might make another tutorial just out of building this chandelier, to be honest with you. So yeah, there's your chandelier. We've got no light in it at the moment. So what we can do, we can take this object right here, we go to edit mode, and then we come over to toggle X-ray. We can now see just about the face underneath. Just right there. So we're going to go E-for extrude, bring this down, just ever so slightly. And what we can do is just scale it inwards. This is going to be the light source of the chandelier. And then E-for extrude and bring this down. So if we go into the wireframe right, let's go to the wireframe right here. So now you can just about see this object is just coming down into the center of this. You can't see it very well. There you go. So now you can see this object is going down to the center. If we go E-for extrude, just bring this out. E-for extrude, and then we can go E-for extrude again and just bring this in. So this can be the lights right here. So if we box select this, so we're selecting all of this, we go to plus and then assign for this one, and we're going to call this one the chandelier. I'm just going to call this chandelier light. Ooh, it's getting windy outside. We're like bright sunshine right here in the UK at the moment. Like the temperatures are really hot, but it's we complain about the temperatures and stuff like that, but it's the humidity that gets you. We have very high humidity at the minute. So with this, sorry, I'm getting off topic. Select your principal BSDF, go to emission, and then we want to make this slightly orange. And then obviously click your assign, and when we go back to object mode, take off your X-ray mode. And now, in theory, we should have a chandelier that lights up a little bit. And the best thing about this as well, we're going to be doing some daylighting as well, so there's other lights coming into this. If you want to turn this up, you can do. Make it a kind of bright chandelier. You can also extend that pole in the middle a little bit more. So if we go to edit mode, and we can just see it right there. So if we scale this up and then bring this down just slightly, we should be able to get a lot more light within this. Just make sure that that top bit, this is all the emission, and that top bit's just tucked in right there. And that looks a lot nicer for the light. This glass as well, you can also, the IOR as well, you can edit that, so you can just pull that back slightly to let a lot more light come into the bottom. Obviously you won't see this properly unless you've got an object beneath it and you can actually see the shade that's coming through it. Oh, come on. For some reason it's not allowing me to shift. There we go. So now you can see the light emitting from the bottom of it, and you can see all the patterns and stuff like that. So this is our main chandelier. The room surrounding isn't too bad. Like the build of it is not too bad. Whether you want to add furniture in there is totally up to you, because I'm just going to make the hall and show you a nice chandelier and show you how to make a nice netting, almost a netting effect over the dome that the chandelier is actually going to be dangling from. So let's go on to the next bit, shall we? Let's take this at the bottom. I'm just going to get rid of that. Now this chandelier, select it in whole. Make sure that you've got everything selected so that you've not got any rogue pieces. We're just going to press G, bring it to the side. We'll bring this back a little later on, and we'll size it up to where it needs to be. So in the centre right here, we're going to add a circle. Just scale it out so that it's big enough that you can see. I think I made the chandelier just a little bit too big because I just wanted you guys to see what was going on with it. So this right here is going to be the centre of our hallway, if you want, or a meeting room, or whatever you want to call it. So we're just going to go to edit mode, just press F for fill. Let's go on the outside. So for this particular one, we're going to go E for extrude, and we're going to have like a little fountain going on in the middle, just like a little greeting area. I'm going to go E for extrude again, just scale it inwards. E for extrude, scale it inwards. So this will be the little kind of, I wouldn't say fountain, but just little area. E for extrude, we scale this inwards. E for extrude, scale outwards. E for extrude, scale outwards. E for extrude, scale outwards. Don't go past this little ridge right here. E for extrude. I'm just going to take off this X-ray. This is really distracting. This is going to be like a small little table fountain thing. I don't know what you call it. E for extrude, right in the middle right there. Scale it inwards. E for extrude. And then we'll go just about there. So we can put like a little bit of glass. We can put a little plant in the middle there just to make it look real fancy. We'll just shade smooth. Just for now. I, to be honest with you, think that it needs a little bit more vertices because that just looks a little bad in my eyes. It looks okay for what it is, just for now. Okay, so we're going to go with another circle. Scale it outwards. Wherever this circle's gone. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so this is going to be the outer part. So we're going to go to edit mode. press F for fill. Notice that it goes around the outside there. I'm just going to take off that X-ray just for a moment. We're going to go E for extrude, bring it up. Now this is the point where we're going to have to get rid of this face on top because otherwise it's not going to work. You want to go E for extrude, just use your imagination a moment. So we'll get rid of this face right here. So let's go with faces. Yep. Select everything on the outside. So Control Shift or Shift Control. Make sure that you clip the outside rim from this option right here. We're going to go E for extrude, scale it outwards, and this will be the center of our little meeting area. And then we're going to put the chandelier that's here right above this, and then we'll have a dome over the top of it. So it's a pretty tall room, so I would suggest pulling this all the way back because it's a circular room. We kind of want circles with that one. We're going to go and shade that smooth. And it looks a little bit odd at the moment. Trust the process. We're going to go ahead and take this chandelier. I'm just going to place it where I need it to be. So just grab with box select right there. We're going to go with G, bring it over. If you want to press 7 to heaven to make sure that this is mostly central, you can do. So we're going to go ahead and just press G again. And we're going to bring this up just to about here. Now just leave it there for the moment, and if you wanted to just press your render, this is what it's going to look like. So maybe you can improve the light on this if you wanted to, because obviously it's a chandelier, it's a centerpiece, it's supposed to give a little bit more light, but then we'll also add little lights around the area as well, because this at the moment is technically in the dark. If we go to the world settings, that's what it would look like at night. So, from your material settings, if you were really tempted to do so, we've got chandelier light right here. For some reason it's just super bright on this when I click this. We can just do that. I think maybe just tone this down just a little bit. I think the program's having a little hissy fit. It's not quite the way that I want it to be. So this right here, let's go on to shading mode. Let's see what happens when we go into shading mode. Just regular general shading mode. Let's go on to edit mode. For this piece right here in the middle, we're going to want a nice little blue kind of colour, like nice little blue offset. So I'm just going to go ahead and change the material to this. So we can do the... I don't know why this chandelier light on there. Oh, I get what I know what I've done. I know what I've done. Okay, so if I just go back out of this, I guess you guys are probably sat there going, she's done this. she's made this the wrong way. Right, so ignore what I just did about that chandelier light. Thankfully we didn't move on before I figured this out. So what I've actually done is put the chandelier light to this. That's why it went really bright. That's why it had the little bit of a glitch. So if I can just get to this light right in the middle right here. So if we click this at the top, it's just really easy access rather than trying to click through all these. So if we go to chandelier light right here, and then we go back to the object mode, and then we can turn this up as needed. For some reason, I decided to change that to chandelier light. I don't know why. Unless it was just a glitch. I really wondered why that happened, because I was kind of panicking then, going like, why is that happening? So when you've got your room, and obviously it's dark outside, I changed the environment to dark outside, that's the way that the chandelier is going to look. Now obviously what you have here is a very I wouldn't say pixelized version, but it's a very unrefined version. So this gives you a rough look into what it's going to look like, but it won't be the final version. When you render this out, this will look a lot better. There'll be less buzziness and less, I don't know what you call it. We call it kind of buzziness. It's like flies on a TV, if that makes sense. A lot of people are going to like look at me going like, flies on a TV? What are you talking about, Bex? Flies on a TV, like back in the 90s we used to have these tube televisions, and they used to give these kind of like black and white dots all over the place, and we used to call them flies, because the TV didn't have a signal. And I guess you could call this the same thing. That's probably the closest thing that I associate to that with. So that's how your chandelier will look. That's what I was trying to show you, but for some reason I put the chandelier light on the back. Don't ask why, I don't know. So let's go back to the regular mode. And we'll go to, yeah, we were up at shading, right? So let's just change that into the middle. Let's go to edit mode. We're going to take this center piece right here. So now this object doesn't have any materials assigned to it, so we're going to go new. This will be the centerpiece. So this will actually be the base. Yeah, I'll just call it centerpiece. So this one we want to have a nice little blue to it. So you'll notice that we only selected this part right here. Everything else is changing because this is the first material upon this piece. It will always be that material, so you need to change the rest of the vertices around the outside to change it to a secondary material. It's just how Blender works. So this gives us a really good idea of what we might expect for the center. So if we go for the add point on this and we go to the noise texture right here, we go to color to base color, we now have this beautiful kind of pattern going on of different colors right in there. So we need this to be blue, and we need to have this as kind of a shiny kind of look to it. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to the color ramp, stick this in the middle, and then we're going to put a blue within this. Put a teal, nice bluey teal maybe. Yeah, okay, so we now have this nice little pattern going on. We can add a few other things if you wanted to. You could have a Veroni texture, you could do different ones. I personally, I think on a couple of tutorials ago, we did marble. Marble's a really nice effect, but it can be overpowering for your project. So I would suggest that if you are going to do marble, maybe try some different techniques out with marble to begin with, and then come back to this. So we've got this nice little blue going on in the middle. I'm just going to go E for extrude a moment. I'm just going to scale this in, because what I want to do is I want to make a nice little blue, and then I would like to make kind of an orange in the middle. So to make this orange in the middle from this one, we're just going to go duplicate, and this one will be, so we've got center P, and I'm just going to add orange to this. So this one's going to be orange. So all we need to do, for some reason it decided to do that. Let's assign the orange to the middle. See if this works. Oh, it's really bizarre. I've not done something there. Right, so we've got the center orange right there. So we want to assign that one. Let's do one thing. Let's select everything. I'll press plus. Put new. This can be base material. So let's assign all that. Let's take this piece right in the middle. Let's go with assign orange P, and then we want to take all of this, shift control all the way around, and we want to find the blue one. So center P was blue, and then assign it to that one, and then this one on the outside. This is going to be really fiddly. Control, shift, select everyone on the outside. We're going to place this one to a new texture, so let's press plus. Then we want to go 0 base, assign. And now we've got the orange, the blue, and the white around the outside. So I'm actually going to put this one to 0 base as well, for this edging that's going around the edge as well. So this can kind of be really confusing if this is done in the wrong way, but once you get used to doing this, it should be fine. So for the edging right here, we've selected everything, we just click assign. So I'm just going to do a little loop cut just here because I would like to have a little bit more edging around the outside just here. So we're going to keep with this white theme just around the edges, just to edge that step a little bit. And then I'm going to take these ones that are around the outside. So if we go to the face tab, shift control, select all of these, and I'm going to make a new material. So you just want to leave this little bit out. So let's go plus and we'll click new, and this new material will be tile, because we're just going to make some tiles. Assign it. So now if we go back to the object mode, and we're in tiles right now, we go to brick, and hopefully this works. Go to add, type brick. Brick texture color to base color. And now we've got this nice little brick texture going off. We take the offset. We're going to go ahead and just shorten that brick length. Just there. And maybe shorten the mortar size as well. Okay, so now we've got this. Sorry for the motorbike. We'll go ahead and just scale this down so it's nice and tiled. Maybe, I'm just thinking for the roughness actually on this. See what this does. No. Okay. So, we're going to go with a grey for the mortar on the inside, and we'll go with a nice little hue for the outside, just to give it that little bit of tone. You've also got the offset with this in the bias, so you can turn this up or you can turn this down, whatever you would like. I think we'll put in a little bit of bias, and then we're going to add a bump node just to this for the height. So we've got these nice little tiles that kind of stick out. So now you'll notice that it's all blue, so we're going to go to color ramp, stick this in between, and we can kind of pull this back, we can pull this forward. So on this brick texture as well, I want to add noise just to give it a little bit of texture. So we're going to go color to color 1, and if I just scale this up, you can see that all of this kind of noise appears. Up on the tiles right there. And you can change your mortar to maybe like a lighter colour or a darker colour if you wanted to as well. So we can turn down the roughness, we can turn the roughness up. So now we can see that we've got tiles with a little bit of texture on them. And you can just pull this a little bit, or you could make it a little bit lighter if you wanted to. So, once we finish with this, rendering wise, should look something like this. Obviously it takes a while. So I mean, yeah, you can sit there with that for a while. Like, to be honest with you, I know what it looks like. Yeah, I don't need to sit there. So we're going to do the dome that goes over the top first, I think, and then we'll make the pillars that surround the dome. So for the dome, what we want to do is go to add. I want to go circle. Press G, bring it up. You can also scale this up as well if you wanted to. And we can do like a little bit of a resize. I'm just going to go ahead and just take off these screencasting keys just for a moment, so that we can see what's going on here. So you've got mirror editing, you've got scale, all that kind of stuff. Excellent. So what you want to do is just make, if we go 7 to heaven, just scale this outwards. And you just want to make it just a little bit bigger than the circle above it. So what we're going to do with this is we're going to go edit, press F for fill. Now don't worry about intercepting the chandelier right there, we can fix that. So we're going to go upwards on this side, just slight by slight. We could go scale inwards just a little bit, E for extrude. So we're actually working backwards right now for the lip of the chandelier's hold. Got E for extrude, scale it outwards. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go ahead and delete this face right here. I'm going to go ahead and delete this face right here. I'm going to go E for extrude. Scale downwards, scale outwards. So this is going to be part of our roof. We go E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale it outwards. So now we have this almost skylight look. So it's kind of like this this donut that's going on, and a lot of people will say, "Oh yeah, it's bad typography doing it like this." But to be honest with you, if it works, if it fits, it sits. Why should it be bad? So I'm not saying that it is bad. This is just the way that I do it. So I'm just gonna go ahead and just make that just above there. It's almost like a teacup, like a tea bag in a teacup. And then on the top right here, what I'm gonna do is we're going to add we can go with UV sphere, bring it up, right in the middle right there, just scale it outwards, just make sure that it fits and sits just there. So now we have this huge UV sphere here. We're going to press 1, so we've got a side view, go to edit, and take all of these faces right here, just press delete, faces, do the same with this side, faces. You can also click the X-ray mode to do this with as well. So now we've got this nice little dome going on. We just press A, subdivide, subdivide. So now at this point we want to go to, I think it's edge and unsubdivide. Oh sorry, not edge and unsubdivide, 1 second. I'm just looking at my notes right here. Let's see, we can, I think I'm just going to have to build this as just a regular net. So, we could do it like this if you wanted to. It's kind of funky pattern right here. Just mess around with the vertices, kind of make it a little unique. What I would suggest before doing this is go to object mode, shift D this and duplicate it, because this is going to be the glass, this is going to be the inside. So what we can do, edit mode, let's take a few of these subdivisions off, edge it again, and then I think the way that we'd done it was edge ring. Was it edge ring that we did? I pressed something and it looked really good. Bridge screw loops. Let's see. I don't know what I did for that one. That was really weird. That actually looked really cool as well. I think I'm just gonna go down the listings right now and see what's going on. The only thing that I can do is just go back into what I've just done, like stop the recording and see what I've done. I think it was edge, cut and slide? No? Okay. Subdivide screw. I think we're on screw, maybe? Maybe we're on screw? Oh, I don't know. This is... Oh, come on. It's being weird with me. Yeah, I'm going to stop the recording, see where I was at, and then I'll come back to you. Right, cool, I got it. Because I clicked something random that I didn't have in my notes, and it kind of did a really cool pattern, and I just want to make it for you guys. So it's rotate edge CW. Right there. So, let's see what we got here. Right, so we've got rotate edge CW, and we want to go, and we want to make this into kind of a mesh kind of look. So if we just type in mesh. On the side we can do mesh deform. This is modifiers, so usually it's mesh. Let's see what we can do. Let's make this look cool. Wireframe. Actually, wireframe might be better. I think that's what I'm thinking of. So here's the wireframe of it. It's kind of a little bit glitchy, but we could go to edit mode and we could kind of HCW. Let's see. Let's backtrack a little bit. I'm just kind of experimenting at this point. So let's go with edge SCW. Counterclockwise. I think we've got too many vertices up at this point. I think that's our problem. If we go to modifier and go wireframe, we've still got all this sticking out right here, but if we could kind of adjust it. Here we go, here we go, here we go. So, once we've adjusted it, we've got relative as well. Boundary, that was exactly what I was looking for, so we didn't have all those spikes sticking out at the top. What are we on? Let's unselect that one. So we've got this nice little pattern going across the windows. This will be our window. Shade smooth. So press G to bring it down over the top. We can just have it just there so that it's not intersecting anything, but you can see what's going on. So we can actually take the edges of this window right here and we can just bring them down. So if we go to edit mode, try and select all of the edges that are just running around the outside of this building. So we've got them right there. If we just press E for extrude, just bring those straight down. Make sure they don't clip through the ceiling like that, and obviously you need to select everything. So shift control and then E for extrude, bring them down just about there. And I realise the screencasting keys aren't on, sorry guys. So you just want to click shift and then control, and then you can select everything around the outside. So now we have this wonderful little thing going on, and we've got this chandelier right here going on that doesn't quite reach the ceiling, so we're going to have to amend that. We could also take this dome and the underpiece and we can just scale these down just ever so slightly. So now we have this dome that we can be seen from the floor. So with this chandelier that we have right here, we can actually take the chains. So if we go to side view of one, let's go with, oh good, it doesn't intersect that bit I don't think. Oh yes it does. Right, so let's box select this back off. This is why I like to do the chandelier last. Let's get that off there. Get that one off, just double click them. This one might be a little bit harder to get off. Just try and double click it up on the edge right here, there we go. Alright, so take this, bring it down. So we've got an open loop there and a closed loop underneath. So what we want to do is do the, we'll go from here. Or is it open loop, closed loop from underneath? So you need a closed loop to begin with. So let's start with closed loop, bring this up, adjust to about there, Shift D, just bring it up to where you need it to be. And then I'm going to do one more just to make sure that that's in the right place. Now obviously you've got a closed loop above a closed loop right here. You could go ahead and just fit one of these, or take one of these off if you wanted to. Let's just unselect that one. Oh, actually, you know what? That would work. Shift D. Place that just there, and hopefully that works for a long enough chain for this, and we can cut off the excess in the end. So just double click those off. Yep, there we go. Okay, so when we get this into the room, now we've got the chandelier selected, most of it at least. Hopefully all of it. Yeah. Okay, just make sure everything's selected. And then we're just going to press G and just bring it up to where we need it to be. So it's a nice long chandelier and it's in the ceiling, just right there. Now you can take all these vertices right here and just kind of change the colours if you wanted to. But to be honest with you, this one's a net. So what I'm going to do is just going to put a cylinder. Press G, bring it up. You want to scale this down just slightly. So now you can see that it's almost on the chain right there. Just scale it upwards. This will be the stopper for the chain that's hung from the ceiling. So now we can do something like this kind of design, and then change this to the black plastic so that we're keeping in with the same design. Just shade it smooth. So now, in theory, we've got no other lights in the scene at the moment, so bearing in mind there's going to be no sunlight coming through this. But hopefully we get a nice little pattern when we render it. That's my goal, really. I'm kind of just looking at this going like, do we have the pattern? Is it there? Is it more defined? Do we need to define it more? I'm pretty sure when we have the glass, we should be able to see the pattern a little bit better. So what I'm going to do is just take the glass on the outside right here, and we're just going to go with glass. And we've got this kind of nice little look going on. If you wanted to smooth that out, you can do. So, in theory, when we render this, we should be seeing patterns, but I think the reason why we're not seeing patterns is because at the moment we don't have a light source coming in. So, I will amend this if it doesn't work, but just bearing in mind we're trying to make it work. Well, I'm trying to make it work. Let's go with light, let's go with sun. Just going to press J and bring it over. Now, suns originally in Blender, you had to put them in certain places so that you could see them. For the future versions, you don't really have to do that. It's quite unique. So, let's go with the sun blazing down on this side. Put the light on. So now we can see the glass is working a little bit. And we can see that beautiful pattern, look at that. So with the sun, you're going to want to put this as kind of an orange, just slightly. Increase your strength. And we've got that beautiful, I don't know what you call it, it's where the light bounces off other objects. So we've got this nice stained glass roof with this pattern going around it. To be honest with you, you could probably make this a little bit bigger if you wanted to. So you could go with the modifier that you've got. Thickness, 2mm. You can make this a little bit thicker if you wanted to. Just mess around with the settings. Give it a little bit of an offset as well. So, for the sky outside, if you're wanting clouds and stuff like that, we could go ahead and go into your world settings at the side. We'll also go to the shader tab as well. So, if you come to objects, go to world settings, just right here. We'll change this to blue. Like a very nice light blue sunny day. We'll go to add and we'll go to noise texture. Just right here, color to color. You want to go ahead and add a color ramp. And you want to put that blue back in there. So when you render this, what you should get, if your white is strong enough, is some nice wispy clouds. Just scale this up a little bit, or a little less, depending on what you'd like. So now that you can see the chandelier right here, we've got the roof, we've got everything like that. So at this point we want to put pillars in, and we want to make this look very grand. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to place this here, almost like you stood and you're looking up at it. And then we're going to go ahead and align camera to view. Now obviously I got rid of my camera before, so we're going to go ahead, put a camera in, view, align camera to view. Just press G, you can bring this back a little bit so you get the whole space of what you're doing, just offset it just slightly. Okay, so you're pressing G and then the middle button on your controller, so not your controller, your mouse. So in the background here as well, I'd like some hills before we make anything else. So I'm just going to go ahead, put a plane in there. We can go to the modifiers, we can go to ocean. Ocean's really great for making hills. It's going to bring you back, excuse me, bring you back to the main part so you can see what's going on. So our camera, wherever it's gone, where's our camera at? So let's put this view to align view, view to camera. Oh, sorry, not that one. Yeah, I think that's where I wanted it. I just need to know where my camera is exactly on this plane. Oh, there it is. It's that diddle little thing right over there in the corner. So I'm just going to stop this from rendering just for one moment. So the camera's pretty small over in the corner right here. So we want to take the mountains and just pull these up. I can't even see what I'm doing here. I think I made this way too big. But then again, I guess it's a good thing because then you can see for bigger things, really. I'm just going to go ahead and actually select everything and just kind of take it down a notch. Just so we can see what's going on, because I think the computer's having some trouble making the backgrounds right there. You don't have to do that if your computer's behaving itself, but mine is kind of running out of space, so let's just put this here. Let's rotate this in just ever so slightly, and maybe just reduce it just ever so slightly as well. So we've got some nice mountains going on. Now you'll notice that you can't see the background here, so if we go to the camera settings and just extend that, so now we can see these beautiful hills that we're trying to put in. Just going to go ahead and amend this just ever so slightly. Just maybe tip it down. Scale some parts up. So you've got that kind of nice hill look, but it's not been cut off on one side. So we just take the x-ray off just for 1 second and take the x-ray off for this one. We can now see that we've kind of got these little hills going on, but they're not quite perfect. So you're going to have to adjust this to where you need it to be. Scale it out, scale it down, just so that you've got something to work with. Bring that over just a little bit. I'm just going to go ahead and amend the camera a little bit because I think that it's not seeing the entire picture there. Just pull that up. And then with this, just extend it just slightly. And just bring it across. So you can see that this hill's in the background, but it's not quite as subtle. So what you can actually do as well with this is you can amend the depth of field. So if we go to depth of field right here, use this dropper, and maybe our depth of field is a chandelier. You can turn this down, And what we can do with this is, as you can see, things start to blur out in the foreground and the background. So now we have these little hills and this little kind of meeting area in the middle. So now we just have to add all of the pillars and all of the fancy stuff to this, which is pretty easy to do. So this floor right here as well, I don't know what I've got for it, but I think it's too light. I think we were doing the edgings. Did we do the edgings? Did we finish that bit off? So with this object in particular, there's 3 of them. So there's the orange, there's the base. Let's see, go into the edit mode. Ah yeah, we've got all this selected right here. So is this the base? No. This is the tiles. So maybe we want to make these tiles a little bit darker. Just go back to object from your world thing. Just slightly darker for this. And maybe make these metallic. And just pull down the roughness as well. So for the centre bit right here, we can also go with a nice blue. So we can actually go with the same material that we just made centre P, which is the same blue. So now we've just got the pillars to make and a couple of plants and stuff, and then obviously we've got this as well. So if we go to new, and then we can go ahead and go to colour ramp to base colour. We can go to noise texture. You want to go colour to FAC, or whatever it's called. I probably just mispronounced that and butchered it. We can go ahead and add some greens, maybe some, since this is almost like a desert theme, we could go with some oranges, just in the back right there. Plus this one. Orange on that side as well. So when we go to view and we go to viewpoint camera, we can now see that we've got all these hills going on. And lower the scale just ever so slightly of these hills so that we can get some of the colours into this. Maybe we could add some greens as well. You just want a variation, really, of different kind of tones and colours with this. Could add some distortion in there as well. I think this is too big for what it is. Yeah, that looks a little bit better where it's got some more texture on there. But to be honest with you, we're going to be blurring that out in the background, so it should be fine the way that it is. Yeah, I think that looks a lot better. You've kind of got like a lot of texture right there. Maybe that green, not so much. Bring that down just slightly. And maybe that distortion, just put that to 0. So you've got a tiny little bit of distortion just coming in there. And maybe take that green to make it a little bit more yellow. So again, I mean, this is going to be blurred in the background, so it shouldn't matter too much. Just take it down a little bit. So what I'm going to do with this in the background once I've finished it, I'm going to go to the layout. Just take that off render just for one moment. Let's see, so if I take this and I just scale it up a little bit, so you got some more of those lovely hills in the back, and then I'm just going to pull it back just ever so slightly. Oh. Okay. Yeah, the hills are probably going to be the hardest bit to make because they're just kind of crazy hills. So, yeah, leave them where they are, they should be fine. So now this is going to kind of get a little bit harder because obviously we've got different perspectives coming in here, and we've got different kind of characteristics coming in here as well. Okay, welcome back to this tutorial. So I've just gone and got a drink and a few things. It's really humid in here. So what I've done with this piece, just to amend a few things, is I've edited the background just a little bit, added a little bit more of a distortion onto the back. I've shrunk it down just a little bit more and then expanded it a little bit in the background so that we've got these nice little hills going on. I've also added this texture to the top here, which is Central P Orange. I just thought that'd give it a lot more texture in the long run. I'm actually gonna, duplicate this a little bit, and we're gonna add a bump node. I'm gonna move this a little bit because this microphone, like, it picks me up, but it's literally sat right next to me, and I seem really quiet when the audio comes out because for some reason it just does that. So I'm going to try and get a mic that can sit like right here, you know what I mean, so that I can talk to you guys about what's going on. So I'm not having to shout so much. So let's go with noise texture to height as well. So we're just giving this a little bit of a bevel, making this just a little bit different from the original orange that we had, but it's the same kind of theme. So I'm just going to make this slightly metallic as well so that it just picks up some of the stuff from the bottom. Maybe just improve the roughness just slightly. So we now have this kind of nice little kind of lounge area, kind of desert theme going on in the background. I'm going to put another one of these in the background, but I'm going to make it a lighter colour and give it some more finesse. So if we just go to layout real quick. So you can't really see what's going on, which is kind of a bit of a pain. I don't know why it's doing this, but it is. So I'm just going to go ahead and just Shift D, duplicate this. I'm just going to move it back to the background and just make it a little bit bigger. And then bring it over, hopefully. Just to here, and then I'm just going to move it back across the scene. It's kind of a weird kind of angle, this one. So yeah, I'm just going to improve the camera and what that can see if that makes any difference. Let's go ahead and move that back. Yeah, I think like a lot more hills are appearing now. If I put this just about that much, we can now see there's a bit of a difference in the back coming from the front and from the back. So there's a lot of different hills going on as far as the background is concerned. So what I want to do now is make the pillars within this piece, and hopefully we can do that before it starts running out of memory, because that would be absolutely brilliant. So the pillars themselves are actually, I'm going to go with a plane to begin with, just to show you guys what's going on. Let's take this plane, move this outwards, so we've got plenty of room to work with it, because we're going to need it. Scale this upwards. I'm going to rotate this by 90. Just pull this out just at the side right there. Let's go to edit mode. So let's go middle, 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 middle. Let's take this right at the top right here. Middle, middle. I don't think we're going to do middle on that one, maybe. We'll do middle on that one, screw it. We'll do middle on that one. Okay, so we're going to want to make these into little archways. So just go ahead, select all these ones. And as you get to this point, you want to go inwards kind of thing. So you're going to do one inwards right here, one inwards right here. Just trust the process really with it. We're going to press delete with these, get rid of the faces. So now we want the points in the middle. So we're going to take these 2 points right here. Press G, you can bring these down, you know, press S, just move these in slightly. These two, press S, move them out slightly. Bring them up with G. Scale these outwards. You could bring these just down, just ever so slightly. You might have to fiddle around with this just a little bit, just to get to where you need to be. Take these two, press G, bring them down. I'm just going to go ahead and just move these 4 out of the way. Scale these at the side. Let's see, I'm just going to select the entire thing and just going to pull it in. So now we've kind of got these nice little archways going on. They're not exactly smooth, but they're better than they would have been. Just leaving them the way that they were. Jeez, man. So yeah, I think those will do. Yeah. Okay, so shade smooth, and then we're going to go select everything, E-for extrude, just bring them outwards. And what we could actually do around the edges right here, I guess, we could put some extra archways. So if we go to the edit mode within this, and just select these inner faces as much as we can without selecting the outside ones. So just press shift, just click them. There we go, E-for extrude. Just scale them in ever so slightly. So these ones now can become these little kind of inner archways that we can put gold on, or we can put paint on them or something like that. So this one right here. And then we'll go ahead and just click these, just select them all. And we can add that nice little gold colouring to them. So you want to use the exact same gold that you used for the chandelier. Just basically keeps it in theme with the material ranges that we have here. So if we go to this right here, if we press plus, we want to have this new one as a pillar. So there's a shade for the pillar, and then we want to go plus again, and then we'll go with gold, and then we'll click assign just for this. So now, when we go into this, we should have nice little gold archways. Now, these aren't exactly foolproof. You can change them at any point. And to be honest with you, I'm going to use them for the project, and they might not be your style, depending on what you want for your style. But this is what I'm going to have for mine. So, if we go into the shading tab right here, and we've still got this, we can go on pillar, especially if we're actually facing the correct piece right here, if it ever lets me go across. So we've got this one right here. So we can actually add a brick texture to this, just similar to the floor one. The bricks are going this way, so we can mess around with the row height, so we can mess around with the brick height as well. We just mess around with the offset. Put this straight. Then we can add a bump node to give it some little bit of finesse. Add a colour ramp, just right in the middle right here. And we can go ahead and add a nice kind of offset white just for the background right there. So when we go back to the layout mode, we can then take these and put them into where they need to be. But before we do that, I'm going to go ahead and make the actual pillars themselves because we need those. So I'm just going to go ahead, bring this one out, scale it up. I think we made this project a little bit too big, or at least I did. So let's go scale this up. And what you want to do with these pillars and these supports right here is you want to do a few tests with them to see how they sit and then amend them as needed. So with this one, we're going to go edit mode, take the top, take the bottom, and I'll just press 1, see if we can do it like that. We're going to go E-fret extrude, leave it where it is, scale downwards, scale outwards, and scale downwards again, but inwards. You're going to go E-fret extrude, scale, we're going to scale downwards. It's got these nice little pillars going on. E-fret extrude again, scale inwards just slightly, scale upwards. We're just going to go scale inwards just slightly, oops, about there, scale upwards just about here, then E-fret extrude, scale upwards, and then E-fret extrude again, and you just want to scale this upwards, oops, scale upwards, and just scale naturally and then scale it back down. If this is ever going to work, come on. Scale in and then scale upwards again. So you're kind of just making patterns really. And then E-fret extrude and then scale again. So now we've got these nice little round pillars that are going to be used for this piece. So what we can actually do with these pillars, if we go to the shading tab, oh, where's it gone? Kind of looks a bit of a mess at the minute. It looks like a Dali painting. So take this, edit mode, you want to select this entire ring around here. So if you press 1, then you go into the X-ray mode. We can just box select all of this, all of these faces, just right here. Make sure that you've got all 3 lines just right there. We're going to go to new. This will be pillar base. Go new right here. And we're going to go to gold. Click assign. This one should change to gold. Now what we're going to do is we're going to select and do the same thing to the opposite side. So take these 3 rows right here. We'll go assign with gold so that when we change this over, we now have gold trimmings on either side. So the best thing about this as well, we can actually do a marble effect upon this. So if we go pillar base, and I believe that what we had, let me see here, I did this yesterday, I think it was wave texture that we put in, so colour base, colour wave texture, and then we were adding, let me see, I think, I think it was like a noise texture or something. Let's see what happens if we just, so we get that one that moves, detail rotation, distortion, there we go, there it is. So this is This can be used for marble. So now what we want is we want a colour ramp. Let's place this right here. Let's move the white across if you want to. Make this a little bit bigger. You can also change this colour to, say, a blue or something like that. Like a turquoise kind of look to it. I could have a green marble or something like that, but this will give you the marble effect. So on your roughness, we could also go, let's go with noise texture, just here, colour to roughness. Just turn up that roughness just a little bit. Turn up your metallic a little bit so that you've kind of got this nice little thing going on. And then you've got this porous kind of marble that's on the outside as well. So that would look really nice too. You can always change the settings on this at any point. So, given that we have this and we have this, what we're going to need to do is take this, press G, and we want to place this at the bottom of this, and we want this in there. So what I'm going to start off with, I think that might be the best option, because this needs to be just squished down just ever so slightly for the supports at the top. Take this, put this and put this together. Don't put one on the other side just at the moment, but just make sure that they fit relatively well. Just maybe move this over a little bit. So you've got a pillar and a thing right here. I'm just going to shift D this across just to see what it looks like. And then we can select all three of these. We can bring this over, oops. We can go ahead and bring this over to the original design. So you'll notice as well when we put this in the original design that it doesn't quite fit. Right, so all you need to do is just scale that down a little bit. You can scale these across. This is why I didn't want to really put in the pillars to begin with, because I just thought, well, you know, I'm going to be moving a lot of things around. So, let's get rid of this one just for the moment. I'm just going to go ahead and just scale that one just a little bit. And what I'm going to do is go to object mode at the top, if I can ever see through this. This is fun. Right, I'm going to go E for extrude and just bring this up just a little bit. So now we've got this pillar that's very flush. So take this and this. Just go ahead and place one there. And maybe I'll bring that other pillar back actually. Kind of makes more sense. So all three of these. Make sure that they're there. Just place this one here. This one here. They can go like practically anywhere that you would like them to. But for me, I'm just going to place them where I think maybe they should go as regards to the scene. So, and then we can amend these later on. See where we can put them. So I'm just going to go ahead and go into layout mode again, because I think it needs that. And what we can do, let's see, I want these to cross hatch as well, so it's kind of a trust the process moment. So we've got these on this side. Take these on this side, that's generally how stuff works. We can have the chandelier just through the middle right there, so that we can still see the chandelier and we can still see the mountains. but now we have this nice little kind of curve, and then we can go Shift D, rotate by 90. What you want to do is just get them. So if we put these at the end right here, we want to put the pillars relatively close to one another. So you can go right at the end here, so that they kind of interact at that point. So in theory, if you've got that, then there should be 4 kind of stood next to one another, but in this case there's not. So we can go Shift D again, move these across. I mean, this is your world kind of thing. You can do whatever you want with this. I'm going to go ahead and put something here actually, because I think that it's just too much around the edge. I think we need an edge right here somewhere. So to do that, we could do a cube, bring this across, scale this out, bring it down, and we could kind of make an edge to this kind of balcony kind of thing that's going on. It doesn't matter if the pillars kind of go into the floor a little bit, because it just makes sense in the end to kind of do something like this. Maybe the pillars are a little bit buried, maybe this was added afterwards. So take that, then grab this side and E-fret extrude and bring it down here. Press G, bring it across. Take this face, and then we can go just there. So that could be the edge of the building. We could go G, bring this across to that side, edge of the building. And then on this side we could do some little detailing if you wanted to. Some little walls. So you could actually take, let's see, one of these pillars right here, Shift D, bring it across down here, scale it down so that we all match the same theme, or at least the scenery matches the same theme. So you got to imagine how tall someone is. You place this here, G. There you go, G all the way across onto that side. You know, if you're just making an image out of this, in theory, all you need to do is just be within the camera's kind of look. The camera, what the camera can see really. But if you want to make full scenery, then you can do so. So I'm just gonna press G. Just bring this one across, and then I'm gonna press Shift D, -10. We can do this one again. Shift D, -20. This one again, Shift D, -40. Let's go again. So yeah, you got to select them all. So now it should be -80. So Shift D, oops, -80. Let's go, and then it'll be -160, I think. So let's go on that one, and then we're gonna go minus, and then 160. Would that be correct? Oh, sorry, we didn't put the minus in, did we? So if we, sugar. Right. So Shift D, and then -160. There we go. So then we can take all of these if you wanted to, just move them across a little bit. Okay, so I'll press G, bring them across. Excuse me. Just to that point just there. And then from here, we could get another cube and just stretch this across. So Let's go for cube right here. G, bring it forward. G, bring it up. Scale across that way. And now we've got a little balcony for people to look out on. And so, when we look in the picture kind of thing, because we've got the depth of field that's going on, and we've got the lowest depth of field here, in theory, we should have some blurring and we should have some stuff going on. I don't like how shiny that floor is, to be honest with you. That gold's not too bad, but I don't like the way that it's done. Maybe a little bit of a rougher gold. I don't like the colour. The colour matching's not very great. Obviously the colours are matched, but when you've got something like this, it looks great, and then when you turn it into kind of a render, it's a different story. So maybe that gold needs to be a lot deeper. So let's go to the gold. You've got the old gold and you've got the new gold. So I'm going to assume, let's see, you've got gold, old gold, new gold. These two are gold. So let's rough this up a little bit. Take down some of this roughness. I think there's too much blue. So this flooring right here, maybe just put the roughness up just slightly. And then this roof, maybe just make this a little bit lighter. I think we're going to start adding some plants and some bushes into this. I think that would make it look a little bit more cleaner. So, it's looking pretty good, but we just need to amend some of these things, such as these pillars right here. We should definitely get another crossover of these. So I'm just going to take these. It's going to go ahead and shift these over. So you want to be able to view the fountain as well, and then you want to be able to view these. So I think maybe place these just here so that they're off camera, but you've still got that little bit of shade that's coming over. I'm going to move this sun just a little bit to see what happens. And then maybe take the colour from the outside and just turn that off just for the moment, just to see how the rest of the lighting's kind of behaving. So this sun right here, maybe we'll want this to be super powerful. If it's ever going to work for me. Let's go 100,000. I think that's 100,000. So super powerful sun, maybe slightly orange. Maybe just tone that down just a little bit more. Say 7,000. 7,000 looks okay. And then if we can just bring the strength back up of the clouds. I'd say that looks relatively okay. Maybe take this material that's in the background right here. Let's go with, I'm just trying to think, like my brain's like puddled. I do quite like it, but I don't like how the light's refracting off it, so maybe we could turn this light down just a little bit. We could go with about 600. I think it's just too much. I think maybe we could rotate the lighting just by slight, just to get it off, so just to basically stop that glare, really, because there's a lot of surfaces that the light's just hitting straight up. And also, that barrier doesn't look correct. Haha, no wonder the barrier doesn't look correct. I've not put the blooming bar on it. I think I've been at a certain angle and I've looked at it and gone, oh yeah, that bar's in the right place, and then realised, like, no, it's not actually. It's not even attached. So, that needs to be there. Glad I noticed that. So attention to detail mostly with this. I'm going to change this to a black, actually. Yeah, I think that works a lot better. Maybe add some strip lightings just across in different places, just to kind of illuminate certain things. Maybe that's something that I could work with. Now you kind of got this blockiness that's going on in the middle as well, which I don't quite like, but I think it just adds a little bit of character to it. We can back that camera up a little bit. I don't like the depth of field on it. I think there should be more depth of field. I think it's too big to make some of the depth of field, but I guess you could take the depth of field in Photoshop or something like that, something similar. Just have that right there. We've got that nice chandelier going on. So see, there is a depth of field just there, but it's not enough that I need for this piece. So maybe if I can press G and just bring this forward a little bit, maybe that would help. Just bring that in. And then maybe put the depth of field as the chandelier. Perhaps that would look a lot better. And also what I'm going to do is put some more pillars going down this side so that we do have that depth of field coming into play. So I think what we're missing is we've got the camera facing this way and there's not much of a background to be looked at. So if we just take these, Shift D them over without selecting that one. To be honest with you, that actually looks pretty good. Shift E this, rotate it 90. Press G, bring it over to this. Maybe this is what we're missing. And then we can kind of put that there. Get rid of these two. Then get rid of these. I think that looks okay for the end of the project, to be honest with you. Just kind of a nice little build to be had and to be done, really. Yeah, if you guys like this tutorial, please like, subscribe, follow, do whatever your heart desires. It would really help my channel. So, I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're doing a music stand. Pretty simple make, really. Just a lot of repetitive stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead. Let's stick on these keys first, so you guys can see what I'm doing. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of the default cube too. So what we want to do is add. We want to go to cylinder. This is going to be the base of the stand. So just press S, scale it down, bring it up, scale it upwards. Press G. It's going to be pretty tall actually. I'm just going to scale this down just slightly. We're going to have sections for the stand because they do tend to come into sections. So if we start off with this one as our first section, which can go at the bottom. We're going to be moving things around, so don't worry about this. We're going to Shift D, make another section, but you want to make this just smaller than the last section. Press G, bring it up, scale outwards, bring it towards the edge a little bit. Then we want to go Shift D again, bring it up, scale it in, and that's going to be our third kind of extender going on. Okay, so we're going to make the legs first and then I'll make the top of the stand. So what I want to do around these little sections right here is I want to put another cylinder. So what I'm going to do actually, I'm going to shade smooth these cylinders that I've already got. I'm going to take the larger cylinder right here, Shift D. Just keep it where it is, kind of thing, and then we're just going to scale it downwards. And then I'm just going to scale it outwards just slightly. Go to G. Pull that in just slightly. So what we want to do here is put like a little notch on the side of it right here so that you've kind of got something that can be twisted around to secure this. So we want to Shift D again, rotate, and we're going to go 90. Just scale that down a little bit. G for going across. So now we should have something like this. So we're going to go ahead and Shift D again for duplicate. We're going to go and shrink it down a little bit. We got motorbikes coming, evidently. Scale across. Sorry about the noise. Unfortunately, I live in an area where people like motorbikes. Yeah. Just get it right up onto here. So now we've got this adjuster that's going on in the middle, makes it a little bit more detailed. We're going to take this little bit. We're going to mosey it on over to the next section. So we're going to go Shift D and just bring it up. Make sure that it sits so you can't see the other side of the bar right there. And then we're going to go Shift D again. Actually, no, we don't need to do a Shift D on that one. We can go ahead and delete that. But yeah, you should have two sections where you can tighten it. Okay, so the bottom section, what we want to do. Let's go ahead and add a cube. So we're going to go G. Just scale it down a little bit. And what we're going to do is take this one face right here at the bottom, and we're just going to shrink it in. so it becomes a triangle. Scale it outwards just a little bit so it fits the pole. So it should just sit right there in the centre. Scale this upwards just a little bit if you'd like. So now we've got to do the legs. So the legs on this, we can just do cylinders, really. So do your legs separately. So G, bring it up, scale it back down again, scale it back down again. Scale it outwards just slightly. Here come the motorbikes again. Okay, shade smooth, right there. Shift D, duplicate it. Scale it outwards just slightly. Scale it downwards. These will be the base of the feet. G, go down. Scale it. And then we're going to take this. I'm going to rotate it on this axis. Maybe we could do about 60. Actually, no, not 60. Let's go for 40. No, okay, let's work with 20. No, 30. 30 is going to be our best bet. Okay, so it's going to go G, move it across over to here. I'm going to go ahead and just rotate this just slightly so that it fits. It does take a little bit of fiddling on this bit. So if you get a top-down view, which is 7 on the number pad, let's place this one right here. We could Shift D, duplicate, get it over, rotate, just press R for rotate, just move it on in. Oops. Don't go on our axes, just press R for rotate. G, move it over, move it back, move it where it needs to go. Try and get it roughly at a 90 angle to the stand itself. And then we're going to repeat again. Rotate. G. You know what? I could be going straight up against this axis right here. For this one's kind of straight. G, rotate that in there, right there. So now we have this kind of camera stand going on. So I'm just going to move these legs down actually. Let's press G. Move them down as such. On this part you're going to want a pole that goes straight down on the middle. So just click this one. Shift D. Scale it down a little bit. Make sure that's central. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to experiment here. So I'm going to take these 3 poles that I have. What I'm going to do is Shift D and then rotate. We're going to go 180. So they're upside down. Let's see. G, go down. We're just going to scale them down. I just set them so that they're at the end of the poles right there. So if I press 7, go straight above, we can see that the poles are roughly in line where we need them to be. So what I'm going to do now is just rotate and get them aligned with these poles as much as I can. So this one to here, this one right here. Could rotate that just a little bit more. I just shorten them as you need them. And then this one, rotate. Oops. And then just get it up to that pole kind of thing. So now we've got the underside of the stand right there. Now at this point we could take this, we could Shift D make it bigger, and then just make it a little bit smaller at the end. So it's almost coming out of a separate piece. Okay, so now we've got that piece, we just need to do the top of the stand. So you should be left with this, just currently. Now I feel this is a little bit too tall, so I'm just going to go ahead and grab these and just press G and just slide it in a little bit. And then what we want to do is make the actual book piece. So the book piece is going to be pretty simple. I think I will start with a cube. We're just going to move these to the side. Scale it down. Go up. Scale it. And then you want to make it flat as well. Scale inwards. Shift D. Get it going across. Take these two. Just elongate them just slightly. And then what we're going to do, we're going to make a base. So we want to press 7, actually. Shift D, make another one. Rotate it by 90. Press G. Bring it across so that it's central. Just pull it over. And then we're going to go Shift D again. But this time we're going to make it a little bit thinner on the top. Just here. And then for these side pieces, we're going to go Shift D for the middle. Let's make it a little bit thinner, so just S for scale. G, move it over. Shift D again. Just move it over to that side. And then we will go diagonally. So when we go diagonally, we're going to have to make it a little bit bigger. So we're going to go Shift D. Scale it. And then we'll rotate within that parameter. It's a bit too big for me, so scale. Rotate. Oops. Rotate. And maybe we'll just go there. So then we're going to go for the same side. So rotate this 180. Oh, sorry. Rotate this 90, I think. Yeah, there we go. Just bring it in. Roughly at the same height, same size. This will be the part with the book stand. So obviously we're going to need a little bit of a ridge right here as well. So for this piece, Shift D, just rotate it back around, and you can just manually scale it. And that should just be correct. Shift D, rotate 90. And that would be your basic book stand for that. So I'm going to take this part right here. I'm just going to go Shift D again. Let's see, rotate on this axis 90. G to bring it down to the bottom. Scale it outwards just a little bit. So we have that little curve where the book's going to sit. And maybe some extra overhang just at the back there. And then we can take this piece again, Shift D, and just bring it forward for a little lip on the front. So by selecting all of these, which is just click and then bring it across, we can now place it on top of our music stand. So to do this, we're going to go G, bring it up. Now it's a little bit too big, so I'm just going to scale it down a little bit. Now we can rotate this by 90. Just kind of fits perfectly. We want to tilt it just slightly, so rotate again, tilt it to your heart's desire, press G, bring it up, bring it across so that it's on top of the stand. What I'm going to do for this bit is I'm going to place a sphere at the back. I think it's a little bit too big for the stand, but we could adjust it as such. You could add a sphere, or you could add just another one of these, really. So Shift D, and then just have that there. And that's your music stand. Now if you wanted to add materials to it, we could go with new for this one. So if this music stand is black, go the material stand there. So when we go to render it, you'll see this part's black now. This part, you need to change everything to the material shade that you would like. And that's basically all there is to it. Yeah, I just want to kind of get all this on. So I can show you guys what it looks like. You can leave certain parts if you want to. Makes it stand out a little bit more. And there you have it. That's your music stand in all its glory. If you guys like this tutorial, please like, subscribe, follow, whichever platform you're on. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Hi, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So basically today we're going to be making an ice drink machine. So I don't know whether this is a copyrighted kind of name for it, but I guess you guys can figure out what we're making, but we're going to call it the ice drink machine today. So I'm going to show you how to make it in Blender. So let me just make sure, yes, I've got my keys on here. So, it's going to be quite a basic tutorial really. It looks complicated, it's not really that complicated. I'm going to make the default cube just slightly longer here. I'll just make it a little bit bigger. Just bring it up to the ground level right there. Okay, so this is going to be our base. This is going to be the middle of our little containers here. So all we need to do really is just make the top and just clone it. That's it. So we're going to add another cube. Oops. Don't press H. Press G. Make another cube. What we're going to do, just make that cube just as big, just as wide to front and back as the machine is. Just want to pull it just a little bit in. We're going to edit this bit a little later on, but this is just going to be basic for us. So what you want to do, it doesn't matter if it's not perfect. We're going to go to the edit mode. We're going to go to top face. And we're just going to press G and just bring this down a little bit. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to start with a very sharp base, bring it out a little bit. I'm just going to press A to select all. Press S. We're just going to scale it in just slightly, so that it's like this. Okay, so I'm going to split the screen for you guys so you guys can see. Where's this going? No, I didn't want that, but okay. 1 second, that should be there. Come on. So I'm gonna go back. Oh! Right. Hold on. Give me 1 second, let me fix this. Okay, so I rebuilt it, just trying to make it as best as I can. So, yeah, you just basically want something like this. This is the side view on one side, and this is the regular view on the other. So, we want to go into edit mode. We want this top section here, just bring it down, just press G. And then we're going to go for E for extrude. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make this a little bit more rounder. So what we want to do is just Control R, and then we're just going to quarter it going across, so it just should look something like this. Put the back there. I'm just going to pull in the corners just a little bit, just to bevel it. See, maybe do one more on this side. Okay, so what you want to do is just go into your select mode. We want to select the edges, and we're going to select all of the 4 corners. And this is just going to smooth our edges so that when we extrude this, everything's going to be smooth coming upwards, and we don't have to go in and edit everything. So all you want to do is scale along your axis. So scale across your red one here, which is your X, just maybe about a quarter, and then we're going to scale again along the green one, which is the Y. And all it's going to do is just give us this little bit of a beveled edge. Okay, so let's see, let's put some, so you can see that it's rounded on the edges now. So what I want to do is go into edit mode, and we're just going to select the top faces right here. So you just press shift in and then just press diagonally across. Shift control diagonally across, it'll select everything. So what we're going to do is E for extrude. Now the base of these ice drink machines are quite small, and then they kind of come out a little bit, and then they've got the lid that comes in. So you want to just scale this just outwards just slightly, so it's got a little bit of a lip. E to extrude, scale outwards just a little bit, E to extrude, and then we're going to try and scale it outwards this way as well. So just press S for scale, just scale it outwards just to the side just slightly, E for extrude, and then we're going to go E for extrude again, and then we're going to start bringing it in just after we've pulled it out a little bit. E for extrude. Right, at this point we're going to start bringing it in. So we're going to go E for extrude again, just give it a little bit of a lip. E for extrude, this will be the top of the container. E for extrude again, just scale that in. And now we're going to start to go into the container. So we're going to go E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale inwards. E for extrude again, and we're just going to go down slightly, scale inwards. E for extrude again, and then E for extrude again, and then we're going to start scaling this and then following the pattern of the tub. So I'm going to put X-ray mode on so you guys can see. So now we're inside of the tub, as you can see. I'm going to go E for extrude, bring this down, maybe just scale this inwards just a little bit, E for extrude, and just bring it all the way down until you reach the bottom, E for extrude, and then just scale it in just slightly. So you should be left with a tub that looks something like this. Now you'll notice that these faces have extruded out to the side. So what you want to do with that, when you do this, is E for extrude. As soon as you get to this point, you want to start scaling inwards. So you'll notice that it's just coming out of one side. So you're going to need to, instead of scaling inwards collectively, scale inwards from the side. So S, scale inwards, E, and then see that this comes out again, so we're just going to scale inwards, and then E, and then scale. So you should just be left with a little tub that looks like this. Now this doesn't exactly look like a tub, so we're just going to shade this smooth. So right click, shade smooth, and then we're going to make this glass. So go on new, I'm going to go to glass BSDF. Make sure your render engine is in cycles, so go to render, just click cycles. So this should be the front of our little machine, and we notice that it's very cloudy, so we want to go to materials again, take the roughness down, but not too much, just enough so that you can kind of see inwards. So we're going to name this material right here, we're going to say this is the plastic. That's what it should have. Now we're going to make the lids. So to make the lids, we're going to go object mode. I'm just going to take the render off here. And then we're going to add a cube. I think we should add a cube. That would be the best option. So what you want to do is just make sure that your cube matches up with the sides. Scale that inwards. Make it flat, and then we're just going to scale it outwards. Now you can do the same thing with the tub as well that you did originally, which is taking the corners. So if we just Control R, quarter it down, or half it down if you will. And then we're just going to take the sides, bring those in. Just make sure it doesn't clip the outside of the tub as well. Select all your faces. Shift Control onto the opposite side, so we can select all those. I'm just going to press G for the moment, and then I'm going to press E for extrude, scaling in just slightly, E for extrude, scale inwards, and then this is just going to be the lid of the ice streams machine. And there we go, that's practically how you do that one, just your tub and stuff like that. I mean, you could add this into, make it black, take the roughness down a little bit, make it a little bit more shiny if you want to. You could add some advertising onto the top of that. So the next bit would be the handles and the turny bits. So it does have a corkscrew on the inside of it, but to be honest with you, I just want to make the outside today. So we're just going to add a cylinder, rotate it by 90 degrees, press G, just bring it up, and then make sure it just sits right on the front right here. Scale it down a little bit as much as you need to. G. Make sure it's mostly center. And then we're going to put this one as glass as well. They're the plastic even. Plastic tones. Just make sure that's in the center where you need it. And then when we render it, it should look something like this. So there's no liquid on the inside of it at the moment, like, you know, I just kind of want to keep it as is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make an edge to this. So we're going to go ether extrude just on the outside edges. Or you can go scale inwards as well. Ether extrude, scale inwards. So all these edges on the side here, we're just going to select them. I don't want this edge, but for some reason it's selected. Press plus, press new. We want to assign that to that one, and then this center one right here, we're just going to put this back to plastic, so this is how it should look. I'm just going to smooth that out as well. Okay, so what do we want next? Let's see. Let's do the handles and stuff like that. So back to this part. Let's add another cube. Scale this upwards, but scale it down. Make sure it's roughly in the center. Then from here, we're going to make another one. So I'm just going to place this one as black. Let's place another one on here, scale this one down. And this is just going to be part of the handle for the interior bit. And then I think we'll use, we'll use a cube again. Scale this upwards, scale it down. And this will be the handle. I'm just going to bring it here just for the moment, and then I'm going to edit the actual handle itself. So we go to edit mode. You want to select your top face right here when it'll let me. Press G to bring it down. E to extrude. Scale it outwards slightly. E to extrude. Scale it outwards slightly. E to extrude. Scale outwards. E to extrude. And then E to extrude again. And then we're just going to start bringing it in a little bit. E to extrude. And there we go. And then just shade it smooth. So now you should be left with something that looks like this. To be honest with you, I'm going to change this one. Put it as the black plastic. So that's one of them. Now we just need the spout at the bottom. So we're going to go with cylinder again. Scale it down. Make that slightly bigger. Now we're just going to place it right underneath. It's going to make that slightly longer actually. Going to shade this smooth. Then we're going to select Shift D, make it bigger, and then just take it down a little bit. And that should be our basic kind of little part right there. So I'm just going to change this to glass actually. I'm going to go to edit mode. Take the bottom face right here, ether extrude, leave it where it is, scale it inwards just slightly, and then ether extrude just to bring it up so it looks like a little tap with an end to it. So then we're going to go with the plastic again. So what you should be left with is this. in the end. Yeah, so we have that little part right there. If you guys want to add a screw in the middle, you can do. We need a little bit of a tray going on at the bottom, I think, as well. I think I might just have the tray as one kind of unit kind of thing. So we've got all of this right here. So what you want to do is just select everything that you've already made. And we're just going to move it over. Just press G. Just move it over slightly. And then we're going to go Shift D. And then duplicate it. So that it comes over to this side. And then this square underneath, this kind of default cube, we're just going to adjust it. So that it just fits flushly. And then, magical part, we can make the little tray underneath. So that's your basic shape of everything that should be here. And now we just need to make this tray that's underneath. So just go Shift D, just duplicate this. Then we'll press G, bring it forward, scale it down a little bit. So that we just have this kind of undercurved bit. Just on the edges of the machine. So once you've got this right here, we're going to go edit mode. Control R, half it. Control R again, half it again. Control R, half it. And then on this bit, we're just going to make a little bit of a square. Control R again. You're just going to want to make a little bit of an indent. That's all we're doing. So edit mode. Oops, edit mode. E for extrude. E for extrude again, don't move it. Scale it inwards. And then E for extrude just to bring it up a little bit. So you've kind of got this little tray thing that's going on. Okay, so that is our basic iced drinks machine. That should look like this. So with this bottom one as well, I think I might change this to black. So you've got the same theme of the plastic all the way through as well. You can change the glass if you want to, totally up to you. Just kind of make it less rough, I guess. So you kind of got the plastic going on. So yeah, that's generally how I would do it. If you want to make some patterns on the bottom as well, I mean, like, you could go to add and then mesh and then plane and just place it down here. Scale it outwards a little bit. So that it fits this part just flushly. So on this one we want to make some little bit of a lattice, I guess. I guess you would call it a lattice. Okay, so go to edit mode, and what we're going to do is we're going to right click, subdivide, 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 subdivide. Then what we want to do is go to object mode, go to your modifier, I think it is. Let's see, wireframe. Yep. Okay, so, and then go to materials and then select the black material that you had for your plastic. And there you go. You've got a little bit of grating going on at the bottom, some extra detail. You can add scratches and bumps to this plastic as well if you'd like. That's just generally in the shading tab at the top. I'm going to have mine smooth. So yeah, that's your basic ice drinks machine. There is a problem with it though, I feel. Yeah, okay, so this kind of moved out of the way. So I'm just going to put that back there. I'm going to Shift D, move that over. I don't know why it's done that, but it has. Yeah, so that's your basic iced drinks machine. You can add some liquid in there if you want to. Just basically use a square and make it slightly see-through. I guess I could try and put that in for you guys, just to kind of show you. Also, this middle part here, you could make this silver if you wanted to. Let's see, can I do this? Make this just slightly silver. I think that's okay. I'm just going to add a plane underneath it. Kind of get some depth going on. Yeah, so you can see the silver is now slightly reflective just on that side. Let's see, I'm going to add, actually, maybe some liquid just on the inside of it. Just use the X-ray mode and get something in here. Shorten that down just a little bit. Yeah, I'm just going to do some little bit of edits here so it looks more genuine. Oops, we don't want that side, we just want that side. Just that one. Yeah, here we go. No. I think I'm half asleep tonight, like I am so tired right now. I just want to go, when I go to bed I'm like, whoa. Right. Okay, so when we go to object mode and we go to the render tab, we can now see that there's some sort of liquid inside of there. If we go to new and we just change it to green or something, because they're all funky colours, or we could do red. I'd take down the roughness a little bit. Just pull the OCR a little bit more as well. Makes it slightly invisible so that you can see that the machine's kind of full. Then we can go Shift D, duplicate that over, and we can fill the other machine up. If you guys want a different colour, just like press edit mode and press A to select everything. If it'll let me. Yeah, A to select everything, press plus, press a sign, and then choose a different colour. So you get it like that. You can also take the top here, if I can get it, press G, and just bring that up slightly so one's more full than the other. And there you go, that's your basic ice drinks machine, so to speak. Quote unquote ice drinks machine. I hope you guys enjoyed the tutorial. If you guys are on Facebook, give me a follow. If you're on YouTube, you know what to do. Subscribe, hit that bell button so the next tutorial will come out for you. Yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye. Okay, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we are making a candle in a jar. So it's kind of the same as a cookie jar that we made, but we're just going to make it a little bit more taller, I guess. So we're just going to click delete on this main cube right here on the default. We're going to go over to add mesh, and then we'll go to circle, scale outwards, and then we're going to go to edit mode right over here in the corner. Press F, E to extrude, and what we're going to do is we're just going to scale this out just slightly. Generally, they're kind of curved at the bottom, so to scale that out slightly, just kind of give it that bit of a bevel, and then we're just going to go E for extrude, and we're just going to bring it right up. The one that I'm currently looking at is like a jar, so I'd say about that tall. We'll go for E for extrude again, and we'll just start bringing this in. So just very gently bring it in, not too sharp. And then from this point, we're just going to go E for extrude. Just bring it in just slightly. I'm just going to pull that down just a little bit. And then we're going to go E for extrude. And then E for extrude again. Scale outwards. E for extrude. Scale outwards just a little bit more. Then this is going to be the lid of the jar. So we're going to go E for extrude. Scale it inwards. E for extrude again. Leave it where it is. Scale it inwards. E for extrude. We're just going to bring it down. Scale it in. So now at this point right here, we need to do the X-ray mode so that we can see what's going on the inside, because we're going to need to look at the inside. So let's go E for extrude. E for extrude again. We're just going to scale this in just slightly. And then we're just going to go E for extrude. E for extrude again, bring it out. And then E for extrude all the way down. Press G, bring it in. And right at the bottom here, just make it as thick as you can, because we're going to be using thick glass. Just bring it into the side just there. And that should be about right. So, at this part right here, what we want to do, we're going to add another circle. Come back to object mode, add a circle. So you see the circles right there at the bottom. We're going to go G, bring it up to the bottom of the tub right here. I know a lot of people like to take the vertices from the inside, but for this one I'm just going to make it the way that it is. Just press S, scale it outwards. And what we're going to do, go to edit mode, press F, E for extrude, scale it outwards. E for extrude, scale it outwards, and then E for extrude, just bring it right up. So now we have the inside of the candle. So we have the inside and we have the outside. I'm just going to turn off the X-ray mode just there. So now we can see that one. So if you take your jar, shade smooth, and you take the inside and also shade smooth. So what I'm going to do with the inside is just go to edit mode. Take this face right here, just press G, bring it up. And then we go to object mode. Click your jar on the outside. Go to materials tab right here. Just right here. Go to new. We'll go from principal BSDF to glass emission. And then we're going to turn down the roughness. So you'll notice that nothing happens right here. So if this happens to you, just go to the render engine, press EV, and go into cycles. And now we have this kind of glass kind of thing going on. So the light in the scene, I think we may have put the object over the light in the scene. There we go. So that's the light in the scene. So what you can see there, the white part is what's supposed to be the candle wax, and obviously you've got the outside, which is a jar. Now I think I may have inadvertently placed the wax a little bit too high, so we're going to go ahead, select this face on top, if that's the case on yours too. Press X-ray so you can see on the inside. Press G and just bring it down a little bit. So now when we render it, we should see the jar and everything. So you'll notice that these little lines appear as well. So that's because your edit mode's turned on, but also we have this little line right here. So what you want to do, right click, shade smooth, and that should get rid of most of the little lines on there. So this part right here, we can actually do maybe pink for a candle. Maybe like this nice lilac-y pink. I'm going to go ahead and add a plane in the background, because it just kind of, you can see things a lot better if you've got the plane. So now for the wick for the candle, we can do add, go to mesh, go to cylinder, scale upwards, then we're going to scale down, press G, bring it up, scale it downwards again. So we're going to the regular mode, just X-ray just for one moment. We can see the wick just in the middle right there. So you want to shade this one smooth. Go to new on your materials tab and just make it slightly orange. So what you should end up with in the end is something like this. Excuse me. So this could be kind of a fresh candle that you've just kind of, I don't know, you picked up from the store or something. So if you wanted to add a flame, I would suggest adding, let's see, we could add a cone on the end of it. We could add a UV sphere if you wanted to. I'm not going to teach you fire in this tutorial, but if you wanted an emission to come out at the end, I mean, it would be pretty neat to teach fire, but the other problem is many computers, they kind of struggle with smoke and stuff like that. So I want to make sure that I do the right tutorial for you guys. So if you change this material on the end right here to an emission, make it slightly orange or yellow, and then you can turn this up and you can have this flame going right at the side. You can also take the middle right here and you can sink it in a little bit. So if we go to, you know, I'm going to scale that down first. So we've kind of got a little light at the top. You can stretch it out if you wanted to. So you've got this little flame going on. As regards as to the wax, what you could do, you go edit mode, just take off your X-ray for one moment. This face right here, we want to go E for extrude, scale inwards, and then E for extrude, scale downwards, scale inwards just slightly. And what you could do to make it look wet, you could place a few items on there as well. You could go to object mode. Let's see what we could do right here. We could go with UV sphere. We'll go with UV sphere. Bring it up. Scale it down. Press G. We could set it right there. And then we could take this object again for the wax. E for extrude. Bring it down. Just scale it in. Just to here. Just so you can see that. So it just kind of clips just slightly. Just scale this object out just a little bit. Or sideways or wherever you want to go with it. And then we'll go to new. And we can go to, let's put it as a pink. Turn down the alpha just slightly. And then turn up the metallic and turn down the roughness completely. So now, when we render it, if I just get that into frame, we should have a beautiful lit candle with a little bit of a wax residue in the middle. As I said, I'm not going to be doing fire or smoke in these tutorials just at the moment. Until I can really figure out the best way to do it for you guys. So yeah, that's a candle in a jar. I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. Please like, subscribe, follow. It really helps me out. Yeah, I'll see you later. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're doing a desk lamp. So this is going to be one of your fancy kind of ones. So I've got a picture that I want to work with. We're going to look into making this one. So what it's going to be, we're going to put things at an angle, but we're going to make them straight to begin with, and then we'll move everything to where it needs to be. So go ahead and delete your default cube. We're just going to go add a cylinder, scale it down, and then just scale it outwards just slightly. Scale it down just to a little bit of a fraction just there. And what we're going to do, go to edit mode, take your first face, I'm going to split this in half actually, so you guys can see what's going on. I think, yes, press 1 on your number pad for one side if you're doing this the same way that I am. Okay, so this face right here, we're just going to go, just going to scale it out just slightly. Oops, not too much. Just scale it out just slightly from the base. So we've got that little bit of a bevel. E for extrude. And then we're going to go E for extrude again. Just scale it in just slightly. S to scale. E for extrude. And then we're just going to bring it up just slightly. S to scale, bring it in. E for extrude. Keep it where it is. Scale inwards. And then we can go E for extrude just slightly. Scale it inwards just slightly. E for extrude, up again. Bring G. Bring that up. E for extrude. We're just going to bevel this again. So S to scale. E for extrude, S to scale. And then we go E for extrude again. Keep it where it is. Scale it inwards. And then we're just going to slowly make this up a little bit. So S. Just pull it up just slightly. E for extrude. Scale inwards. E for extrude. Scale inwards. E for extrude. Scale inwards. And then just E for extrude. And then at the top here we're just going to bevel it just slightly. So it should have something like this. So E for extrude just slightly up. Scale it inwards. And then E for extrude, don't move it. Scale it inwards to the middle. And then we're just going to go E for extrude and just drop it. So this will be the base of our lamp. We're just going to go shade smooth, right click shade smooth. So the next part that we need a cylinder to come straight up. So we're going to go with add, go cylinder, G, just bring it up, scale it. And then we're just going to scale inwards, ignore the F, I pressed the wrong button. Just press G, bring it up. Now, at this part we just want to go right click shade smooth, go to edit mode, click your top face right here, just press G to bring it up just slightly. Should have something like this. And then we're just going to do a little bit of a bevel just on the middle. So just scale this out just slightly, and it's almost like a ball. E for extrude, S to scale. Just make that nice and smooth. And then what we want to do is just go E for extrude, bring it up. Let's go G, just bring that up a little bit higher. And then E for extrude again, just slightly up. I'll just zoom into this part so you can see it. We're just going to scale outwards just slightly. E for extrude, scale outwards. E for extrude, scale outwards. E for extrude, scale outwards. And then we're going to come back in again. A little bit of an angle. And then just E for extrude just to bring it up from where you were. And then I'm just going to bevel the edge just a little bit there as well. So this is what you should have for the starting point of your lamp. Now we're going to add a little bit of a fitting on the top of that one. So what we want to do the arm of the lamp first, and then we'll start putting things together. So if you go to add cylinder, G, scale it up, scale it down. Now you want this this arm roughly the size of the stand. So you can see this just at the side there. So you don't want this too big, you don't want it too small, just fit it so that it's nice. Right click, shade smooth. Just pull this outwards just a little bit. Okay, so on this part right here, we're going to go duplicate, Shift D, scale this down, press G, scale it upwards just slightly. This will be the end of the lamp, the little counterweight, so to speak. And then we're going to take this part, edit mode, just press G, bring it up a little bit. So what you want in theory is a little arm that's going to sit just on the side here. Now we might need to shrink this down a little bit because I think it's a bit too big. So we just box select it by dragging, just click and drag. Scale it down a little bit. Maybe just elongate it just slightly. Now, at the end here we want another one of these pieces. So we're going to go Shift D, bring it up, scale it down, and this is just going to be the end of the counterweight on the other side. So from this